and welcome back to Silverstone. Slightly different conditions than yesterday. We've just got the tyres going on track, a bit of tyre screeching there, but as you can see, it's almost time for the very first Caterham race of the day. It's the 310Rs, as you can see behind us, and I want to go for a little walk and have a little chat with some of the drivers. We've got a lot of action to bring you today, haven't we? Lewis Thompson, the young man over here on the right car, number 79, took the race win yesterday, but mechanics did a little bit of work on the engine. Let's just grab a quick word, Lewis. Yesterday, fantastic race win for you, wasn't it? But a little bit of work going on in the car. Everything okay?
Yeah, everything okay. Just a last-minute setup change. The track's just constantly changing because of the rain we've had this morning, and
yeah,
you know, we need to make sure we get the setup right for a 25-minute race. So yeah, just making a quick last-minute adjustment. Fingers crossed, should be the winning one.
Dry yesterday. Of course, it's going to be pretty damp out there at the minute. It's almost a different track, isn't it?
Yeah, we're very different. And yesterday's qualifying was a lot wetter than this as well, and not really had much experience around here in the wet, but still seems to be going pretty quick yesterday, so fingers crossed, keep it up.
Top man, best of luck, Lewis.
Cheers, man.
Let's just walk down a little bit further, shall we? Catch up with some of the other drivers as well. We spoke to David Yates yesterday. This man over here as well, Jay McCormack, we spoke to him. He was a man to watch for a long time. He was running right up the order, wasn't he? He was running a second at one time. Harry Cook as well. I wanted to grab a word with Harry. Harry, talk us through your race yesterday, first of all.
Well, I got pole, and then it was just such a difficult race with the tactics, and then the last two laps everyone was going for it, and unfortunately I just got put back by a move, and then I was too far down. So hopefully the wet conditions are good today. We're just trying to boost the engine, which is good.
Yeah, different, isn't it? And just make sure, I've seen a lot of everybody doing this, just making a few last checks, I assume, because of the conditions.
Yeah, exactly. It's difficult to know which setup to go for today, but I've actually got the wet tyres on now, so hopefully it rains again.
Good man, good man. Best of luck for the race, Harry. Thanks for talking to us. Let's keep moving down a little bit. Sure, let's grab a word with Harry Landy over here, just whilst he's got nobody around him, so we can actually get in. Harry, it's good to see you. Are you feeling a bit confident in the damp conditions, or would you rather it was bone dry?
Well, I think in truth after yesterday's pace I'd rather it was dry, but mixed conditions mix it up, so yeah, looking forward to the race. It should be good fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun, isn't it? Best of luck, Harry. Thanks for talking to us. Let's just keep moving down a little bit further on, shall we? Mike Evans here as well, number 93. Let's see how Mike's feeling. Mike, how you doing, buddy? Are you ready for this one?
Yeah, a bit of a baptism of fire yesterday after a couple of years out, but yeah, I feel ready for it.
Should be a lot of fun out there. I think we know these Caterhams, a lot of close racing. Do you think there might be a bit of spray out there? Is that going to affect things if there is?
I'm hoping so. I'm hoping it's going to be. I'm hoping for a little bit of rain, to be honest, but I think hope is all I've got.
You never know. You never know. Cheers, Mike. Best of luck. Right, it is almost time for the Caterham race here, the 310Rs. We've got so much Caterham action to bring you today. It's going to be a real treat. And what is even more of a treat is that we've got the legendary Dave Goddard to talk you through the action.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, good morning, race fans, and welcome to a rather damp Silverstone circuit. Getting ready for a very busy Sunday of race action. Britcar and Caterhams on track here today. Very busy field of the Caterham 7 Championships. We'll have a look at the schedule for today. First of all, we kick off in just a few minutes time with the Caterham 7 310R Championship. Just seen a few of the drivers in the assembly area. Then there's a short break while qualifying finishes before we have the second race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 UK Championship. That's the quickest of the Caterham Championships we have here this weekend. Then race 2 of the weekend for the Caterham 7 270R Championship, and then we move to Britcar, the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category. We saw the Endurance and Praga categories racing yesterday. 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop for them. Then the Caterham 7 UK Championship are out again a little later on after lunch. That's followed by the Caterham Road Sport Championship, and then the Caterham Academy for novice drivers, getting their big chance to race on the Silverstone Grand Prix layouts here today. And finally, the Britcar Endurance Championship Trophy category closes out the day with a second 50-minute race. Great day of racing in prospect. We saw some very enjoyable racing, some superb slipstreaming races from the Caterhams. We are on the full Grand Prix layout here at Silverstone this weekend, but using the old pits up at Copse Corner rather than the pits at the wing, which the British Grand Prix now uses. It's a long circuit, this one. The quicker cars yesterday were taking just over 2 minutes to lap this circuit in the dry. It's a great chance for club level and national level racers to race on the Premier Circuit in British motorsport. Great day in prospect, to say the least, here today. We will take a look at the first race of the day, the Caterham 7 310R Championship. We had a terrific six-way slipstreaming battle yesterday. The grid for today's race is based on the results of yesterday's race. So in pole position will be yesterday's winner, the number 79 of Lewis Thompson, who we've just heard from, looking for his fourth consecutive win today. Alongside him will be number 88 of Pete Walters. The second row, 15, David Yates, alongside number 2, Andy Lees. Third row, number 9, Harry Cook, alongside 25 of Jay McCormack. They had a bit of a collision on the last corner of yesterday's race. Row 4, we have number 84 of Andy Murgatroyd and 21 Harry Landy. The fifth row, number 13 James Wingfield alongside 93 of Mike Evans. Row 6, number 80 Matt Shepherd alongside 92, which is Chris Moore. On row 7, 73 Sam Bailey finished with his nose cone flapping loose yesterday. His first weekend of Caterham racing, he finished 13th, starts alongside number 5 of Ben Lopez Appleton. Row 8, number 38 Jeff Price and 64 of Giuseppe Felle. Row 9, 68 Chris Welch alongside 67 Doug Christie, very experienced Caterham racer. The 10th row, number 70 Lars Alexander Hoffmann, the German. He got a grid penalty after causing a collision in yesterday's race. So gets a penalty there. We'll see him coming through from the back, a 5-place grid drop from yesterday. He starts alongside Henry Williams in the 49, a Caterham dealer by trade. The final row, 16 Stephen Metcalf and number 22 of Gary Curtis. So that's the grid for today's first race of the day. There are the cars in the assembly area. Number 13 with the Dayglow roll cage there is James Wingfield. Thought we'd see that car in black and turquoise because he works as an engineer for the Mercedes Formula 1 team during the week, James Wingfield. There's the number 80 of Matt Shepherd lining up behind him. 38 there, that is Jeff Price. These Caterham 310Rs. Part of the Caterham ladder. It's the fourth step on the Caterham racing ladder, really, the 310R Championship. Many of these drivers started out in the Caterham Academy as novices, then into the road sport class, the 270Rs, and then the 310Rs, 310 referring to brake horsepower per tonne of these cars. These powered by Ford Sigma 1600cc engines, 152 brake horsepower, so identical engines, 5-speed gearbox, limited slip differentials, Avon ZZS tyres. There's Lars Alexander Hoffmann, the German, the number 70. He's the reigning 270R champion. 16 Stephen Metcalf just talking to his mechanics there, and right at the back is Gary Curtis, car number 22, one of the many DPR Motorsport run cars here this weekend. These cars have limited slip differentials, which is part of the upgrade from a 270R. Track spec Bilstein suspension, minimum weight of 620 kilos, including the driver. That's the spec of the Caterham 310R. These are very quick cars indeed. We had a sensational 6-way fight for the lead in yesterday's race, slipstreaming each other down the straights. Pete Walters and Lewis Thompson were among the battlers. Harry Cook, who started from pole yesterday after qualifying, was well involved. David Yates as well came through in the number 15. He's been racing in the Caterham 7 UK Championship for the even quicker cars this year, stepping back to 310R this weekend. The points chart coming into this weekend, it was 88 Pete Walters who was on top. He had a couple of wins at the triple header at Donington in the opening round of the season. The other winner there was Lars Alexander Hoffmann, but it was Lewis Thompson who took the 2 wins at Knock Hill in Scotland, having not scored at Donington at the opening round. He needed to recoup some points, which is just what he did, winning the first race of the weekend yesterday. Good to see a few of you watching on our YouTube stream already. '93 there, Mike Evans, the green and red car. 84 is Andy Murgatroyd. He topped the second group effectively in yesterday's race behind the 6 leaders. Harry Landy alongside in the Enterprise Finance number 21 there. There's Jay McCormack, the red and blue number 25 on the right. Very experienced Caterham racer based over in Spain these days. Number 2, Andy Lees, had a good run yesterday. And the front row, Pete Walters, number 88, began his career, as many of these drivers did, with the Caterham Academy. You can upgrade your car all the way to a 310R. The Caterham 7 UK Championship cars are bespoke race cars, though. 79 on the left there, Lewis Thompson, a relative newcomer to Caterham Racing. He's got the gold and purple TVR flip, I think it's unofficially called that colour. A lot of TVRs used to be painted in that flip paint. So we just await the all clear for the cars to be released onto the circuit then for Caterham 7 310R. This will be a 25-minute race. Opportunities for lots and lots of slipstreaming. There's Abbey Corner, the right-hander just after the wing building. We saw a move for the lead in just about every Caterham race yesterday at that corner. So we look at the points. This is not including the first race yesterday. The points after round 5 at Knockhill. It was Pete Walters on 120 ahead of James Wingfield, number 13, on 108. And Harry Cook third on 106, with Andy Murgatroyd and Doug Christie completing the top 5. Doug Christie had a spin on the first lap of yesterday's race. He tangled with Gary Curtis and dropped them down the order. Lars Hoffman had a win on the opening weekend at Donington, but he picked up some damage at Knockhill and failed to score. So looking to fight back, but he got that grid penalty for a collision in yesterday's race. And we'll have to see how well he comes through from towards the back of the grid. The safety car, supported by runyourfleets.com, the Jaguar Estate, is about to lead the field out for this one. You can see the marshals doing the countdown there. The 30-second board was held aloft. So that could be Barbara Schillicker there at the front of the paddock, marshalling the assembly area here. She races in the Hyundai Coupe Cup on occasions. Marshalling here today, Babs. Okay, the green flag waves then from the marshals, and out come the cars. They'll be led round to the grid by the safety car. Lewis Thompson on pole alongside Pete Walters in the 88s, David Yates and Andy Lees. Harry Cook on row 3. Yes, looks like they're all there. Look for any gaps on the grid. I don't think there are any. Yesterday, Lewis Thompson won by just under a second ahead of Pete Walters, with David Yates 2/10 further back. The top 6 were covered by 2 seconds over the line. Might even be even closer today. I'm really looking forward to this. Lewis Thompson in the TVR flip car, Pete Walters in black, David Yates blue with white wheels, Andy Lees in the Gulf colours, the powder blue with the orange stripe. There he is on the left with the black wings. There's David Yates, number 15. Been racing Caterham since 2013, he tells us. 5th on the grid is Harry Cook, the black car with the red flashes on it. Jay McCormack in blue and red. 6th on the grid. There he is. Blue with an orange stripe, but a different shade to Andy Lees is Andrew Murgatroyd. Harry Landy in green and black. No mistake in James Wingfield, the red and Dayglow yellow car. Mike Evans in green and red completes the top 10. It's pretty slick out there. Wouldn't be a Silverstone weekend if it didn't rain at some point. Warming these Avon ZZS tyres. Ready for another Caterham Classic slipstreamer around the Silverstone circuits. 64 there, the red, white and blue. That's Giuseppe Felle, the Italian-born racer. I reckon Lars Alexander Hoffmann's going to be one to keep an eye on here from the 10th row of the grid. The red and white Motul liveried car. Over the Formula One grid on the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight up towards Abbey Corner. That's back of the pack coming out of Club. Stephen Metcalf in the black and gold car, and 22 Gary Curtis at the back. Any one of these 22 drivers could win it. I think everybody's there. Didn't see any gaps as the rear of the field came through. Cars will come under the bridge on the Wellington Straights, then down to the left-hander at Brooklands, a very popular overtaking spot, into the double right-hander at Luffield and through Woodcote to end the lap. They'll be up to the grid in just a moment. Lewis Thompson on pole in the gold liveried car. Pete Walters will be alongside him. James Wingfield second in the points, was a bit disappointed with only 9th place yesterday. Pete Walters trying to keep his championship lead. So the pace car pulls to one side, the safety car. That'll wait in the pit lane in case it's needed. And now they come up to the grid. Hope you have a great day with us here at Silverstone, race fans. Cars up to the grid then for the first race of this Sunday at Silverstone, the Bilstein Caterham 7 310R Championship. Number 79, Lewis Thompson taking pole by virtue of yesterday's race win. Alongside him, the championship leader, number 88, Pete Walters. Second row, 15, David Yates, and 2, Andy Lees. Row 3, number 9, Harry Cook, who qualified on pole yesterday, slipped to 5th. Alongside him, number 25 of Jay McCormack. We had a terrific 6-way battle in yesterday's race. Are we going to see the same today? A slipstreamer coming up here at Silverstone on a damp but drying track. The last few cars will be pulled into line at the back. The marshal at the back of the grid will wave the green flag once everyone's happy, and this 25-minute race for the Caterham 310R Championship will get underway. Looks like everybody's into line. There is the green flag at the back of the grid. The 5-second board is held aloft on the gantry. Then the red lights will come on. When they go out, we will be racing at Silverstone. Lewis Thompson and Pete Walters on the front row. Away they go. We're racing at Silverstone down towards Copse Corner for the first time. And Pete Walters tucks in behind Lewis Thompson, who will lead the way from pole position into Copse Corner for the opening time. Good start by Lars Alexander Hoffmann, the German in number 70 from further back on the grid. It's a little slippery out there, as you can see, a bit of spray being kicked up from the overnight rain, but it's Lewis Thompson who leads the way in the 79 car. Second place is Pete Walters in 88. David Yates in the blue number 15 is in third as they head through Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. Round the right-hander at Beckett's, then the left flick at Chapel and onto the Hanger Straights. He's getting some heat into these tyres. Harry Landy in number 21 has dropped back a bit there, the green and black car. They'll start to fan out as they come down the Hanger Straight towards the dauntingly fast Stowe Corner. Pete Walters already taking the lead around the outside. They've started to slipstream. Here comes Jay McCormack. He's got away well, going for third place on the inside of David Yates. Harry Cook down to 6th place. side by side with Andy Murgatroyd. They're all going to make it round Stowe, hopefully, for the first time. Then it's up towards the Club Corner complex. Brakes go on as they head into the complex. That's rather dramatic lighting with the rain clouds overhead. Let's hope they stay away. It is Pete Walters, number 88, who's got the lead ahead of Lewis Thompson. Jay McCormack in third. David Yates under fire for fourth place. I think that's Andy Lees. David Yates runs wide over the curbing there. So does Harry Cook. And spinning off on the outside, that's Giuseppe Felle in the 64 car. He's gone off into the gravel, out of the race. He's not going to get out from there. Everybody else away cleanly into Abbey Corner. There's a bit of damage to Harry Cook's car, I noticed there. One of his rear wings is hanging off, but it's not a Caterham meeting unless you lose a few of those. There you can see it hanging off. That's Harry Cook, number 9, with that little bit of damage. Waiting for them to come up to the Wellington Straight. There is the 64 car in the gravel. The yellow flag's out. The marshals will try and dig Giuseppe Felle, 6th in the points, out of the gravel. The Italian-born racer is well and truly out of the race. Leaders down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands. It's Pete Walters, number 88, who has the advantage. Jay McCormack holding third behind yesterday's winner, Lewis Thompson. They swing their way through Luffield for the first time. This double right-hander, quite easy to go off into the gravel on the outside if you're battling hard. Third place is McCormack, fourth Yates, fifth Lees, sixth is Harry Cook with his wing hanging off. It's Andy Murgatroyd, James Wingfield, and the rest of them go through. Running a bit wide at the back there, the number 22 of Gary Curtis. You can see the spray coming down the pit straight into Copse. Up the inside, Harry Cook trying to take Andy Lees. There is Wingfield, the number 13, on the tail of Andy Murgatroyd, number 84. Behind them is Ben Lopez Appleton, the Anglo-Spanish racer in number 5. Had a quick spin at Village Corner on the infield loop in yesterday's race and had to recover. Jay McCormack battling it out with David Yates. This is for third place. Andy Lees in behind them. He's got ahead of Harry Cook once again. That wing has now parted company with the number 9 car. It's a good job for Harry as well, because he would risk being flagged into the pit lane if that was still flapping around. Speaking of flapping around, they're moving from side to side down the straight. So Andy Lees nearly got a wheel onto the wet grass there. If he does that, he'll spin. Up the inside, here comes Harry Cook. It's still Walters from Thompson at the front. Jay McCormack sideways under braking for Stowe Corner. He's held that third place though, ahead of David Yates, Lees, Cook. James Wingfield's got ahead of Andy Murgatroyd. He heads the next group, ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton. Mike Evans completing the top 10 in number 93. Under these threatening skies, they head through the Club Corner complex out towards what will be the end of a lap on the Formula 1 layout here, with the other pits being used onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straights. He's rather busy over in Austria at the moment, of course, as David Yates runs wide. Be careful not to run wide too often there coming out of Club Corner. You could get penalised if you do that too often for exceeding track limits. We saw a couple of drivers get 5-second penalties yesterday. Yellow flags were out there as well, so no overtaking coming out of Club because of Giuseppe Felle's car. Slip and slide their way around the right-hander at Village Corner. Ben Lopez Appleton had a look at James Wingfield there. They then head into the left at the loop and back onto the Wellington Straights. Plenty of overtaking opportunities down there. Lars Alexander Hoffmann, who started 19th on the grid, is already up to 13th in the number 70 car. Watch for the German coming through, the reigning 270R champion, the division below this one effectively on the Caterham ladder. Pete Walters controlling the pace. Are we going to have a driver lead an entire lap here at Silverstone? Somebody's gone wide. That was Harry Cook in the number 9. Nearly going off wide at Brooklands Corner. Then into Luffield. There go the leaders. They're starting to pull away from Jay McCormack. So the conditions are calming the action just a little here, I think. 92 Chris Moore getting past the 93 of Mike Evans there coming out of Luffield. There's that rear wing off Harry Cook's car. That's where that ended up. It's on the outside of Woodcote. Souvenir for the volunteer marshals. Thanks to them for their services as always. Andy Lees on the tail of David Yates, who goes a bit wide over the curves. He's being a bit liberal with his track limits here. Hopefully he won't do that often enough to spring a penalty. Walters from Thompson, they're pulling away from McCormack, Yates, Lees and Cook. It's the same half dozen as in yesterday's race. Ben Lopez Appleton is up to 7th in the number 5. James Wingfield is 8th. Andy Murgatroyd in 9th. and 10th it is Chris Moore. That order might have changed by the time I've read it to you, though. There's so much slipstreaming going on. Look at them for third place here. Jay McCormack's weaving about all over the place in third, chased by David Yates. Come on, which side do you want me to go, thinks David Yates. I'm going to move across to the inside because Andy Lees is challenging me. Jay McCormack will hold that third place, and Harry Cook's going to try and go around the outside of all of them. But that will set him up for the left-hander into the club complex, side by side between Ben Lopez-Appleton and James Wingfield further back. This is allowing the two leaders to get away. Is it Thompson or Walters who leads? Walters still has the lead in the 88. This will keep his championship lead. David Yates has lost out there to Harry Cook for fourth place, so that outside run through Stowe corner did work. David Yates sideways again on the curb. He's trying a little bit too hard here, I think, in the 15. Still that car stranded in the gravel on the outside. Giuseppe Felle got a wheel onto the curb and spun, and getting up onto the curb on the inside there was Harry Cook. Nearly got past Jay McCormack. Who's going to come out of this in third place then as they come towards us at Village? It's still McCormack, Cook in fourth, Yates fifth, Andy Lees sixth, Wingfield seventh, Lopez-Appleton eighth, Evans ninth, and Chris Moore is 10th. Andy Murgatroyd, number 84, has dropped down the order a little. This is great stuff. Thanks to one of our YouTube commenters, we did get one non-starter. I was trying to work out who it was. It was Sam Bailey, number 73, the non-starter, unfortunately. Up the inside, here comes Harry Cook. That's a daring move in wet conditions into Brooklands. Can he get the car stopped? Side by side with McCormack on the exit. And he's pulled it off. Good stuff from Harry Cook, but he's gone wide now into Luffield. Jay McCormack says, I'll try and go back up the inside then. You only have to leave the smallest gap in Caterham racing, and that's what happens. They pull clear of David Yates, though. Here come the leaders over the line. He's still Pete Walters. Has he really led 2 continuous laps? That's unheard of in Caterham racing. Third place is the number 9 of Harry Cook. He's got ahead of Jay McCormack now. Good bit of place swapping between those two. Yates 5th, Lees 6th, then a gap of about just over a second back to James Wingfield, who's now ahead of Ben Lopez-Appleton. You can see them in the background there. Mike Evans behind them, then Chris Moore. So 20 cars running. Of course, we lost Giuseppe Felle into the gravel on the first lap. Oh, and a bit of bumping and boring there as David Yates has got past Jay McCormack. Andy Lees tried to do the same coming through Beckett's. I think he's got the run through Chapel Corner here. Jay McCormack drops in behind. He'll try and slipstream back ahead. He's down to 6th. And now here come Wingfield and Evans. The leaders still in the same order. They've gone clear. Here comes McCormack and try and make it 3 wide down the inside. Lees in the middle, Yates on the outside. Lees goes through up into 4th position. Here comes McCormack trying to do the same. Ben Lopez-Appleton closing in as well in the number 5. Here come the leaders into Clubble. The leader's gone a bit wide there on the left-hander. He might lose momentum. Round the outside is going to go Lewis Thompson. They're side by side on the run through Club. We'll see who comes out in the lead onto the Hamilton straights. And yes, Thompson has done it. Pete Walters slightly overshot the entry to Club Corner. Again, David Yates running wide there, taking a few too many risks. But Pete Walters up the inside at Abbey. We saw him do that so many times yesterday to retake the lead. Looking quite calm out in front. Third place is still Harry Cook in the number 9. Andy Lees in 4th in the light blue car. Then it's Jay McCormack, David Yates, Lopez-Appleton, James Wingfield and Mike Evans. Somebody's run wide there at the back. That's the red car of number 68, Chris Welch, that ran wide there coming through Farm and Village, but he's recovered it. And running down at the back there, that's Metcalf, I think, number 16, Steve Metcalf running in last place. Leaders down into Brooklands once again. See just how on the edge they're cornering through there. Pete Walters still has the lead in the 88. Chased by Lewis Thompson. Pete Walters, the ex-Academy champion as a novice in 2016. He's moved up the Caterham ladder every year since then. Over the line they come. Less than 4/10 of a second in it between the two leaders. Cook some 2.5 seconds off the lead there, but he's just done the fastest lap of the race. 2:38.081 for Harry Cook, with that missing wing not affecting the handling of the car. Andy Lees 4th, then it's McCormack, Yates down to 6th place, having run wide coming out of club. And Lopez Appleton back ahead of Wingfield into 7th place. Mike Evans behind them in the green car. One car that has dropped down the order a little is Harry Landy, number 21. He's down to 14th place on that lap. We have got 13.5 minutes of this race to go for the Bilstein Caterham 7 310R Championship. Here comes Lewis Thompson up the outside down towards Stowe Corner. Jay McCormack trying to do the same to Andy Lees further back. Lewis Thompson's going to be late on the brakes here, trying to set himself up round the outside. And then for the run into the Vale down towards Club, Thompson takes the lead once again. Looking for win number 4 of the season. Pete Walters looking for his 3rd. They really are the class of the field, these two. Lars Alexander Hoffmann not able to make a lot of progress. He's still 13th. There's the red car with the white nose, right in the middle of this midfield battle. He's behind, I think that's Andy Murgatroyd, just ahead of Harry Landy. There's the 21, and Doug Christie, number 67, behind them. Here come your leaders. Recovery vehicle in the background, picking up Giuseppe Felle's car. The leaders head through Abbey, up towards Farm and Village. Still nose to tail between Thompson and Walters. Thompson again made that move stick through the club complex. Matt Shepherd under fire there from Chris Moore. They're fighting for 10th position. So just over 12 minutes to go. We've passed half distance in this 25-minute race for the Caterham 7 310Rs. Down to Brooklands, Thompson, Walters and Cook. Cook going after our race leaders, as we said. He's got the fastest lap of the race. Andy Lee's under fire from the 25 of Jay McCormack. Already had a couple of wins at Silverstone in other categories this season. Behind them, Ben Lopez Appleton has caught up now in the number 5. He runs a bit wide though through Luffield. David Yates is back behind them, so he's dropped back a place or two. Then we've got James Wingfield. Here come the leaders. Up towards Copse Corner. Walters going for the inside, trying to retake the lead. He's not close enough this time. Cook has got the gap down to 1.6 seconds now to the 2 ahead of him. The harder Walters and Thompson battle, the more time they'll lose to the pursuers. Is running a bit wide there. Jay McCormack loses out to Andy Lees. They've swapped places a couple of times. Lopez Appleton up into 6th, I think now. Yes, he's ahead of Yates. Now here comes James Wingfield in the number 13. Swing their way through the right-hander at Beckett's. It's going dark again here. Are we going to have another cloud burst? I hope not. Side by side between the leaders. Pete Walters trying to slipstream his way around the outside back into the lead. Whole line of cars in the background there headed by Matt Shepherd. That's the battle for 10th place, the yellow car. McCormack to the inside. Andy Lees holds him off. That's the battle for 4th. Lopez Appleton 6th, then Yates, then Wingfield, and Mike Evans rather in the number 93. You can see how Harry Cook is slowly but surely hunting down the 2 leaders. Pete Walters back in front now in the 88s, swapping places for fun, those two. They often say the place you don't want to be in a Caterham race is leading going into the last lap. Though on a circuit as long as Silverstone, it's leading with 2 corners to go. It's where you don't want to be, I think. A couple of cars getting past Mike Evans there, the 93. There's a bit of damage on the back of, is that David Yates? I saw with a bit of bodywork flapping. Leaders head through Village, up towards the Loop, and then back onto the Wellington Straights. Everyone just keeping it steady, not taking too many risks in these damp conditions. Here come the leaders. Down the Wellington Straight, holding the inside is Pete Walters. Lewis Thompson will try and outfox him into Luffield. Cook is closing in as well. The gap between those two was 1.5 seconds last time through between Walters and Cook for 2nd and 3rd. How far behind these two is Cook going to be this time? It's not as much as 1.5 seconds, certainly. He's almost caught them there through Luffield, so it's heating up at the front again. Again, Lopez Appleton runs wide coming out of Luffield towards Woodcote. Here come your leaders. And yes, Cook has got it down to points 7.85 off the lead now. He's done another fastest lap of the race, 2:37.530, as Thompson to the inside at Copse retakes the lead. Fantastic race between these two, and it's soon going to be three, because here comes Harry Cook. Qualified on pole yesterday, seems to like the more damp conditions. Walters to the inside into Maggots, he retakes the lead. They're so busy swapping places, I don't think they've noticed Harry Cook behind them in the number 9. Swing it through Beckett's, little left flick at Chapel Curve and onto the Hanger Straights. What's going to happen this time into Stowe Corner? Lewis Thompson goes for the outside. Yes, he'll retake the lead. Pete Walters will try and slipstream him back again on the same straights. Jay McCormack's got back ahead of Andy Lees a little further back. Thompson holds the lead as they go into Stowe. Who's in fourth? Lees has got back in front of McCormack down the straight there. Lopez Appleton up behind. Terrific fight developing for fourth place. 3 cars line astern for the lead though. Thompson, Walters and Cook. It's Andy Lees 4th, McCormack 5th, Lopez Appleton 6th, Yates is 7th, 8th is James Wingfield, and 9th for Mike Evans. Wingfield, we mentioned, a Mercedes Formula 1 team engineer. There go the leaders. Lewis Thompson ahead of Pete Walters. Can Harry Cook make a way through here? Still Andy Lees hanging on to his 4th place ahead of the determined Jay McCormack, has been winning Caterham races for many years now. He's got Ben Lopez Appleton and David Yates on his tail. Racing them to come towards the Wellington Straight then, just under 7 minutes to go in this Caterham Slipstreaming Classic, and slipstreaming through is Pete Walters into the lead at Brooklands. Here comes Harry Cook. He's taking a few more risks here in the number 9 car. Round Luffield, up towards Woodcote and the end of the 7th lap. A purple sector 2 on the timing screen for Pete Walters. Could he do the fastest lap of the race here? Certainly turning up the wick, trying to get away from Lewis Thompson. No, he doesn't do the fastest lap of the race. Just slightly short of Harry Cook's best time as Lewis Thompson retakes the lead going into Copse Corner. Walters straight back up the inside though, going towards Maggots. He'll retake the lead. Instant change there. And now here comes Cook. Now he's getting aboard. Harry Cook has a look. Door is closed by the 79 of Lewis Thompson. Great stuff between these three. Now, how's the battle for 4th going? We'll look back when they're on the straights. Here they come down towards the Hanger Straights. It's side by side for 4th. Andy Lees and Jay McCormack briefly there. McCormack ahead out of Chapel. Round the outside goes the 79. Here comes Harry Cook as well. The 3 leaders absolutely together. It's Lewis Thompson who will lead through Stowe. 3rd is Harry Cook now, who's in 4th place in the Stowe Corner. Is it McCormack or Lees? It's McCormack there on the inside. There's Lopez Appleton, Yates, Evans and Wingfield. Lewis Thompson still with the lead. Has Harry Cook got through for 2nd there? No, he hasn't. He's still in 3rd. And then we got 6 of them battling for 4th place, coming down into Club Complex. Jay McCormack has it at the moment. Another 6 cars behind them. Looks like Hoffman has moved to the front of that group into 10th position. Jay McCormack to the inside. He's got a wing hanging loose, holding off Andy Lees. Lees round the outside at Abbey. We don't see that too often. Andy Lees back into 4th place. Next group is headed by Lars Alexander Hoffman now, the German, the defending 270R champion. There's the group for 4th place. And the group for 10th, there's Hoffman, but round the outside goes Matt Shepherd up into 10th place. Behind them, Chris Moore, then Murgatroyd, Harry Landy, and in behind them, I think it's Doug Christie, the number 67. Price, Curtis, Welch, Williams and Metcalf round out the runners in this now 20-car field. We lost Giuseppe Felle, of course. Harry Cook to the inside, he's got 2nd position. Pete Walters has already gone through into the lead. It's all changed down the Wellington Straight. Lewis Thompson, for the first time in this race, is down to 3rd because Harry Cook is through. up into second in the number 9. 4 minutes to go, so we'll get a couple more laps out of this. Coming towards the pit straights. There's the group further back. That's for 10th place. Matt Shepherd ahead of Lars Hoffmann. Here come the leaders. They're weaving about. Still quite wet on the pit straight there into Copse. Here's the fight for 4th. McCormack with that wing hanging loose. David Yates likewise. McCormack to the inside. Gets past Andy Lees once again. And Ben Lopez Appleton was a bit sideways there on the inside. And Harry Cook, has he taken the lead? Yes, he has. Into Maggots. Good move, Harry Cook. He leads for the first time. So could Harry Cook pick up a win here in number 9? He's yet to win this year. Did take a podium in the first race at Knockhill with a 2nd place. 3rd in the championship. Had some good consistent top 5 results this year. 3 wide for the lead. Look at this into Stowe Corner. Lewis Thompson down the inside. Harry Cook will try and outbreak him, and it's anybody's race for 4th place and anybody's for 10th. Look at this, 2 6-car battles and squeezed in the middle there, David Yates. Look at Ben Lopez Appleton round the outside. He's up into 4th place. Late on the brakes there for Stowe Corner, ahead of McCormack now. And Evans to the inside. David Yates got sideways there, coming into the Vale. It's Thompson who's got the lead ahead of Cook and Walters. We'll look back at the 4th place fight. It's Ben Lopez Appleton. Then McCormack leads. Yes, David Yates lost out there. He got sideways coming out of Stowe, so he's at the back of that group now. The next group is headed by Chris Moore. He's got ahead of Lars Hoffmann. The lead is with Harry Cook, number 9. He's got back ahead of Lewis Thompson. You've got to you need 3 pairs of eyes to watch this race with these 3 battles taking place. 3 of them for the lead, 6 for 4th and 6 for 10th. Here's Matt Shepherd ahead of Harry Landy and Doug Christie. That's the back half of that 10th place battle now. There they are. Chris Moore ahead of it, ahead of Hoffmann, Murgatroyd, then Shepherd, Landy and Christie. This is brilliant stuff. There's Chris Welch further back in the number 68 car. We saw him have an off at Village earlier on. Here come the leaders now. Who's going to be leading into Brooklands? It looks like Harry Cook has got the inside. Lewis Thompson in 2nd. Pete Walters down to 3rd. They're going to be coming through to start their final lap this time of this Bilstein Caterham 310R race. What a sensational start to the day here at Silverstone. Up towards the line. 1 lap to go, just over a minute on the clock. There's that 4th place battle swinging its way through. It's Andy Lees that's gone to the front of that now. Over the line, it was Cook ahead of Thompson, but Thompson trying to go around the outside in the Copse, and he's done it. For the win, it's going to be between these 3. It's going to be interesting what happens into Brooklands for the final time. That will be where it's decided, I think. It's Lewis Thompson now who's got the lead back ahead of Harry Cook. 3rd is Pete Walters, maybe just waiting to make his move here. He's not waiting for Harry Cook, he's going side by side with him, almost there through Maggots. Into Beckett, it's Harry Cook who's still got 2nd place, taking a bit of curb on the inside there, Lewis Thompson. Pete Walters, I think he's just biding his time, waiting for the best chance to make his move. Now he's going to go for it down the hanger straight and move past Harry Cook on the outside. Lees is 4th, and it's James Wingfield has come through into 5th place. He's made his move at the right time through that battle. It's a bit like the end of a long distance running race. This is, you have to time your finishing move to perfection. And that's what's and Harry Cook got a bit sideways there, so Pete Walters up into 2nd. Clock about to count down to 0. Up the inside there, that's Thompson into the club complex. He holds the lead. There's tyres squealing. And a spin there, that's why Harry Landy has spun. He's lost his exhaust silencer. That's hanging off. He drags it with him as he rejoins. Another souvenir for the marshals. Here comes Pete Walters then, ready to unleash his finishing move at hopefully the right time. Through Abbey. Here comes Harry Cook though, fighting back as they come towards the left at Farm Corner, then up to Village. Cook a little bit sideways. He's taking risks now. He's sliding the car about. Andy Lees in 4th. Then we've got James Wingfield. I think it's McCormack in behind them. Yes, McCormack is 6th. No, it's Lopez Appleton 6th for not much longer. I don't think he's all over the place there at Village. McCormack behind him. Chris Moore heads the next battle. There's Harry Landy, who's got going again after spinning down at Stowe Corner, has lost his exhaust silencer. He's dragging it with him though. Now into Brooklands, this could be the decisive moment. Lewis Thompson on the inside. What's Pete Walters going to do? He's gone to the outside line, he's going to try and cut in on the exit. I don't think he's going to do it. It looks as though Lewis Thompson may have done enough. We may see them finish side by side. They're coming around towards the checkered flag now in this Caterham 7 310R championship race. Lewis Thompson against Pete Walters for the win. Is it going to be a second win of the weekend for Lewis Thompson? It's between these two. It's going to be Thompson if he makes it through Woodcote okay. Harry Cook behind them here. They come up to the line. Pete Walters tries to move across. They cross the line side by side, and it's Thompson who gets there by 0.072 of a second. A second win of the weekend for Thompson. Cook in third. Lees takes fourth ahead of Wingfield, Lopez, Appleton, Yates, McCormack and Evans as quickly as that. And the next group will come through with Chris Moore in 10th, Hoffman 11th, 12th is Matt Shepherd, 13th for Murgatroyd, 14th Doug Christie. Next through we should see Harry Landy after his spin at Stowe Corner. There he is, dragging the exhaust silencer with him. Look at that. Looks bizarre, doesn't it? Looks like he's got a stabiliser on the car. Next through is the number 22 of Gary Curtis. Henry Williams behind him, then 38 of Jeff Price. Chris Welch and Steve Metcalf will complete the finishers. Of course, we lost Giuseppe Felle on the first lap. An excellent opener for the Caterham 7 310R Championship, sponsored by Bilsheim. What a way to start racing here at Silverstone today, and well done Lewis Thompson. His fourth consecutive win, a double at Knockhill, a double here at Silverstone, but only just 0.072 of a second his winning margin. Pete Walters also gets the point for fastest lap for second place with a 2:36.383 on the last lap of the race there. But Pete Walters will keep his championship lead, I think. We'll confirm the results in full very shortly. Well done Harry Cook, a good effort there, led briefly. Not quite as spectacular as yesterday's race, but still a very entertaining race. There's the result then. Lewis Thompson the winner, only just ahead of Pete Walters with Harry Cook in third. 0.8 of a second covering those three. The huge six-way scrap for fourth place, topped by Andy Lees in the end ahead of James Wingfield. Good run through in the late stages by him. Ben Lopez Appleton sixth ahead of David Yates. Jay McCormack dropping to eighth at the flag ahead of Mike Evans. Then the next group was headed up by Chris Moore in 10th ahead of Lars Alexander Hoffman. That grid penalty hurting him. 12th for Matt Shepherd, Andy Murgatroyd 13th, then Doug Christie and Harry Landy. Car sounding like a tractor around the last lap with that loose exhaust. Finished in 15th. 16th went to the number 22 of Gary Curtis, then Henry Williams, Jeff Price, Chris Welch, Stephen Metcalf, and of course we lost Giuseppe Felle into the gravel exiting club. And what a superb race that was. Well done to Lewis Thompson. Win number 4 already this season. 2 wins for Pete Walters at Donington, 1 for Lars Alexander Hoffman. Pete Walters will keep the championship lead, I would think, though. He got fastest lap in that second race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 310Rs. The cars will head into Parc Fermé very shortly then, and then we'll have a short break in our coverage until the second race of the day, which is for the Caterham 7 UK Championship. We get even quicker. Caterham 7 UK Championship, bespokely built race cars. I'll give you the full spec on those when their race comes up a little later on. William Smith was their winner yesterday. But an excellent opener to the day despite the slightly damp conditions here at Silverstone. We can now hand down to Parc Fermé, where our race interviewer Ian Waterhouse is ready to talk to some of the drivers.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme, and look, it's this man again, Lewis Thompson. He makes it a pair of wins in the 310R. Caterham's here. He must be absolutely delighted. I don't know about you, these Caterhams give me heart palpitations. They're so close racing, isn't it? Let's grab it very quickly. Just been handed a bottle of water. Oh, sorry. Lewis, congratulations. We've really got to stop meeting like this, haven't we? Because people will start talking. A pair of wins, you must be delighted this weekend.
Yeah, made up. Yeah, it's just, I wasn't expecting that this weekend, I'll be honest. I expected it to be, 10 car battles at the front, anyone with a chance of winning, and yeah, just managed to bring it home again today. I think the setup changed before the race worked, but I think we went out on a dryish setup, and obviously was hoping it dried out a bit more, but the track was just so greasy, so it was so difficult just to even put the power down anyway, so it was hard to keep up with Pete and Harry, but yeah, just managed to bring it home. It was brilliant. So yeah, I'd just like to say thank you again to everyone, sponsors, Ling, Westwood, Hills, I know, just everyone that's, Pinnacle as well, and everyone that supports me as well as the team, DW, and obviously my mum and dad again. But yeah, thank you so much, and hopefully a few more at Brands Hatch next time out.
Lewis, well done, mate. Congratulations. Fantastic stuff there, Pete. Another podium, but it was very close again, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I'll let you get your mask on.
Yeah, cracking race. We went slightly different on setup at the beginning. I saw them sneak a bar on, and I thought, well, we'll see how these play out. But actually, I think they were so close. It was just down to some tyres then.
It was. I mean, you held the lead sort of for the first half of the race, but there's no getting away in these Caterhams, is there?
No. And these are formidable. They're great guys to race against. Full respect to Lewis. It was a good race.
On to Brandstone next week. Get him next time, yeah?
Home race.
Here you go. Cheers. Lovely stuff, Pete Walters there. Let's grab Harry Cooks. Of course, Harry, we spoke to you just in the assembly area as well. You got up to third. Congratulations. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy, but I need to start getting wins under my belt. But I got held up in the pack, and then I think I was lucky to catch these guys. And then I was kind of a wet setup, so my tyres got a bit hot near the end. But then I tried to go for it, but they just held me off. So.
Well, what's the strategy like on the last lap? Do you actually want to be in the lead coming over to start the last lap, or was it beneficial to be second even?
A track like this, you don't want to be in first and last lap, especially with the hanger straight. You're just going to get people coming past you, so you've got to plan it almost so you're sitting in second in the last lap, which is difficult. Yeah.
Well done, Harry. Congratulations on to Brands next year. Well done. And that's your top three then. Congratulations to, of course, Lewis Thompson, who's made it a pair of wins in the Caterham 310Rs. That's actually it now for the 310R category for the Caterhams, but we've got plenty more action to bring you today as well. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard who'll take you through the results.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. We've already brought you the full and confirmed results of that race. We now take a short break from the action before we rejoin at around 11:20 with our next race. We've got some qualifying taking place at the moment. Race 7 of the weekend will be for the Caterham 7 UK Championship over 20 minutes. Then the 270R category comes up after that over around 25 minutes. After that, we have the first of our Brit Car races today, the Brit Car Goodyear Endurance Championship, the trophy category racing today. We've got BMWs, Porsches, Ginettas and lots more. Big capacity grids for them, a 50-minute race with a pit stop. After that, we have later on the Caterham 7 UK Championship have their third race of the weekend. It's the road sports category, and then the Caterham Academy for novice racers before Brit Car have their second Endurance Championship trophy category race at the end of the day. Another 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop and some pit stop success penalties as well of a few extra seconds for those who finish in the top three of their class in the first race. Qualifying taking place then. We'll rejoin you at about 11:20 to resume action here at Silverstone. Hope you've enjoyed the action so far, and we'll be back on air at around 11:20 with the Caterham 7 UK Championship.
Right, hello everybody, welcome down to Assembly Area. It's almost time for the Caterham 7 UK Championship race. As we can see, they're all lining up and almost ready to go. The second race, of course, of the weekend. Let's go down for a little walk and catch up with some of the drivers. We had a lot of fun yesterday, didn't we? We certainly did. Let's grab a word with this man, Henry Heaton. Henry, how are you doing, my friend? It was quite a strong race from you yesterday.
Yeah, it was a hell of a driving though, I say so myself. Starting at 10th with quite a few cars ahead of you to finish then second. I think it was a nose cone in it at the end. It was a good race yesterday, but it's a completely different story. All that's in the past. Completely new conditions today, wet track. So yeah, we'll see what today brings, and it's a lot nicer to be having no cars ahead of you as opposed to 9.
It's a bit unpredictable as well, I think, isn't it? This weather, these clouds, they could rain on us any second, couldn't they?
Absolutely, yeah. I was looking at the weather radars, and I think everyone had their eyes on that before the race, you know. But who knows? You can flip a coin. It could pour down. It could say it is as it is. But yeah.
Well, I know you. Come rain, wind or shine, you're always at the sharp end of the grid. Best of luck for the race, Henry. Thanks for talking to us. Let's move down a little bit, shall we? Spoke to Gordon and Stephen yesterday as well. So let's just move a little bit further on, shall we? And grab a quick word with the Pink Panther over here. That's my new name for it anyway. I don't know whether it actually is. We've got Alex Jordan up here. Let's grab a quick word with Alex. How are we doing, guys? Alex, how are we? I've nicknamed this car the Pink Panther. I hope that's okay with you.
That's perfectly okay with me.
How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Right, I went pretty well in quali in the wet, so I've got my fingers crossed.
Yeah.
But it's a bit of a dice rolling exercise. Goodness knows what's going to happen come the first corner. So,
who knows?
Get through that.
Keep it on. Keep it safe.
Out of what's left.
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Yeah. The Pink Panther there. Off we go. Let's just grab one other word. Let's grab Rob Watts as he's over here, because it is almost time for the race. I haven't got long left to go.
He wasn't there, that was the pole position man.
Oh, is he here? Is he? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, we're just actually we are going to go grab a quick word up here. I do believe Mr. William Smith up here. Let's grab a quick word. Of course, they have the Super Pole here, don't they, as well? He's right here. Sorry, guys. Last few minute chats. Let's listen in, shall we? Let's see if we can listen in. Hive of activity down here in the assembly area here. William, it was we didn't really get a chance to properly chat yesterday. Of course, qualifying was fantastic in the Super Pole. What can you do in this race?
Well, it's going to be really hard. There's a lot of quick drivers on this grid. Conditions are going to be very tricky. The track actually feels a lot worse as it dries, before it dries. Yeah. So with this tyre, we'd prefer full rain. But everyone's in the same situation. We've had really good pace all weekend, so I think with a bit of luck, we can bring it home.
You say there's a lot of quick drivers behind you and around you. You're also one of them too, though, don't forget.
Thank you very much, yeah. No, it's nice to be racing amongst them. They are all very good, so to be on pole is brilliant.
Fantastic, congratulations, best of luck for the race as well. Right, I'm going to hand back to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through this action-packed race. You won't want to miss it, and the best thing is you don't have to. Enjoy.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Ready for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship, the grid based on the finishing order of the first race they had yesterday, and it is number 27 William Smith, who we just heard from, in pole position alongside number 10 of Henry Heaton. 91 Gordon Sawyer and 46 Steve Nuttall, the championship leader coming into this weekend on row 2. Row 3, number 66 Jake Swan-Dixon, and number 19 the CEO of Caterham Cars, Graham McDonald. On row 4, 77 Rob Watts, and number 80 Alex Jordan. Row 5 is number 12 of Chris Aubrey alongside 25 of Neil Fraser. The 6th row, 88 Tom Allen, and number 34 of Ian Sparshot completing the 6th row. Row 7, number 3 James Murphy alongside 78 of Chris Hutchinson. The back of the grid, 21 Johnny Jarrett and 64 Tom Eden. He failed to finish yesterday's race. Hopefully he's there on the grid. 16 cars. These are the fastest cars run by the Works Caterham Cars setup. Full race cars, these ones. The others closely linked, the Academy, Road Sport and 270R and 310R cars. But these machines are quite different. Full race specification, powered by 2-litre Ford Duratec engines, 180 brake horsepower with sequential 6-speed gearboxes, limited slip differentials, and dedicated Avon tyres as well. Full race suspension, minimum weight of 635 kilos, including the driver. We had a fantastic four-way slipstreaming battle at the front of the field yesterday, won by William Smith, the garage owner from Suffolk. He's had a lot of bad luck so far this season, so it was great to see him get his first win of the year. Up to the grid then, the fastest Caterhams here this weekend, the Avon tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship, second race of the weekend for them. This will be a 20-minute race. 27, William Smith in pole position, yesterday's winner, the grid based on yesterday's results. Number 10, the almost turquoise coloured car there. Number 10 is Henry Heaton alongside him. Second in the championship, had a couple of wins last time out at Knockhill. On the second row of the grid, Gordon Sawyer in the yellow and black, number 91, the Irish-born racer. And starting alongside him is number 46, Stephen Nuttall. In the black car on the left there, the championship leader, long-time Caterham racer. Jake Swan-Dixon in the white, number 66, on row 3 alongside the black and green, number 19 of Graham McDonald, the boss of Caterham, the CEO of Caterham Cars. Let's see if he can get his first win in this category here. Green flag waves at the back of the field then. This will be a 20-minute race. Brilliant slipstreaming among 4 cars for the lead yesterday. Let's see if that happens again here. Waiting for the red lights to come on, and then we will be underway as soon as they go out with the Avon tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship. Off they go, and down towards Copse Corner for the first time. William Smith, the pole sitter, makes a good start. Henry Heaton tucks in behind. It's Gordon Sawyer in third place. We've had quite a cloudburst in the hour or so before this race. It's very slippery out there. The rain has abated somewhat now, but it is still very, very tricky indeed out there, so they'll be taking it easy in the first couple of laps. 27, William Smith leads the way into the Maggots and Beckett's complex for the first time. Good start by Graham McDonald up into fourth place behind Gordon Sawyer. Henry Heaton, that beautiful chrome turquoise liveried car, in second place. They're all through the first four or so corners okay. Alex Jordan there side by side with Rob Watts in the 80. The Pink Panther. Solid scrub of Caterham's. Gordon Sawyer going for the outside line into Stowe Corner. Can he get into the lead here? I think William Smith's going to hang on. No, Sawyer late on the brakes. I said they might be taking it easy in the first couple of laps. They're not. Gordon Sawyer with a big lunge around the outside, and I think he's made it stick on the outside there, ahead of Graham McDonald, who also took that outside line. Yes, they're up into first and second places. William Smith goes down to third, and it's Gordon Sawyer, number 91, fifth in the championship. He's had 2 wins already this year, one at Donington Park, one at Knockhill in Scotland, but he's not been as consistent in his results elsewhere, so he's down in 5th place in the championship. This will move him up the points table if he can win here. William Smith side by side with McDonald for second. Graham McDonald, the boss, holds second place. Then we've got Nuttall, Swan-Dixon, and Henry Heaton is down to 6th. He must have made a bit of a mess of Stowe Corner. You can see how damp it is out there as they start to slip and slide. So William Smith looking to fight back here, but a great first lap by Gordon Sawyer in car number 91, who's moved up the Caterham ladder over the last few years. He was in that slipstreaming battle yesterday along with championship leader Stephen Nuttall. Let's see if he can start to move up. It's Sawyer from McDonald's. They head down the Wellington Straight, side by side for third. Nuttall trying to get through on the inside of William Smith. I think he's done it. Henry Heaton up into 5th. There's Jake Swan-Dixon in 6th. Rob Watts is next in the order, ahead of Chris Aubrey, I think it is, who's come through. Gordon Sawyer running wide into Luffield there. This could be McDonald's chance to take the lead. They've all made it round the first lap without any major incident. There's Tom Eden at the back, the yellow car, failed to finish yesterday. Battling it out there with the number 78 of Chris Hutchinson, but it is Gordon Sawyer who has the lead as they complete the opening lap. You can see the amount of spray on the pit straight there. Nuttall is up to third, so William Smith, the pole sitter, has gone down into 4th place. Chris Aubrey battling it out with the Pink Panther, who runs wide over the curve there, the Alex and Holmes car of Alex Jordan. It's Gordon Sawyer just holding on ahead of Graham McDonald, just clips the curb there on the inside at Maggots. This is good stuff. Graham McDonald, who like many started his career in the academy, in his own Caterham Academy. Nuttall, then Smith. The rest of them go charging through. Watch for Neil Fraser, number 25. He used to race powerboats, so he'll be going well in these wet conditions. Graham McDonald to the outside. Is he going to take the lead here into Stowe Corner, the black and green number 19? Depends who's going to be later on the brakes. It is Gordon Sawyer. He's very daring into that section of road. See, it's still very wet down there, and McDonald cuts back to the inside. I think he's just about done enough to get through there. A wall of spray behind them. And the leaders will probably start to pull away because, Sawyer back up the inside as I interrupt myself there. He retakes McDonald into the club complex. William Smith is back up into third. He's got ahead of Stephen Nuttall. Then it's Heaton under fire from Jake Swan-Dixon in the number 66 car. Oh, Jake Swan-Dixon, I think, should be used to wet conditions because he lives on a houseboat, according to the notes I've got here. So used to being on the water. William Smith, the ex-Academy and Caterham Supersport champion, trying to fight back in the 27 car. They're up towards the Wellington Straight next to. This is the second of 3 races for these cars this weekend. This is great stuff so far. Waiting for them to head over the rise on the Wellington Straight under the bridge, which gives access to the paddock. And then it'll be down into the left-hander at Brooklands. It was Gordon Sawyer and Graham McDonald battling for the lead. They're still there. Smith in third, then Nuttall, Swan-Dixon, Heaton. Rob Watts in the Dayglow yellow, number 77 there, trying to make a move. Stunning looking cars in this field, the fastest Caterhams in the country. Gordon Sawyer continues to lead. Again, he goes wide, looking for grip into left field. William Smith has a look on the inside. Doesn't make any progress from there. If anything, it's a bit drier on that outside line, I think. Chris Aubrey a bit sideways through there. He's ahead of the 25 of Neil Fraser. The 34, which is Ian Sparshots, I think, is next in the order. Sawyer led over the line by a quarter of a second. Third place, William Smith. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:35.104. Henry Heaton trying to fight back, didn't have the best first lap. He's down in 6th place from second on the grid. Number 3 as well on the move, that's James Murphy now into the top 10. He slipped down the order in yesterday's race. Conditions still very treacherous out there. The rain's still coming down. It is pouring down again out there. This is going to be a real struggle the rest of this race. Well, it wouldn't be Silverstone if we didn't have an absolute cloud burst at some point. It seems to happen at every meeting here. How can they see where they're going? We can't even see the cars there as they come down Hanger Straights. This is treacherous. William Smith goes for the inside. It is still Gordon Sawyer who leads the way in the 91. Look at the spray as they head through Stowe Corner. The track is almost underwater. But this is Silverstone. It could be dry again in 5 laps. There's surely no way these drivers can see where they're going back in the pack there, but it's not slowing them down. Sawyer leads it from McDonald, Smith, Nuttall in 4th, Jake Swan-Dixon is 5th, then Henry Heaton, Alex Jordan, Rob Watts, the number 3 of James Murphy next in the order. They're all still running, they're all keeping in a pack together so they can hang on to the car in front of them, I think, through Abbey Curve. No, this is impossible, you can't have close racing in this, sadly. No, you can hardly see which car is which. Goodness knows what it's like for the drivers in their crash helmets. Gordon Sawyer somehow is continuing to lead. He's got the best deal here. He's out in front. Our camera crew's struggling to see the action there as well. And spare a thought for the volunteer marshals and everybody else out there as well, braving the conditions. Here they come down the Wellington Straight. Sawyer from Smith now in 2nd, McDonald down to 3rd, Stephen Nuttall number 46 under fire for 4th place from Jake Swan-Dixon. Gordon Sawyer runs wide again. He's running wider every lap there, maybe pushing a little bit too hard, and William Smith, the garage owner from Suffolk, able to close in. Jake Swan-Dixon having a go at Stephen Nuttall there for 4th. Coming into this weekend, it was Nuttall who led the championship. He's had 2 wins this year. Henry Heaton 2nd. James Murphy is 3rd in the points. He had a win at Donington at the opening weekend of the season. Henry Heaton took 2 wins at Knockhill. The other winner has been Gordon Sawyer. He's had 1 win at each of the opening 2 weekends of the season, looking for win number 3 this season. Couldn't even see the cars as they headed out of our sight from Copse there. Track is almost fully underwater now. William Smith, though, is not slowing down. He's attacking Gordon Sawyer for the lead. McDonald third. Swan Dixon's got past Stephen Nuttall up to fourth. Then Heaton, Jordan, Murphy, and Rob Watts is ninth. Chris Aubrey rounding out the top 10. There's a river running across the track under the bridge there on the Hanger Straits. Here they come. Down towards the right-hander at Stowe Corner. William Smith takes the inside. Gordon Sawyer on the outside. These Avon wet weather tyres certainly working perfectly. See the tracks left by Gordon Sawyer. He's running so much wider than everybody else. Round the right-hander at Club, and William Smith getting a bit crossed up there. Is he pushing a bit too hard? Graham McDonald could close back up again. Avoiding that lake on the inside there on the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straights. Graham McDonald briefly thinks about a move there, but overtaking is impossible in these conditions. If you go offline, you're just going to hit a flood. We've got 10.5 minutes of this race still to go, so we're coming up to halfway. There's a little bit of blue sky breaking through the clouds now, so maybe things are going to clear up again. Like I said, this is Silverstone. You get all types of weather in the space of a single 20-minute race sometimes. Coming down the Wellington Straight, it is still Gordon Sawyer, number 91, who has got the lead. Here comes William Smith. He's closing up on Sawyer, maybe trying to force him into a mistake. They come through Brooklands, swing their way into the right at Luffield again. Sawyer out on the wide line. It's working for him, though. The Irish-born racer, now based in Sussex. Third place is still Graham McDonald, based in Caterham in Surrey, where these cars are made. Here they come along the horrifically wet pit straights. Very, very brave drivers indeed. And of course, these cars haven't got headlights either. All with their rain lights on. That's all you can see through the murk there, through the spray. All 16 cars still running. Neil Fraser has dropped to the back of the field. Maybe he should have brought his powerboat with him, as Gordon Sawyer all over the place there through Maggots and Beckett's. Needs to be really careful here. They're sliding all over the place. William Smith in second. Third is Graham McDonald. The sky, if anything, is getting lighter, so maybe the conditions are going to slowly start to improve. We can hope. Somebody has just spun at the back of the field. Didn't see who it was. There's Rob Watts. Now he's side by side with the 34 of Ian Sparshot's further back. He's dropped down the order. In fact, maybe it was Rob Watts who spun briefly there. Somebody else running wide. That's James Murphy in the number 3 at Stowe Corner. Here come the leaders, and down at this end of the circuit you can see the visibility has cleared a little. Because it's such a big circuit, it's a large site, Silverstone, it can be raining on one side and sunny on the other side of the circuit. Yeah, I think Rob Watts is the car that's dropped back. There he is in the background. Maybe it was him who had a quick spin at Copse Corner. Have a look at his lap time next time through. Through they go. There's Jake Swan Dixon, number 66. Could say he's taken the water like a swan in this one. It's ahead of Stephen Nuttall, who's leading the points coming into this weekend. I think Nuttall's got back ahead of Swan Dixon there. Actually, yes, the black car is ahead as they come back into sight. Henry Heaton having a quiet race. He's down to 7th now. Number 3 could be worth watching. That is James Murphy. He's going well. Fastest lap of the race has been done by William Smith, 2:35.104. It's still Gordon Sawyer, number 91, who leads. McDonald is now in second place. So they come through the murk there. William Smith is back down into third. It's Nuttall in fourth. Again, Sawyer goes out wide. It seems to be working better for him. He's the only one who can make that outside line work. Smith takes the inside, then it's Nuttall back up into fourth. Swan Dixon is fifth. James Murphy now up into sixth. He's running well. Less under 7 minutes, so a few to go on the timing, so a few more laps to go yet. Down to Copse. Gap for the lead was just over half a second that time through. There is Nuttall. Back ahead of Jake Swan-Dixon. There's the white car in 5th. Gordon Sawyer snaking about there, under braking through Maggots and Beckett's. Just keeping a cool head here. William Smith in 3rd. Stephen Nuttall in 4th, being closed down again by the 66, Jake Swan-Dixon. Murphy 6th, Heaton 7th, Alex Jordan in the Pink Panther is there. Oh, and a spin there. I think that's Graham McDonald that's gone. Look out, James Murphy. Goodness me, that was close. He's right on the racing line there coming out of Chapel. That's Graham McDonald, who was 2nd. He must have got a wheel onto the curb on the outside and has spun round. He's getting going again. Somebody else just avoided him there. That was a scary moment coming through Chapel Corner. James Murphy was very lucky not to blitz into the spun car of Graham McDonald. So Gordon Sawyer now with a clear lead. It's William Smith in 2nd. Stephen Nuttall is up to 3rd. It's Jake Swan-Dixon 4th. Murphy is 5th, although he may need to pit for a change of underwear this time around after that moment. 6th place is Henry Heaton. It's Alex Jordan up to 7th. Now where's Graham McDonald rejoined? So I'll pick him up in a moment. There is Gordon Sawyer, taking it so carefully. It's the only thing you can do in a car like this, in conditions like this. So the 5 minutes to go. So they'll get a couple more laps out of this. Try and pick up where Graham McDonald has rejoined. There he is, behind... there's a couple of places ahead of Rob Watts, so he's down to about 11th or 12th place there. It's a great shame for Graham, he was on for a podium. Here comes our leader, down towards Brooklands once again, Gordon Sawyer. Those Avon wet tyres working perfectly for him. It's clear of William Smith in 2nd place, and again takes the outside line through Luffield, just keeping it steady here in the EVM sponsored car. Look at the water running across the pit straight here at Silverstone. Reminds me of an FIA GT race I attended here in the 90s. It was so wet even the safety car was aquaplaning. It was a McLaren F1 that won that day. I think the race had to be stopped early in the end because of the conditions, but this one isn't going to be. These Caterham racers are certainly tough. Graham McDonald is down to 10th place. So he's rejoined 10th behind Chris Hutchinson and Tom Allen into the top 10 now in number 88. He's yet to score a point this season, so looking for a decent finish here. The lead gap was 2.9 seconds, just under 3 seconds at the end of the previous lap for Gordon Sawyer. William Smith coming under a bit of pressure now from Stephen Nuttall for 2nd place. 4th, Jake Swan-Dixon. He wants to go on the podium. Through to Stowe Corner they come. William Smith holds the place. There is Nuttall in the black car. Jake Swan-Dixon in 4th place and running well. Failed to score at Donington, only picked up a few points at Knockhill. He's down in 12th in the championship, so looking for his first podium of the season. Gordon Sawyer looking for his 3rd win. William Smith looking for his 2nd. He had no luck in the first round at Donington. Was there or thereabouts at Knockhill, but finally came good yesterday with his first win in the Caterham 7 UK Championship this year. Towards Abbey, they splash their way through. Can Stephen Nuttall put 2nd place man Smith under pressure? That blue sky moving across, so it is, I think, going to dry up again slowly but surely. Sawyer from Smith, Nuttall, Swan-Dixon. It's James Murphy 5th. Henry Heaton in 6th. A quiet race for Henry. Had a couple of wins at Knockhill. Smith now starting to come under pressure from Stephen Nuttall for 2nd place. Through Brooklands. The gap was 2.96 seconds to Gordon Sawyer last time through. They're starting their last lap this time. So this will be an 8-lap race. See what the gap is over the line this time. Through goes Gordon Sawyer. Here comes William Smith. 3.7 seconds is the gap, so he's gained about 0.8 of a second in the lead that time through. Gordon Sawyer just got to keep a cool head for this last lap. It's going to be a third win of the season for the number 91 car. Stephen Nuttall in third, looking to try and preserve his championship lead. Still weaving about. That's where that car doesn't seem as strong. Through Maggots and Beckett's Gordon Sawyer. Maybe that's just the wettest part of the track. Still hammering down at Stowe Corner as they come through for the last time. William Smith is not going to be able to attack Gordon Sawyer here because he's starting to have to defend from Stephen Nuttall for second place. These cars do have another race later on, of course. James Murphy is closing on Jake Swan-Dixon. In fact, his last lap was 1.5 seconds quicker than the car ahead of him, so he could take fourth place at the end of the race here. Hasn't caught him just yet. There they are, the white car, the orange and black car, fourth and fifth. Sawyer is pulling away. He's heading for victory. Can William Smith hold second place in his copper-coloured car? Certainly Gordon Sawyer proving the Rainmaster here at Silverstone today. It's going to be a clear win for the number 91 car. As the pack heads through. Graham McDonald, incidentally, has climbed back up to 8th place. He's got past Tom Allen and Chris Hutchinson. I don't think he'll catch Alex Jordan, though. He's about 3 seconds up the road. Coming into the final corners then, it's going to be a win for Gordon Sawyer. He's the Rainmaster here at Silverstone today. Through Luffield for the last time. He won twice up in Scotland. It's going to be a win here at Silverstone today. The checkered flag is at the ready. Win number 3 of the season for Gordon Sawyer. Punches the air as he crosses the line. William Smith will just hold off Stephen Nuttall by 0.09 of a second to take second place. They finish nose to tail. Fourth is Jake Swan-Dixon. He holds off James Murphy. They're in the spray there somewhere. And coming through for 6th, it's going to be Henry Heaton. There he is, just holding back Alex Jordan, who only just by 0.06 of a second beat Graham McDonald to the line. Good recovery, Graham. Tom Allen 9th, Chris Hutchinson 10th. John Jarrett's getting ahead of Ian Sparshott on the last lap there for 11th as well. Then Tom Eaton in 13th. Rob Watts dropped to 14th. Chris Aubrey and Neil Fraser completing the finishes. Main thing is everyone went the distance without incident there. And Gordon Sawyer, the Rainmaster, takes the victory. So full credit to all the drivers there in impossible racing conditions. No slipstreaming this time because they couldn't see to do it, I would imagine. So win number 3 of the season for Gordon Sawyer. I did say he'd won twice at Knock Hill, but it was one at Donington, one at Knock Hill. Apologies there. It's Henry Heaton who got the other two wins at Knock Hill. We'll check the results of that one then. The win goes to Gordon Sawyer by 3.3 seconds in the end, ahead of William Smith, who just beat Stephen Nuttall to the line by 0.09 of a second. Jake Swan-Dixon fourth, ahead of James Murphy, who just avoided that spinning car midway through. Sixth place for Henry Heaton, just ahead of Alex Jordan, who just beat the recovering Graham McDonald by a few thousandths of a second for seventh. Tom Allen was ninth, ahead of Chris Hutchinson. Then Johnny Jarrett in 11th place, ahead of Ian Sparshott in the number 34. 13th was Tom Eden from the back of the grid. Then Watts 14th, Aubrey 15th, and Neil Fraser, number 25, was the final finisher. 38 seconds covered the field. They all stuck together in a pack and played it safe by and large through that one in the Avon tyres. Caterham 7 UK Championship, second race out of 3 this weekend. Their third race is coming up after the lunch break at around 2:45 this afternoon. Once again, full credits to our camera crews, full credits to the volunteer marshals and everybody else here at Silverstone. It cannot have been pleasant being in the downpour during that race. It really came down very hard. It is still hammering down here at Silverstone. Great shame, but some would say typical Silverstone weather. We'll hopefully be able to hand down shortly to Parc Ferme and hear from some of the drivers in that one. So we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse and his team down in the pits to hear from some of the drivers.
Right, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. It's this man, Gordon Assoy. He just revved the engine with happiness and excitement. We've got William Smith up there as well as Stephen Nuttall. That is your top 3 as they come in. We're going to grab a word with him very, very shortly. It's a bit strange because actually reversed the cars in. We almost got run over a couple of times yesterday. Let's go grab a word with Gordon as he gets himself out. Look at this, a very, very happy man indeed. He's just going to go say hello to his team. Whilst he's doing that, he is here. Let's go grab a word with Gordon, because he's a happy man indeed. He's just going to congratulate with his team, of course. We'll let him do that. Gordon, you look a little bit happy. I can't imagine why.
Yeah, I think this pace is a bit better than yesterday's pace, so I'm a bit happier today.
By Caterham terms, that was a mammoth margin over the line.
And I think I just had great consistency today, which is what got me. Obviously got the lead quite early on. There was a lot of puddle dodging out there.
Yeah.
A lot of puddles, a lot of
It's still raining now, isn't it? The hardest of conditions, I imagine.
Yeah, the last 10 minutes was just trying to keep out the puddles.
Yeah.
And then basically just don't touch the football at all.
I can see it means a lot though. The way you came in, you revved the engine in the light, come on.
Broke my drive shaft.
Oh no, I know.
I tried to do a little spin, but didn't work.
Never mind.
Try again later on.
Congratulations, well done, late. Catch up with your team. Let's grab a quick word with William again. William, congratulations. I know you want to say your congrats to all the other drivers as well, but very difficult conditions, isn't it? He just got away in the end.
Extremely difficult conditions. I sort of thought the track was going to dry out, so we went a slightly different way with the setup, but I'm still delighted with second.
Yeah.
Really tough race, treacherous conditions, and if you went offline, the wheels would spin up and you had a lot of oversteer, and you're looking in your rearview mirror. So to come away with a second is great news.
Fantastic, well done, Will Smith there as well. I'm trying to find Stephen. There's Stephen. He's just a lovely livery, by the way. We had a chat with Stephen yesterday, actually, didn't we? Let's quickly grab Stephen if we can. He's just having it. Stephen, oh, there you are. Congratulations, by the way. Third place. Very difficult conditions, though, isn't it?
Yeah, extremely challenging. I had a few mechanical issues in terms of the visor steaming up as well, which given the spray on the straights, you had that to not being able to see out the visor.
Can we get those little windscreen wipers maybe for your visors?
Yeah, a demister system or something, yeah. But that made it doubly challenging. So yeah, visibility was bad, but then towards the end it was ponding up and there was pools of water. And Graham, he was running really well. Graham spun off down Hanger Straight, so we're all trying to keep an eye on where those puddles were building and just sort of avoid them as best we can while still trying to have a race type thing. So
well, you brought it home. You brought it home on a podium as well.
Yeah.
Nice little trophy behind you there. Lovely. There you go. Right, fantastic stuff. That's the Caterham 7 UK Championship. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. We'll have a look at the schedule for the rest of our coverage today. We've just had the Caterham 7 UK Championship. There's a short break coming up next before our next event, which is coming up at about 12:30, all being well. The Caterham 7 270R Championship, racing over 25 minutes. Then we have our first Brit car action of the day, the Goodyear Brit Car Endurance Championship Trophy category. We've got BMWs, Porsches, Ginettas and much more out in that one. That's a 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop and many cars with driver changes. After that will be the lunch break, and then we will see the Caterham 7 UK Championship back out at around 2:45 p.m. for their third race of the weekend, the cars we've just seen. Then it's the Caterham Road Sport Championship, the less powerful cars, and then the Caterham Academy, the novices, will go racing at around 4:30, all newcomers to motorsport this year. And we close out the day with the Goodyear Brit Car Endurance Championship Trophy category, another 50-minute race with mandatory pit stops. So we're going to take a short break from our action now before our next race at around 12:30 p.m. Thanks a lot for watching, everyone, so far, and hope you've enjoyed the action. Sorry about the weather. We'll be back underway at Silverstone at around 12:30.
Well, hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area, and the sun has come out as well. I've had to take my rain jacket off. How nice is that? What's even nicer though is we've got another Caterham race to bring you. It's the 270Rs. Let's go through a walk and a chat with some of the drivers. We've got Tom with us over here. Grab a quick word with Tom.
Sure.
Tom, how are you doing? Certainly slightly different conditions than yesterday.
It is indeed, yeah. Haven't driven this track in the wet before, so the green flag lap's going to be an interesting time just to learn where the grip is.
How much can you learn during that green flag lap?
Quite a bit, I think. Obviously the fast corners might be a bit tricky, so we won't be going at full speed, but you know, the grippy line tends to be offline, so I'll just take that as a basis to start with.
Fantastic. Best of luck
for
the race, Tom. We will be watching, of course. So let's have a quick chat with Harry Eyre as well, shall we, Harry? Putting your gloves on there, getting ready for this one. Different conditions. Do you like a little bit of grease out on the track and a bit of moisture?
Yeah, I like the wet, but I've gambled for a wet setup, so if the sun stays out, I'll be hopefully I can fight for the win today.
It's going to be fun, it's going to be exciting. It's always such close racing, isn't it, Harry? Well, best of luck for the race. Enjoy it, won't you? We certainly will.
Cheers.
Thank you. Let's keep moving back a little bit, shall we, as well. There's Chris Ephraimidis there. We've got Fraser Jones over here as well. Let's grab a quick word with Fraser if we can. Fraser, how are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, good, feeling good. Good start, position of 5, and quite like the wet conditions, so hopefully it's all to play for today.
So you're going that way in the race? Is that what you're doing? You're
Absolutely,
going forward?
going that way. It's only one way to go.
Keep an eye on Fraser. There we go. The lights on board has just gone on, but let's just keep going down a little bit further on, shall we? We've got Stephen Lyle over here as well, Tim Steele, Dan Clayfan as well. I wanted to grab a quick word. Dan Clayfan, here he is, Dan.
Hello.
Well, I spoke to you earlier actually in the Parc Fermé for one of the other Caterham series. Now it's your turn. How are you feeling?
I'm excited because I do like the wet. Doesn't mean I'm any good at it, but I do like it. But yeah, it's always nice to get in the car. Hopefully we're going to have a nice clean race. Hopefully the points right off the track. But that's the stuff. The wet does mess things up for a lot of people.
It's going to mix it up, and it's going to be great for us to watch. I'm going to let you crack on anyway. Dan, thanks so much. Best of luck for the race. The boards are starting to go up. I think the race ahead of us is just about to finish up as well. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who's going to take you through the action here.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Getting ready then for our next race here at Silverstone, the Caterham 7 270R Championship. We'll take a look at the grid in just a second. Grid based on the results of yesterday's race, and in pole position it is number 81 of Tom Willis. Alongside him, the championship leader, 34, Blair McConaughey. The second row, 55, Harry Eyre. He got fastest lap in yesterday's race alongside Chris Ephraimidis, the Greek-born driver in number 27. On row 3, 14, Fraser Jones and 72 of Stuart Bell. Row 4 is number 5, Stephen Lyle and 11, Carl Jones. The fifth row, 53, Tim Steele and 73 of Dan Clayfan. Row 6 is Darryl Cresswell in number 8 and 56 David Morgan. Row 7, 33, which is Ryan Errol, and 43 Alan Curtis. The 8th row, 30 Roger Gaunt and 94 Stefano Mara. Row 9, 40 Paul Farrell and 19 of Luke Fryer. Then behind the first 9 rows on the grid, row number 10, we will have number 31 John Cox alongside 18 of Mark Lovett. John Cox finished with a bit of damage in yesterday's race, hopefully he's repaired. Row 11, 77 Ollie Smith and 69 Stephen Hutchinson. 12th row is number 12 Demetrius Melas and 48 Richard Hoare. They hit problems in yesterday's race. 38 Wes Payne failed to finish yesterday, as did 13 of Duncan Cook. There on row 13. The 14th row, 64 Paul Herndon and 52 Peter Wales. And at the back of the field, 99 Michael Curley and number 9 Rob Keogh. Now number 9 of Rob Keogh has been penalised to the back of the grid. He was involved in a collision with Wes Payne yesterday, was judged by the clerk of the course to be at fault, and he was removed from yesterday's results, but he failed to finish anyway and has been penalised to the back of the grid for today. And Rob is actually second in the championship at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see how Rob Keogh comes through here. Well, yesterday it was a win for number 81 Tom Willis, although he's not registered for points in the championship. He's a guest driver, so the top score went to Blair McConaughey. the points leader, all the way from Aberdeen to race here this weekend. The Caterham 270R Championship, sponsored by Motul. This is effectively the third rung on the ladder of Caterham Racing. Basically upgraded road sport cars. They've got stiffer springs and suspension dampers, wider track front suspension, the windscreens and lights removed, and more track orientated Avon ZZS tyres as well for better grip and handling, give it a more race car experience. Powered by 1600cc Ford Sigma engines, upgraded to 135 brake horsepower. The road sports are 125. 5-speed gearbox, Avon ZZS tyres, track suspension as we've already mentioned, open differential. Very entertaining to race. We saw a massive slipstreaming battle. I could not keep up with yesterday's race at all. We get ready to go. Caterham Racing once again here at Silverstone. Blair McConaughey, the points leader, coming into this weekend. It's taken 3 wins so far this season. It's 1 at Donington, 2 at Knockhill. Was the top scorer yesterday, as I just mentioned, despite finishing second to Tom Willis, a non-point scorer. Harry Eyre, he got fastest lap in yesterday's race. It was a great fight between those 3 at the front. There is a friendly rivalry between Tom Willis and Blair McConaughey. Tom beats Blair to both the Academy and Road Sport Championships over the last couple of years. The other winner this season at Donington was Will Rossetti, number 29. He's not out this weekend. It's Blair McConaughey who led the points coming into this weekend ahead of Keogh, who starts from the back in this one, assuming his car is repaired after colliding with Wes Payne at Copse Corner yesterday. Harry Eyre is third in the points, Will Rossetti fourth, although we know he's not here. Rounding out the top 5 is number 11 of Carl Jones. Previous race for the mixed saloon cars, just ending their race by the look of things. Got a BMW stopped on the Hamilton Straights there. We'll be ready to go in just a moment as soon as the circuit is clear for the Caterham 270R Championship, a 25-minute race. The conditions have cleared up once again. We said it wouldn't take long. So there'll be a pause here. 1 or 2 cars to be picked up from around the circuit from the saloon car race that's just taken place. Watch out for Stephen Lyle as well, number 5. That's the black car on the extreme left of your picture. He, I think he missed the opener at Donington, but he was in the top 5 at Knockhill. Got some good results yesterday as well. Number 72, which is driven at this one by Stuart Bell. That's the pink car with the Dayglow yellow roll cage. No mistaking that car. I think he swapped cars actually with Luke Fryer, number 19. They're running each other's numbers this weekend. So I think they've switched cars. It's certainly working for Stuart Bell. Chris Ephraimidis up there on the grid in number 27. Half Greek, half American driver. Used to race Mazda Miatas in America, MX-5s as we know them. Third row got Fraser Jones, number 14, in the black car. Alongside him is Stuart Bell, then Stephen Lyle and Carl Jones, number 11, not to be confused with the ex-British touring car racer of the same name. Tim Steele starts alongside Dan Clayfan. Tim started well but fell back a bit in yesterday's race in the grey and yellow car. Dan Clayfan, number 73, nearest our camera. If Rob Keogh has repaired the number 9 car. Watch for him coming through from the back of the grid. Was given a 5-place grid penalty for colliding with car 38 in yesterday's race. As he failed to finish anyway, that puts him last on the grid. The rear lights on board has been displayed by the marshals, so they will have to use their rain lights. It's still quite a bit of spray about out there. And that downpour we had during the Caterham 7 UK race. At least visibility should improve in this one. The Run Your Fleet's race safety car is there, the Jaguar. Matt G is right in our YouTube comments. Silverstone weather is crazy, hardly looks like the same day now. Oh, you can get every weather condition imaginable in a 20-minute period at Silverstone. I've commentated from trackside on the PA at Silverstone in the past in rain so heavy you couldn't see out of the commentary box, so goodness knows what it was like for the drivers. I think I've been to Silverstone on one occasion where it hasn't rained at some point. Oh, all part of the fun. Good to see over 100 of you watching on YouTube, so welcome along everyone. Do leave us a comment and a like on the stream if you're enjoying the action. Good to see Rapid Scorpion looking in. That's Scott Woodwiss, fellow commentator, who's down at Silverstone today. Blair McConaughey as well, we're told, will be carrying our onboard camera in this race, so hopefully we'll get some shots from him. There it is. Hopefully the curse of the camera isn't put on his car. We were riding with Team Brit in yesterday's Brit car race, and the Aston Martin suffered a few problems, so hopefully that won't extend to Blair McConaughey. The marshalling teams and the recovery crews just clearing a couple of stranded cars from the saloon car race off the circuit at the moment. So thank you very much to our volunteer marshals, the Orange Army. We couldn't go racing without them. And our recovery crews, medical staff and everybody else here at Silverstone as well. Assembly area marshals will release the cars as soon as the circuit is clear. They'll do a lap behind the safety car up to the grid. And then we'll get underway over 25 minutes. Do let us know where you're watching from if you're on YouTube as well. Brum Racing has commented, no prizes for guessing where he's watching from. Up in Birmingham. We must wish a happy Independence Day to any American viewers as well. So the countdown starts then. The lights are on atop the safety car. 30 seconds, the signal from the marshals. So the countdown being done in the assembly area. And then we'll see the cars released. This is a little side of racing that trackside fans wouldn't necessarily see. The assembly area is just by the run into Brooklands Corner, you can see on the left there. And now the safety car leads them out. Here we go, the Caterham 7 270R Championship, sponsored by Motul. This will be a 25-minute race. Weather conditions continuing to improve here at Silverstone. Just trying to see if Rob Keogh is there at the back, because he'll be a contender coming through. Well, Wes Payne is there. That's the car that's number 38 that he collided with. Rob is a red and black car, I think. Don't think I saw him there in the assembly area, unfortunately, so maybe the damage is terminal. He's car number 9 if we see him coming through. Ah, is that the number 9 car there at the back, I see? Yes, I think that is. So Rob Keogh is there. That's good. Watch for him coming through. He's second in the points behind Blair McConaughey. 9 points off him coming into this weekend. Blair extended his championship lead though yesterday with the win. Well, second on the road, but top point scorer. 33, that's Ryan Errol. Had a spin in yesterday's race. It is still pretty slippery out there. The driver's been told to use their rain lights. It's number 81, Tom Willis, the reigning road sports category champion. Blair McConaughey alongside him. 55, very recognisable, Harry Eyre in the colours of Team Lotus, the British racing green with the yellow stripe and nose. Of course, it was a Lotus design originally that these cars were based on. Colin Chapman designed the lightweight Lotus 7. And then the Caterham Cars firm, founded by Graham Nairn, has been building these cars ever since. It was the late 50s when the Lotus 7 first came out. Stuart Bell in the 72, the pink and yellow car. 73 there, Dan Clayford in black and day-glow orange. Number 8, a distinctive paint job there. Darryl Cresswell, pink and silver, I think that was. Good to see. I think we've got just about all our cars that were out yesterday have made it back. Should have 30 cars out there. This is going to be a good one. The track has dried out again. Told you it doesn't take Silverstone long to dry after a rainstorm. Now you can see blue sky above Silverstone now. I'm just waiting for the next rain shower to arrive. Tom Willis in the silver and black car with the red roll cage. Blair McConaughey, similar paint job in white and black. Difficult to tell those two cars apart at a distance. Use the red padding on Tom Willis's roll cage is the marker. Harry Eyre in British Racing green and yellow. Chris Ephraimidis in yellow and black. He's down 8th in the points at the moment. Fraser Jones in black and whites. No mistaking Stuart Bell's car. Pink and yellow. This is going to be a good one. Huge slipstreaming battle yesterday. The winning margin in the end was 0.327 of a second. The top three pulled away towards the end and finished less than half a second apart. Willis, McConaughey and Eyre, they'll rejoin their battle today. There were fights all the way down the order. There were quite a few non-finishers further back, so let's hope we avoid that today. 52 going through there. That's Peter Wales. Cars on the grid then for the second race of the weekend for the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship. Two big rivals on the front of the grid over the last couple of years. Tom Willis in number 81 on pole. 34, Blair McConaughey alongside him. Tom, a guest driver, not registered for points. He took the flag in yesterday's race, but Blair McConaughey got the top score. Second row, Harry Eyre in number 55 with the yellow nose. He got fastest lap yesterday. And 27, Chris Ephraimidis in the yellow car, the Greek-American. Row 3 of the grid is 14, Fraser Jones in the black and white car. Stuart Bell, you can see his day-glow yellow roll cage, number 72. Stephen Lyle and Carl Jones on row 4. On board with Blair McConaughey, number 34. All the way from Aberdeen to race here at Silverstone this weekend. We'll see how he gets on around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Driver's eye view almost from the roll cage of the 34 car. You can even see the driver's heart rate on his on the monitor there. Over 100 beats per minute at the moment. The tension really mounting on this grid for the Caterham 7 270R Championship, sponsored by Motul. Last couple of cars getting into line at the back of the grid then. He awaits the race to get underway. Revs begin to rise, heart rates begin to rise, and off they go. 25 minutes of racing. Here we go. Tom Willis gets away well, so does Blair McConaughey. We ride with the Scotsman down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Slots into second place, but it's Tom Willis from pole position on the outside of the front row in the lead. Looks like they're all going to make their way through okay. Still a fair bit of spray around out there. It's Willis who leads from McConaughey. Harry Eyre in the 55 in third. Chris Ephraimidis is in fourth position. Fraser Jones challenging him. They come into Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. Tom Willis, number 81, looking for his second race win of the weekend. Harry Eyre having a look up the inside there. Didn't quite get alongside Blair McConaughey. Number 11's made a good getaway. Carl Jones in the black and green car into fifth position. Looks like he's got ahead of his namesake Fraser Jones. Not sure if those two are any relation. Trying to get down the outside is Blair McConaughey for the lead. Harry Eyre goes wide as well, trying to take the wide line into Stowe Corner. It worked earlier on for Gordon Sawyer in the Caterham 7 UK race, and I think it's going to work for Harry Eyre here. He's up the outside out of Stowe. I think he's taken the lead in the 55. Great first lap by Harry Eyre. Third place and fastest lap yesterday. He wants to win this time. Somebody running wide at the back there. Well, didn't see who it was. And the leaders run very wide there. Oh, he's over the gravel. Oh, what a shame for Harry Eyre. Such a great start, and he's blown it there over the grass, over the gravel, and he's down into about 8th place. So Willis and McConaughey will resume their battle at the front of the field there. I think Harry Eyre just outbraked himself there into the club complex. And who's that coming through? Who's that come through into the lead? That's Carl Jones, number 11. Where's he come from? He started 8th on the grid. How's he into the lead there? Well, everybody must have run wide. They must be a bit more damp than they thought it was coming into the club complex there. It's Carl Jones, number 11, who's taken the lead ahead of Blair McConaughey. Willis is third, Bell fourth, Ephraimidis fifth. I think it's Dan Clayfan possibly up into sixth position from 10th on the grid. What a sort out in the opening lap here. Where on earth did Carl Jones come from there? Let's see if he can hang on in front then. He's fifth in the points. He's had a couple of top fives this year. On board with the man chasing him, Blair McConaughey. Through the loop into the left-hander onto the Wellington Straights and down towards Brooklands. Readers arrive at Brooklands this time. McConaughey having a go there. They're side by side. Carl Jones, number 11, holds him off. Stuart Bell having a go at Willis for third position. And in fifth behind them, Chris Ephraimidis. And in sixth place is Dan Clayfan. He's made a great start from 10th up into sixth position. So quite a sort out in the early laps. We'll see where Rob Keogh's up to as well from the back of the grid. Carl Jones, 7 places gained on the first lap. That's a phenomenal opening lap from the number 11, but Blair McConaughey is fighting back, goes for the inside into Copse. Clayfan ahead of the number 5, which is Steve Lyle. Then we've got the 55. After that mistake, Harry Eyre is down into 8th place, ran wide over the grass at Club Corner, lucky not to beach it in the gravel. Here come your leaders, Blair McConaughey and Carl Jones duking it out. Stuart Bell in the pink car going through into third place. Now this is Caterham racing at its best. It's only going to get better as the track dries out. Tom Willis could go down to 4th place here. No, he's on the inside for the right-hander at Beckett's. Holds that 3rd place. The change for 5th as well. Looks like Clayfan is up into 5th ahead of Ephraimidis. Side by side for 3rd as they head through Chapel. And now the pack starting to close up behind the number 11 of Carl Jones. Loves his motorcycle racing, but a Caterham, some people call it a 4-wheeled motorcycle. Good lose out here though to Blair McConaughey, but again the outside line could prove stronger through Stowe Corner. Bell in 3rd, Willis 4th. Clayfan's dropped back there up into 5th now. I think that's Steve Lyle in the number 5 car. There's a yellow flag out there at Club Corner. That's now been withdrawn. Maybe somebody had a spin at the back of the field. Where's Rob Keogh up to? Rob Keogh, number 9, has gained 16 places on that first lap. He's up to 14th. There he is, the red and black car just going through. He's got past half the field already. Now, could he catch the leading pack? It's possible if he plays his cards right here. Keep an eye on that number 9 car coming through. Carl Jones leads it from Blair McConaughey. Tom Willis still there in 3rd, I think. Or have we had a change? No, Bell is up to 3rd, I apologise. Willis under fire for 4. I think that's Steve Lyle giving chase to him, the number 5. Indeed it is. Then we've got Fraser Jones, Chris Ephraimidis, Dan Clayfan and the rest of them. Possible to follow already this race. So much place swapping in the early laps. Car number 2 there running wide, that's Dimitris Melas. As the pack heads through towards the Wellington Straight. Here come your leaders, Carl Jones, car number 11, Stuart Bell ready to attack as they go into Brooklands. I don't think he'll get close enough to attack Blair McConaughey. They head through the Brooklands Luffield complex. Jones taking the wider line. He's been watching Gordon Sawyer in that very wet Caterham 7 UK Championship race earlier on. Harry Ayres fought his way back up into 6th position. They are loving this. There's a green flag there. Somebody, I think, has had a spin at Luffield. Didn't see who it was. Still Carl Jones who leads the way. I think somebody went off on the entry to Luffield there, possibly the exit of Brooklands. We'll pick that up in a moment. Is anybody dropping down the timing screen? Number 43, that's who it was. 43, Alan Curtis has had a moment there. Stuart Bell through into 2nd place as they go into the Maggots-Beckett's complex. He's got past Blair McConaughey. Tom Willis trying to do the same thing. Now here he goes up the inside. Big rivalry with Blair McConaughey over the last few years, and he's through up into 3rd. Battle is joined between these two, but this time it's for 3rd place. Stuart Bell driving brilliantly in the pink and yellow 72 car. Stuart Bell is only 10th in the championship, so a win here would really boost his chances. And look at Harry Ayres moving back up as well in the 55. He's back up to 5th. He's got ahead of Stephen Lyle. Round the outside goes Harry Ayres. Be careful not to overshoot Club Corner this time. Talking of overshooting, the leader nearly overshot Stowe Corner there. Running wide, Carl Jones. Here comes Stuart Bell. Now he's gone way wide. He's gone straight on, I think, there at Club. Yeah, he's over the gravel. He's done exactly what Harry Ayres did earlier on, Stuart Bell. That's a great shame because he was going for the lead there, but he's back down to about 7th place now. Here come your leaders up towards Abbey Curve. Can't take your eyes off this for a split second. Harry Ayres is back up into 2nd place. He's got ahead of Willis now. Lyle 4th, McConaughey's down to 5th, then Ephraimidis. That means Stuart Bell is down to 9th place. Wes Payne's coming through well too. He was taken out of yesterday's race in a collision. He's up to 13th from the back. Keogh is 11th. Where is Rob Keogh? There he is, going past Stuart Bell. So he's into the top 10 now, Rob Keogh. He's going to be in the lead battle in a couple of laps. Rob Keogh is revelling in this out there, the number 9. He's had 3 second places this season, all of them behind Blair McConaughey, and a 3rd in the opening race at Donington. No, a 4th, sorry, in the opening race at Donington. So he wants a win here. Here come the leaders, and it's all change up the front. I think Harry Ayres has gone back to the front in 55. Yes, Carl Jones has been slipstreamed while all that was going on, and Harry Ayres down the Wellington Straight has retaken the lead. And it looks like it's Steve Lyle up into 2nd place in the number 5. Still with the Novice Cross on the back of his car. Carl Jones has lost 4th place now. It looks like it's McConaughey that has come through there. It's either McConaughey or Willis. Yes, McConaughey 3rd at the line, I think. No, Willis comes through 3rd. Similarly coloured cars, those two. Hard to tell them apart from a distance, but Harry Ayres, this is the car that ran wide at Club Corner on the opening lap and dropped to 8th place, and he's back in the lead by the end of lap 3. Fastest lap of the race, of course. 2:40.172 for Harry Ayres. He's now trying to put air between himself and the rest of the field. Steve Lyle up to 2nd. It's Willis and McConaughey together for 3rd. Willis has it at the moment. Then Carl Jones, who just a couple of corners ago was leading. Chris Ephraimidis in the yellow car is 6th, number 27. 7th, it is Dan Clayfan. And there is Rob Keogh, started 30th on the grid, is up into 8th place. Bell is 9th after his mistake earlier on. Fraser Jones is in 10th place, and Tim Steele, the yellow car behind him. Then we've got the number 8, which is Darrell Cresswell, and Wes Payne, number 38, also from towards the back of the grid after retirement yesterday, is on the back of this group. This is a classic Caterham slipstreamer now here at Silverstone. Starting to get away at the front is Harry Ayres. Almost 4 wide there through Stowe Corner. That wouldn't have worked. You can see Harry Ayres about 4 or 5 Caterham lengths clear now. Through the club complex. Oh, a spin there. That's Chris Ephraimidis that spun and he's been hit, I think. Was that Dan Clayfan who collected him? Oh, that's Keogh. Oh, Rob Keogh hits trouble again. He's got going again. I don't think he's got any damage there. He's kept it going. But Chris Ephraimidis spun coming into club. That must be still damp there. and he was collected by a couple of cars. I think Dan Clayfan was involved there as well. Don't know whether there was some contact between those two just before they went into the corner. So Air now leads it from Lyle second, Willis third, McConaughey fourth, Carl Jones is fifth, Bell is back up to sixth, and Tim Steele going through for seventh past Fraser Jones, Clayfan ninth, Darrell Cresswell 10th. Rob Keogh didn't lose too much time there, but he's back to 12th place. He's lost about 3 places in that incident. On board with Blair McConaughey, trying to chase down our leaders on the Wellington Straight. Harry Eyre from Stephen Lyle. Stephen Lyle running wide there, Carl Jones. Stephen Lyle's looking where he is in the championship. He's 12th, didn't score any points at Donington, the opening weekend of the year. Chasing Harry Eyre. Tom Willis chasing hard, he won't score any points, but he wants another race win. Just over 14 minutes of this cracking race to go. Harry Eyre moves to the inside, then across to the outside to try and stop anybody from slipstreaming him, try and break the tow. McConaughey fourth, Carl Jones, who led early on, in fifth. Sixth is Bell. Fraser Jones up to seventh now. He's got back ahead of Tim Steele there in the number 53 car. Dan Clayfan and Wes Payne rounding out the top 10. Keogh is 12th behind Darrell Cresswell, so another chance for him to fight his way through. Chris Ephraimidis rejoined from his spin in 14th place. Main thing is he has got going again. Steve Lyle is reeling in Harry Eyre for the lead here. Just one casualty in this race so far, Alan Curtis. We saw him have a spin earlier on. He's pulled into the pits. Looks like he's a retirement. Here come your leaders down the Hanger Straights towards Stowe Corner. Is Steve Lyle going to get a tow here off Harry Eyre? Goes to the outside, but he's got to be mindful that Willis and McConaughey are up there behind him in third and fourth. There's a battle further back. Fraser Jones under fire. Through comes Tim Steele. Behind them, number 73 of Dan Clayfan. Got held up when Chris Ephraimidis spun in front of him. Going to the inside, that's Harry Eyre, I think. On the outside is Stephen Lyle, and Eyre holds his lead. Just goes a little bit deep there, a bit of understeer through the right-hander at Club. There's that battle further back, 5 of them going at it. Rob Keogh trying to catch them up, but he hasn't got anybody to slipstream with. He's on his own. Still the 55 of Harry Eyre, who leads it, looking for his first win of the season. The best he's had this year is second in the opening race of the year at Donington behind Will Rossetti. Tim Steele heads this bunch further back. There's the pink and blue liveried car, number 8, Darrell Cresswell. He's on the back of this group at the moment, coming down towards Village. Tim Steele holds the inside ahead of Fraser Jones. Dan Clayfan trying to go around the outside. Brilliant stuff everywhere you look towards the first half of the field. What's going to happen as they go into... They want to spin there. Number 2, Dimitris Melas has gone. Now, where's that? I think that's a Copse corner. Here come the leaders. Steve Lyle has a look on the outside. So does Blair McConaughey. He's back ahead of Tom Willis on the Wellington Straight there. He's got third position. Carl Jones and Stuart Bell behind them. But Stephen Lyle is in attacking mode. Fastest lap of the race was done last time through, though, by Tom Willis in the number 81. Let's see if that changes this time. 2:38.698. Purple sectors from Blair McConaughey in sectors 1 and 2 this time around. Is he going to do the fastest lap? He certainly does. 2:37.7. He's got ahead of Tom Willis there coming through Woodcote. So Blair McConaughey is on a charge in the number 34, our onboard camera car. Championship leader. Chasing down the 2 ahead of him. Eyre and Lyle were on board with Blair McConaughey. And up the inside, Steve Lyle into the complex. He goes through. Good move by Stephen Lyle. He takes the lead from Harry Eyre. Now, can he hold it down the straight into Stowe Corner and build on that advantage? Stephen Lyle leads for the first time this weekend. Here they come down the Hanger Straight. Carl Jones in 5th, moving out. That's Blair McConaughey to the outside. They could be 3 wide into Stowe Corner here. Harry Eyre goes around Stephen Lyle to take his lead back again. Here comes McConaughey. How late's he going to be on the brakes down the outside? He could go second. He won't get the lead. He's going to go for second place here. Behind them is Tom Willis. You don't want to be leading at the top of the Hanger Straight, because by the time you go into Stowe, you won't be. They'll just slipstream their way past you. Harry Eyre's got the lead back again. McConaughey second. Third, it is Stephen Lyle, so he led into the straight there, but is now down to third. Willis fourth, Jones fifth, Carl Jones that is, and sixth behind him is Stuart Bell. 4 cars slipstreaming now for the lead. Into Abbey. Stephen Lyle certainly looks like he's still in attacking mode. They come towards Village. Swing their way in, still Harry Eyre who's got the lead. Going for second up the inside is Stephen Lyle. Wait to see what happens on the Wellington straight. They go round the loop, the long left-hander, and into the Wellington straights. The next group is that Rob Keogh that's come through past Wes Payne. Yes, I think it is. That means he's up to 7. So Rob Keogh on another charge up the order. We'll see where he's up to when this lap finishes. He was 9th at the end of the previous lap, having gained 3 places. He's got a couple more now. Harry Eyre leads. McConaughey on the inside for Brooklands. He'll hold second place. Oh no, he won't. He's gone straight on. Blair McConaughey goes straight on at Brooklands. And through comes Stephen Lyle and the rest of them. Where is McConaughey? Where's he rejoined? I think he's in 4th place. Yes, a mistake there for Blair McConaughey. He's missed his braking point, I think. And now he's run wide again. Coming over the curbs there into Woodcut. So he's down to 4th. Harry Eyre with a clear lead now as a result of that. Lyle and Willis battling for second. McConaughey down to 4th. Then we've got Bell attacking Carl Jones. He'll make a move down the inside for 5th, or try to, at Copse Corner. We've got still 8.5 minutes or so of this race to go. This is great stuff. Jones holds 5th ahead of Stuart Bell. These 6 have broken away from the rest of the field now. They're over 10 seconds clear of Rob Keogh, who's now up to 7th. He has got ahead of Wes Payne and Dan Clayford. Darrell Cresswell rounding out the top 10. Carl Jones under fire from Stuart Bell. It's Harry Eyre, who led by 1.5 seconds last time through. New fastest lap of the race, though, by the number 72 of Stuart Bell. 2:36.963 for the pink machine at the back of this group. 6 cars for the lead then now. Harry Eyre starting to get away a little. Carl Jones runs wide at Stowe Corner. He always does there. That's how he got the lead, I think, earlier on. There's a battle further back with 56 and 52. That's David Morgan and Peter Wales. They're fighting for 13th place as the leaders come through club. Good battles all the way down the order in this one. Just a couple of casualties. We've lost Fraser Jones. He's pulled into the pits, number 14. So a problem there. Oh, and who does that belong to? There's a bit of debris there. Where's that? I think that's at Stowe. There's a car missing some bodywork. Tim Steele and Ryan Errol both missing bodywork. They've had a coming together at Stowe Corner. Hope nobody punctures on that bit of fiberglass there. Number 19 leading that group through. That's the car usually raced by Stuart Bell, driven by Luke Fryer today. Here's a battle a little bit further back down the order. 27 of Chris Ephraimidis trying to recover from his spin earlier on. He's down in 15th place. We look down to some of the midfielders here. There's a good train of cars here, led by the number 40. That's Paul Farrell. Here are the leaders. They head their way, and again Blair McConaughey runs wide. He's struggling through Brooklands every time. Harry Eyre's still got the lead. Tom Willis now in 2nd place. Where's Steve Lyle gone? Oh, there he is, still there in 3rd. I thought we'd lost him for a second there. He's lost out then to Tom Willis for 2nd. There's Darrell Cresswell, number 8. He's running in 10th place, just ahead of Tim Steele. And you can see the missing wings on those cars. Those are the cars that collided, I think, at Stowe Corner. Harry Eyre, just over 6 minutes to go. Well done, Marshals. This is brave. Running out to get those bits of fiberglass off the circuit. Sooner them than me. Well done to our Orange Army. Here comes Harry Eyre into Maggots and Beckett's. Tom Willis in 2nd place. The gap was 1.5 seconds last time through. And Blair McConaughey has just done the fastest lap of the race at 2:35.964. That shows how much it's drying out there. It's like our Marshall's just going to get out of the way in time. Here come your leaders down the Hanger straights. Eyre from Willis, side by side for 3rd. McConaughey on the outside. Lyle is on the inside. Stowe Corner. You wouldn't know it was hammering it down with rain earlier on, would you? Stuart Bell is 5th, 6th is Carl Jones. Now Rob Keogh is still there in 7th, but he's not catching the group ahead of him. He's nearly 11 seconds down them. Here's a battle further back. Number 2, Dimitris Melas, recovering from a spin earlier on, running with the number 69 car of Steve Hutchinson, the green and yellow car there. They are towards the rear of the field, I think, yes, fighting for about 19th and 20th places. McConaughey holding 3rd as they come through Abbey. There is Stuart Bell. He had the fastest lap earlier on, but that's now with Blair McConaughey. Can Harry Eyre hang on for his first win of the season? He's had a 2nd, 2 thirds, and a 5th so far this year. We've got 4 minutes of this race to go. Can Harry Eyre hang on? A bit of debris flying into the air there. I hope that didn't fall off Harry Eyre's car. 2nd place is still Tom Willis. There's McConaughey now up to 3rd. He's got ahead of... there is a little bit hanging off the back of Harry Eyre's car, actually. That might have come from his car. Don't know what it was. Stuart Bell closing up in 5th position. What's the gap going to be for the lead this time? It's come down a little, 1.1 seconds. And Stuart Bell, there's another fastest lap of the race. Willis did his personal best of 2:35.015 in seconds. So he's going after our race leader. Stuart Bell just did a 2:34.8. There's a couple of laps to go. They're working out where to unleash that finishing kick, a bit like a long-distance runner would, as we said earlier on. You have to know when to make your finishing move. Final sprint to the flag. A couple of laps to go. Bouncing over the curb there on the inside, Stuart Bell chasing Steve Lyle, who's had a great race here. Still Eyre that leads the way in the 55 car. Carl Jones, who led the first couple of laps, hanging on in 6th, but he's dropped away a bit now. Is it going to be Harry Eyre who hangs on for his first win of the season? Pass our brave Marshall at Stowe Corner, who managed to clear the track earlier. Here they come, and closing right up now, Tom Willis. He's attacking Harry Eyre for the lead through Club Corner. Can he slipstream him at Abbey? McConaughey defending from Lyle, then Bell and Jones. They're well clear of everybody else. It's still Rob Keogh, but he's nearly 13 seconds down in 7th place, just between this group now. Here comes Tom Willis. Is he going to be close enough? No, not close enough to make a move into Abbey. I think we'll get one more lap out of this. Swing their way up towards Village. Tom Willis is ready to attack. Of course, in terms of the championship, Harry Eyre can afford to let Tom Willis beat him because Tom Willis won't score points, as we mentioned earlier. Still these two battling, Ryan Errol and Tim Steele in rather battered cars. They've got Darrell Cresswell behind them. This is the fight for 10th place. There's Rob Keogh with Wes Payne behind him. They tangled yesterday. Dan Clayfan 9th, and then this fight for 10th. Here come the leaders, and Tom Willis has got through. He must have got through coming out of the loop there. 3rd place, Steve Lyle's got back ahead of Blair McConaughey, but outbreaks himself at Brooklands. McConaughey back ahead, and Stuart Bell says, thanks very much, I'll take 4th place as well. There go the leaders. We were just saying there that Tom Willis not registered for points, so even if Harry Eyre finishes behind him, he'll still take the maximum score for the championship. That could be what's going to happen here. The last lap board is out. There was a black and white flag out there as well. That's the driving standards flag, so possibly somebody exceeding track limits. One time too many. Didn't see who it was for. We are on the last lap now of this Motul Caterham 270R championship race. Now Harry Eyre, he will get maximum points if he finishes behind Tom Willis, but he'll want the glory of an overall win, his first of the season. Willis, the reigning road sports category champion, beat Blair McConaughey to that title last year. McConaughey in 3rd place, then it's Bell. Great race by Stuart Bell. Somebody has stopped there on the Hanger Straights. See what happened there. Yes, somebody pulling over to the side of the road. And somebody's nose cone comes flying off. Who is that? That's the 94, Stefano Mara, losing his nose cone there. The car that stopped, I think, is number 56, which is David Morgan. He's falling down the timing screen, so that's the car we've lost, I think. Leaders head their way into club for the last time. Oh, and Tom and Harry Eyre nearly lost it there. He does seem to have a bit of a problem in that part of the track. That's dropped him back from Tom Willis now. Blair McConaughey defending from Stephen Lyle. So McConaughey back up into third place ahead of Lyle. Bell down to fifth. They're still fighting it out. You can't take your eyes off this battle for a second. Well, it's looking good for Tom Willis. Here comes Lyle back up the inside. Blair McConaughey won't want that because Lyle will be taking points off him, and Bell's trying to as well. They head up towards Farm and then into Village. Tom Willis has escaped. Looks like he's going to take the win. Down the inside, Lyle defends. Bell is through as well. And Blair McConaughey's dropped back a bit, so this will lose him championship points. His main rival, Rob Keogh, is seventh. Rob Keogh is the man who's got the driving standards flag there, and he's been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So it's all going wrong for Rob Keogh this weekend. And he's Blair McConaughey's main championship rival. The big gainer here is going to be Harry Eyre in the 55. Look at this into Brooklands for the last time. Stephen Lyle battling it out with Stuart Bell and Blair McConaughey. They're all over each other on the last bend, but it's going to be a second win of the weekend for number 81. Tom Willis, the reigning road sports champion, is once again a winner in the Motul Caterham 270R Championship this weekend. Comes round the final turn, takes the checkered flag. Second goes to Harry Eyre. He will get the maximum score in the championship. Who's going to be third? They come up over the line, and it's Stephen Lyle who gets there by 14 thousandths of a second ahead of Stuart Bell. McConaughey 12 thousandths of a second behind the 72 car. Those three cars covered by 0.026 of a second. It doesn't get much closer than that. Carl Jones 6th, Wes Payne comes in 7th, and then we've got Dan Clayfan. We'll wait to see where Rob Keogh slots in after that 5-second penalty is applied. Ryan Errol, number 33, tops the battle for 10th with Tim Steele and Darryl Cresswell. There's Chris Ephraimidis coming in 13th, was running in the leading group until he spun. And then behind him it is Peter Wales. And then we'll give you the results of that one, and I'll make a note of the starting drivers for our next race. We'll take a look in a second at the results of that race then for the Caterham 7 Motul 270R Championship. Tom Willis taking the win by 1.2 seconds ahead of Harry Eyre, who gets the maximum score for the championship. Third place going to Stephen Lyle, and look how close it was ahead of Stuart Bell and Blair McConaughey, and Stuart Bell got the point for the fastest lap as well. Sixth place for Carl Jones, the early leader, ahead of Wes Payne. Good run through from towards the back. Dan Clayfan taking 8th place ahead of Ryan Errol, and Andy Keogh crossed the line in 8th place, but the 5-second penalty dropping him to 10th. 11th place for Tim Steele ahead of Darryl Cresswell. Chris Ephraimidis recovering after his spin for 13th. Peter Wales 14th. Dimitris Melas, another spinner in that race, completing the top 15. 16th behind them was number 40 of Paul Farrell, and behind him Stefano Mara, despite losing his nose cone. He took 17th place. Paul Herndon was 18th, Roger Gaunt, number 30, 19th, and number 69 of Steve Hutchinson completing the top 20. Behind them, 21st was number 13 of Duncan Cook. Then we had 48 Richard Hoare, 77 Ollie Smith was 23rd, ahead of Michael Curley from the back of the grid. He retired on the first corner of yesterday's race. Behind him, 25th went to number 19 Luke Fryer, then 31 John Cox, and the final finisher was number 18, which is Mark Lovett. We lost David Morgan late on the Hanger Straight. He pulled up, and Fraser Jones and Alan Curtis both pulled into the pits midway through. Oh, Stefano Mara has stopped on the Hanger Straight. I think he stopped to pick up his nose cone. Or has he had a problem there? Yeah, I think he's got a problem with that car. The recovery vehicle comes out onto the Hanger Straight. Then two stranded Caterhams. Stefano Mara. Can you put my nose cone back on, please? Marshall's thought they got themselves a souvenir there. And David Morgan's car breaking down. He's stopped on the other side of the circuit, so needs the flatbed truck. Right, so we're going to hand over to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Ferme to hear from our race winner.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme, and once again, my word, we've been treated to some wonderful Caterham racing, and up here is your race winner. Just make sure I don't get run over. There's Stephen Lahr, he had a great race and he finishing in third place, but here is Tom Willis, your race winner. Let's grab a quick word with Tom. Congratulations, Tom. It's never easy in these things, is it though?
No, but pretty tricky at the start, just learning the track, see what was going on. There were 4 or 5 of us up there. Jonesy came from nowhere in the first lap and he was leading, and yeah, it was pretty chaotic at times, and then I can't quite remember what happened, but Harry and I managed to break away. Harry then broke away further and we caught him, and then unfortunately for Harry he made a mistake and I could slip through.
And
so,
you got through? Is it dry out there? Is the track dry?
Yeah, it's pretty dry now. Yeah, there's definitely a dry line, and we're all running wet setups, so yeah, it was actually driving quite nicely at the end. So
lovely way to finish off the weekend. Congratulations, Tom. There we go, lovely stuff. Let's grab a quick chat with Harry. Harry, we spoke to you, didn't we, in assembly area, and here we are. Nice little podium to finish the weekend.
A little bit disappointed with my mistake at the end. Yeah, at the beginning of the race, I think on the first lap I misjudged it and locked up and went onto the gravel and went back to 10th, I think, and then fought back. But yeah, on that last lap I think I dipped a wheel on the wet patch and then locked up, and that was Tom off. But it's a shame. I was planning my move for the last straight down the Hanger straight. But yeah, he got away from me. But yeah, really good race, really enjoyed it.
Maybe next time, and you're going away with a trophy as well. So well done.
Better than third yesterday.
Exactly, top man. Well done, Harry. Let's grab Stephen Lyle up here as well, finishing in third. Stephen, congratulations, third place. You must be happy. Come on.
We're getting there now. Yesterday we weren't quick at all. But, we're finally getting there. We needed to stay wet. We were quick in the wet. We got into the lead, but the minute it started drying, they were just going away.
I was going to say, actually, I just spoke to Tom and said, look, was it a dry track out there? Were there a few tricky patches though?
No,
still
it was completely dry.
Was it?
But, yeah, I mean, I think nobody wanted to go with me to go after the leader again because we were so off the pace yesterday. So we brought it on ourselves a bit, really. But yeah, we're getting there now.
Congratulations, Stephen. Well done. Right, that rounds out the action actually for the Caterham's 270R classes. That's not it for the day, though. There is a little bit of a gap now, but I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to tell you what's going to come up for the rest of the day.
Okay, the schedule for the rest of today then. We will have, next up, we'll have the brick cars, then Caterham coming up later on after the lunch break. We'll have the Caterham 7 UK Championship coming up at 2:45, the third race for them this weekend. 3:20 PM we have the Caterham Road Sports Championship, and then the Caterham Academy at 4:30 PM. 3 more Caterham races coming up for you later today. Good afternoon and welcome back to Silverstone Circuit, the home of British Motorsports, here on a now sunny Sunday afternoon. Every type of weather imaginable once again here at Silverstone as we get ready for the next part of our meeting coming in after the lunch break. Next up here today we have the Caterham 7 UK Championship. It's race 3 of the weekend for them. That's followed up by the Caterham Road Sport Championship for their second race of the weekend. We then have the Caterham Academy racing over 20 minutes. First time we've seen them this weekend. There's a big field of them here. Of course, they normally race as 2 groups, but all combined into one today. We should have 46 cars out there for the Caterham Academy for novice racers a little later on, and then Brick Car 2 round off the day. So next up it is the Caterham 7 UK Championship. It's race 3 for them, race start based on the result we saw of race 2 of the weekend earlier on, which was very wet indeed. The drivers should hopefully be able to see where they're going this time. Number 91 Gordon Sawyer will take pole position, the winner earlier on, alongside 27, winner yesterday, William Smith. Second row, 46 Stephen Nuttall and 66 of Jake Swan-Dixon. Row 3 is number 3 James Murphy and number 10 Henry Heaton. Row 4 is Alex Jordan, number 80, alongside number 19, the boss of Caterham, Graham MacDonald. The 5th row, 88 of Tom Allen and 78 Chris Hutchinson. Row 6, number 21 of Johnny Jarrett and 34 Ian Sparshott. The 7th row, 64 Tom Eden and 77 Rob Watts, who was struggling in race 2 in the rain, dropped back down the order. And the final row, number 12 Chris Aubrey and 25 Neil Fraser. 16 cars on the grid then for what will be a 20-minute race for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship. Let's stand down to Ian Waterhouse, who I think is down in the assembly area.
Right, we've had some fantastic Caterham 7 UK Championship races so far. We've got one more to come as well. Let's just grab a quick word over here. Talk us through that race, Graham, because that was it was exciting, wasn't it? But what happened?
Where do I start? You know, got a great start. Wet rain, we hoped for either wet or dry. Got a wet race. Got a great start and got in behind Gordon into second, and it was just about manage it. I think I got past him once. But then I thought, do you know what, let's just stay together and let's just leave the guys, try and get a gap behind. And the rain got harder and harder and harder, and there was a big lake on the inside coming onto the straight, and it was getting worse every time. Hit that, it kind of threw me a little bit sideways onto the curb and spun me, and I must have gone round, it felt like half a dozen times.
The only good thing is you got to do it again.
Yeah, well that's
not
great.
Spin,
you know, and I got back on and got past a couple of guys, so I don't know why I'm 6th or 7th, 8th maybe, so all to play for on the next race.
Fantastic. Best of luck for it. Thanks for having a chat. Now, if we just turn around actually as well whilst we're down here, we can see it's actually a trophy presentation for the second race, as we can see. But of course, it is now almost time to get ready for the third race. I had a quick chat with Graham MacDonald there. Had a bit of a spin in that race. Can he go better in race 3? It's going to be an absolute cracker. So I'm going to hand over to Dave Goddard to take you through the race.
Yes, thanks, Ian. We've already given you the grid for this next race. They should be out on track very shortly for our next race for the Caterham 7 UK Championship. This will be a 20-minute race coming up. We've got the road sports cars and the Caterham Academy still to come as well. That's a championship, as I mentioned, exclusively for novices. Over 1,250 drivers have started their careers in the Caterham Academy. Many of them are stuck with Caterham racing as well. It's just so much fun, so enjoyable. And you can use your upgraded Academy car for the next 3 championships, Road Sports 270R and 310R. But the Caterham 7 UK Championship, they are full-scale race cars. A race-only chassis, we have bespoke Bilstein race suspension, a 6-speed sequential flat-shift gearbox, Caterham Motorsport built Ford Duratec engine, 2-litre engines as opposed to the 1600 Ford Sigma in the other classes this weekend. Also bespoke Avon slick and wet tyres, and it will be slick tyres this time, totally different conditions to the race earlier on today. William Smith, the winner yesterday, had to settle for second earlier on. Gordon Sawyer, surely the only driver who could see where he was going earlier on because he was out in front. We'll await the cars to come out onto the grid in just a few moments' time. So almost ready to go then. I love this comment from a certain Scott Woodwiss on our YouTube feed. Stefano Mara we saw recovered earlier on, and he lost his nose cone, and Scott's comment was, "Got your nose." That must be what the marshal was saying to him, but they did return it. Fair play to our volunteer marshals. If you have ever wanted to become a circuit racing volunteer marshal, to find out more, look online for the BARC Marshals Club at BARC Marshal on Twitter, or also the British Motorsport Marshals Club, marshals.co.uk, to find out how you can train to join the Orange Army. Hopefully they've dried out as well, the marshals out on track, and our camera crews too. We'll be underway very shortly with Caterham 7 UK Championship, sponsored by Avon Tyres. Gordon Sawyer looking for his fourth win of the season. In pole position, Stephen Nuttall looking to preserve his championship lead. Okay, out they come to the grid then. They will do a lap behind the Jaguar safety car. Gordon Sawyer. Ah, we can see them this time. Look, coming down the Hanger Straight. There's so much water and spray about, we couldn't earlier. Gordon Sawyer on pole. William Smith second, then Stephen Nuttall, Jake Swan-Dixon. We're missing somebody. Where's James Murphy? Ah, there he is at the back. He's been late out of the assembly area. Not sure if we have got an amended grid issue for this one. No, I don't think we have. It's still showing us fifth on the grid. So it must have been late out of assembly for some reason. See over 100 of you watching on YouTube as the cars make their way to the grid. There's Graham MacDonald, we heard from him earlier, the boss of Caterham Cars. Very proud to see so many of his products here this weekend. Hopefully no spinning from Graham this time. You can't really blame him though, it was impossible conditions earlier on. Danny McFarlane has asked on YouTube, what time is Caterham Academy racing today? They should be out at 4:30. William Smith in the copper coloured car. Stephen Nuttall in black. There's the Pink Panther, Alex Jordan. 21 there, that's Johnny Jarrett. He's had a quiet weekend so far. Looks like James Murphy is going to start from the back in the number 3 car. There's Neil Fraser, number 25, ahead of him. Marshall signal the cars up to the grid then. The third and final race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship. The fastest Caterhams here this weekend. The grid based on the results of the race earlier today. So it is number 91, Gordon Sawyer on pole position. 27, yesterday's winner William Smith on the outside, on the inside of the front row. Pole position on the outside. Second row, 46, Stephen Nuttall, championship leader coming into this weekend alongside 66 of Jake Swan-Dixon in the white and blue car. Row 3 should have been number 3, James Murphy. It looks like he's starting from the back, alongside where he should have been number 10, Henry Heaton. Second in the championship behind Stephen Nuttall. Last couple of cars pulling into line then. So we're going to see if James Murphy is going to line up at the back. Looks like he is. Dry conditions here at Silverstone for this 20-minute race. The green flag is waved at the back of the field. Waiting for the red lights to come on, then we'll get underway with the Caterham 7 UK Championship. The revs rise and here we go. Down towards the first corner at Copse. Good start by William Smith, good start by Gordon Sawyer. Looks like Smith has got the advantage on the inside as they go into Copse for the first time. There's 77 Rob Watts, was struggling badly in the wet earlier on. Watch for James Murphy, number 3, went well in the wet, starting from the back this time. William Smith has the lead, or does he? Because Gordon Sawyer up the inside into Maggots, takes the lead away in the number 91. Third place is 46. That is Stephen Nuttall. Jake Swan-Dixon is 4th in the 66, and Henry Heaton's made a good start. He's up into 5th place in the number 10. Start to battle it out further back, the 34 car in there. That's Ian Sparshot, yet to get in the points this year until this weekend. 3 wide for the lead as they come down towards Stowe Corner. Stephen Nuttall around the outside is going to take the lead under braking. Look at Henry Heaton up the outside in number 10. Big Swan-Dixon in there as well. A couple of cars run wide. Tom Eden was one of them. Johnny Jarrett was another. They're all over the place there at Stowe Corner. Down towards Club. Stephen Nuttall's got the inside for the left-hander. He's got the lead. William Smith in second. Gordon Sawyer's been shuffled back to 4th place because Henry Heaton's come through as well. Made a bit of a mess of Stowe Corner there, Gordon Sawyer. Now he'll try his hardest to fight back. Jake Swan-Dixon with the blue cage in there in 5th position. They're all over each other, galloping in a pack at the moment. Spectacular stuff. At the back of the field, the number 88 of Tom Allen. Here they come up towards Village Corner. Stephen Nuttall just ahead of William Smith, who I think will take the lead here going into the loop. He got the inside for the left-hander. Looks like William Smith is going to be our new leader. It could all change, of course, by the time they get to the end of the Wellington Straights and into the left-hander at Brooklands. Here they come. Who's it going to be? Is it Smith or is it Nuttall? It looks like Nuttall's going to look at them dodging about. Any one of 6 could lead this into Brooklands. Block up from the number 10. Round the outside goes Graham McDonald. He runs wide. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? It's Nuttall. Heaton up into 2nd. Smith is down to 3rd. And then everybody else is 4th. Jake Swan-Dixon, Alex Jordan up into 5th place. Where's he come from? Well, there's so many changes there. Where's Gordon Sawyer gone? I didn't see him in there at all as they came through. Yeah, there he is. He's in about 6th position. As they cross the line, it's Stephen Nuttall leading from Henry Heaton. Then it's William Smith, Jake Swan-Dixon. Sawyer's down to 6th behind Alex Jordan. Tom Eden is up into 7th. He started 12th. Oh, what a brilliant first lap that was. This is showing what these cars can do. They struggled in the wet earlier on. Now they're showing the better side of their racing in the dry. 46 of Stephen Nuttall has the lead. They swing their way into the right-hander at Beckett's. Starting to sort themselves out now for the Hanger Straight. Who's going to go to which side? Henry Heaton's going to try and go to the outside to take the lead in the number 10 for the first time this weekend. We've got William Smith on his tail, the 2 chromed cars. Stephen Nuttall holding the inside line. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Heaton goes for the outside. Alex Jordan up there as well in the Pink Panther, as we've christened it this weekend. They're all round Stowe Corner okay. Well, at the end of lap 1, 5 seconds covered the entire field, and it still is, I think. Heaton's got the lead into Club Corner. 3rd place is Smith. 4th, Swan-Dixon, and Tom Eden has come through into it. Tom Eden is flying in that yellow 64 car. He started 12th. He failed to finish yesterday, so started race 2 from the back. And he's up into 5th place, ahead of Gordon Sawyer, Alex Jordan, and the rest of them. Watch that yellow car. Tom Allen at the back in the 88's car. And here they come into Village. It's Henry Heaton still leading in the blue car. Tom Eden could be the one to watch here. He's ripped his way up the order into 5th position, started from the 6th row. They move on to the Wellington Straight. I dread to think what's going to happen at the end of the Wellington Straight going into Brooklands. They could be 6 wide. Here they come. It's Stephen Nuttall on the inside. He's going to try and take the lead under braking for Brooklands, and he's done so. Just keeps it tight to the inside. It's Jake Swan-Dixon up to 3rd. I want to lock up there. That's McDonald. That's the 2nd time he's done that. And run wide. Stephen Nuttall, the championship leader, into the lead then ahead of Henry Heaton. Tom Eden's lost a place to Gordon Sawyer. Meanwhile, further back as the leaders come up over the line for the 2nd time. Here comes Henry Heaton going for the outside run. Nuttall trying to break the toe. Jake Swan-Dixon's up into 3rd position. Then it's William Smith. Henry Heaton on the outside, I think, has retaken the lead into Copse. Indeed he has. There's the pole sitter, Gordon Sawyer, tucked in behind the leading quartets. And Tom Eden's dropping back down the order again because Alex Jordan's got through now. So it's an up and down race, literally, for Tom Eden. Look at William Smith up the inside. Where did he come from there? William Smith has gone from 4th to 1st in one move. That's sensational. And now Swan-Dixon up the inside. Jake Swan-Dixon, nearly clips Stephen Nuttall. Oh, this is a cracker, and we're only into the 3rd lap. Jake Swan-Dixon up into 2nd place in the 66 car. Stephen Nuttall is fighting back in 3rd. Henry Heaton's down to 4th. They're going to go 5 wide here. Look at this into Stoke Corner. Gordon Sawyer up the inside. There isn't room for him to get through though. Stephen Nuttall back into the lead. Heaton back round the outside. Smith on the inside. How did they get through there without touching each other? I do not know. Oh my goodness. And this is just the 3rd lap. You'd think it was the last lap of the race, wouldn't you? Here comes William Smith now, fighting back at Club Corner, onto the tail of Stephen Nuttall. Heaton is 3rd. Swan-Dixon 4th. Sawyer 5th. Eden 6th. I think we've had our first wing go flying. I think that's come off Tom Eden's car. They dodge across to try and protect the inside line down towards Abbey, trying to break the toe of those behind them. It's Nuttall that leads, Smith and Heaton this time through. So as I draw breath, they head up towards the right-hander at Village, trying to get up the inside. Gordon Sawyer on the back of Jake Swan-Dixon. Then it's Tom Eden, then Alex Jordan. Rob Watts is up into 8th, and the number 3 of James Murphy is 9th. He started from the back of the grid with a cloud of smoke there. That's in the loop. I don't know if somebody's had a spin, or is there a car pulled up there in a cloud of smoke? Yeah, somebody has either gone off or pulled off. We couldn't see who it was behind the barriers, unfortunately. We'll pick that up when they cross the line. Stephen Nuttall leads the way into Brooklands, side by side for 2nd. Smith and Heaton. Then it's Jake Swan-Dixon in 4th. Sawyer 5th. Eden 6th. Behind them in 7th, Alex Jordan. Then Rob Watts, James Murphy. 10th, I think that's Graham McDonald. Wait for them to come over the line. We'll see who's going to disappear from the timing this time through. They weave their way across the line. Here comes Henry Heaton attacking for the lead down the outside. Now wait to see who hasn't come through. No, it's Ian Sparshot, number 34, that we've lost. Here come the leaders. William Smith will try a run through here again. He got it absolutely right last time through. Doesn't quite get ahead of Stephen Nuttall this time. Henry Heaton down to 3rd though. Smith has got 2nd place. 4th is Swan-Dixon. 6 of them breaking away slightly from Rob Watts, who's now 7th in the number 77 car. 8th is James Murphy. Alex Jordan down to 9th. Then it's Graham McDonald in 10th. Behind him I think it's Neil Fraser, number 25. Here comes Jake Swan-Dixon down the inside. They're going to be 4 wide into Stowe Corner. Heaton round the outside. Smith takes the lead, and Stephen Nuttall gets completely shuffled out of the picture there. He's down to 5th, I think, as they go into Stowe Corner. See, one place you don't want to be leading is going into the top of Hanger Straight, because you certainly won't be anywhere near the lead by the end of it. William Smith now has the lead ahead of Heaton. Sawyer. Nuttall has held 4th ahead of Jake Swan-Dixon. Then Tom Eden. Then a gap back to James Murphy, who's up into 7th place from the back. Could he win this from the very back of the grid? 27, William Smith looking for his 2nd win of the weekend and of the season. Henry Heaton, 2nd in the championship, looking for win number 4 this year. Through Village they go. Stephen Nuttall, he's had 2 wins at Donington. On the podium a couple of times at Knockhill in Scotland as well. He wants to get back into the lead here, having lost out at Stowe Corner last time through. Waiting for them to come up the Wellington Straights. Here they come. Who's it going to be this time? Look at Gordon Sawyer getting back into the picture as well. The pole sitter in this race. Nuttall round this side. Where did he come from there? He's on the brakes. Is he going to lock up and run wide? No, he saved it. But Henry Heaton just about holds his lead. Smith in behind them. Then Sawyer. 4 of them almost on top of each other for the lead here. Swan Dixon 5th. Then it's Eden. That must be who that wing belongs to in the gravel at Woodcote. Here they come towards the line. Who's it going to be at the line this time? 4 laps completed. They cross the line as one. Less than a second, covering 6 cars at the front of the field. And behind them, James Murphy is just on the fastest lap, 2:17.224. So it could be 7 or even 8 soon, because Alex Jordan's not far away either. 77 of Rob Watts is up there as well. It is 7 now. Murphy's latched onto the back of this group. Look, the number 3. Henry Heaton now takes the lead from Jake Swan Dixon up to second. I cannot keep up with this. They're changing places too often even for my eyes to follow them. Here comes James Murphy. Watch for the number 3. How many can he get past here down the Hanger Straight? Jake Swan Dixon's going to be the latest car, I think, to lead this race. There he goes. Now here comes Stephen Nuttall up the outside. Swan Dixon led for about 10 feet there. Here comes Heaton up the outside. Now I was being pushed by William Smith. This is like NASCAR at Daytona. Oh, there are not the words to describe this. It's incredible racing. 7 of them going for the lead now. Here they come into club. Up the inside, Stephen Nuttall retakes the lead. Heaton down to second. 3rd place is Smith, then Swan Dixon, Sawyer, Murphy going for 6th past Tom Eden in the 64. Behind him now is Rob Watts. The rest of them are towed up onto the back of them. Look, Rob Watts, Alex Jordan. Who else is in there? Neil Fraser, Graham McDonald as well. Stephen Nuttall leads the train. I think it's now 11 cars fighting for the lead. There's only 4 more in the race because we lost Ian Sparshott, of course, earlier. He's pulled into the paddock, I think. There's a battle further back as well. In 12th place is Hutchinson, then Aubrey and Jarrett fighting it out further back. Tom Allen as well. So everybody's involved. Could we see the entire 15-car pack fighting for the lead here? Let's wait and see what happens going into Brooklands Corner. They come over the rise on the Wellington Straight. Gordon Sawyer's going for the inside. It's Nuttall who leads. Sawyer will take second down the inside past Smith and Heaton. Behind him, Jake Swan Dixon. Gordon Sawyer just about makes it stick for second place. Heaton 3rd. 4th place is the 27 of William Smith. 5th, Jake Swan Dixon. Murphy is 6th. James Murphy looking to gain another place here. Remember, he started last on the grid. What's the order going to be across the line? Nuttall from Sawyer this time. Less than a second covering the top 5. Murphy only 3/10 behind that. Gordon Sawyer, the pole sitter for this race, dropped back on the first lap. He's back into second place. Here comes Jake Swan Dixon, who led for about 10-20 feet of the Hanger Straight earlier on. Henry Heaton looks to the inside, bounces over the curb. He's side by side, almost banging wheels there with Gordon Sawyer. Smith in behind them. There is the 66 of Jake Swan Dixon. Murphy and Eden behind them. There's the rest of the pack. Have we lost Alex Jordan? I haven't seen the pink machine come through. We seem to have lost the Pink Panther. As William Smith moves up the inside, he's going to take all of them up the inside here, is he? No. Gordon Sawyer holds him off. You see how Nuttall was just slipstreamed out of it there. Everybody else got the tow behind him, was able to pull their way past. Magnificent stuff. Gordon Sawyer later on the brakes for club. He's going to take the lead from Henry Heaton. Nuttall 3rd, Smith now 4th. 5th position, we've got Jake Swan Dixon. Yes, we have lost Alex Jordan, number 80. I'm not sure where. And Rob Watts has dropped back as well, so maybe they touch somewhere. Gordon Sawyer looking for win number 2 this weekend and win number 4 of the season. Leads the way. There's a battle further back. That's Rob Watts. He has had some contact. You can see the wings hanging off on the left rear. Maybe he had a bit of a touch with the number 80 car. What's going to happen as they come up the Wellington Straights at this time? We are loving this. And the drivers will be loving it as well. Waiting for them to come into our sight. Who's going to be leading as they come out of the loop? It's Gordon Sawyer still in the lead. Will he still be leading at Brooklands? Not if Stephen Nuttall's got anything to do with it. Sawyer locks up. Or is he going to get round on the inside yet? Just about ahead of Henry Heaton and Stephen Nuttall. 4th place is Smith. Murphy's up to 5th. James Murphy could win this. It's ahead of Jake Swan Dixon and Tom Eden now. Graham McDonald heads the next group in the number 19, ahead of Neil Fraser and Chris Hutchinson in the number 78 car. He's fourth in the championship, but he's had a quiet weekend this week. Stephen Nuttall, let's look at Smith up the inside in the 27. He goes past all of them. Brilliant from Smith. He crossed the line in fourth place. He's just taken 3 cars in one move into Copse Corner, but he could lose the places again. Look at Murphy moving up on the inside now. Henry Heaton takes it. Smith's gone from fourth to first and back to fourth again in the space of 2 corners. That's incredible. Swan Dixon is 5th. Murphy in there in 6th. I can't keep up with this. This is one of the best motor races I've ever seen. They've surpassed themselves today, the Caterham Championships have. 3 wide down to Stowe. They're trying to make it 5 wide. Look at William Smith again up the outside. He's so daring on the brakes here. Up the outside, side by side with Stephen Nuttall. Nothing between them for the lead out of Stowe Corner. Down towards Club now. This is epic racing. Down to Club. Smith's got the inside. He's going to take the lead into the left-hander. Oh, wallop! We've got a tangle there, and through the air goes Gordon Sawyer. He hits Henry Heaton. It's all blown up there. What a shame that is. Murphy's got damage. Swan Dixon was involved, and that's completely split up the lead battle. Gordon Sawyer, how is he still going? He flew through the air over the top of the car of Henry Heaton there. So it's Nuttall and Smith on their own for the lead now. Well, something had to give, surely, in that lead battle, and sadly it did there into Club. Now, how many cars are wounded? I know James Murphy's got some damage. There's also spoke to somebody else spinning out there as well. Can't identify who that is at the moment. Well, such a disappointment that it's had to end up that way. James Murphy's slowing. He's got damage. Who's the car that's spun there? I think that might be Tom Allen, number 88. I don't know if he was involved as well. So it's Smith versus Nuttall for the lead. Now, somehow, I don't know how, Gordon Sawyer is still going. I thought he would have smashed his suspension there as he flew over Henry Heaton's car. Very lucky that nobody was hurt there. Okay. Wait to see how many come through here. Well, there's the fight. That's now for 4th place, I think. Smith ahead of Nuttall. Just over 3.5 minutes to go. Gordon Sawyer is 3rd. It's Hutchinson up to 4th. Jake Swan Dixon's still going. He's 5th. Graham McDonald 6th. Then Neil Fraser, Chris Aubrey. So we've lost Henry Heaton. We have lost James Murphy. And I think we've lost Tom Eden as well as a result of that pile-up at the club complex. And it's such a shame. Such an incredible race there. They've been racing so cleanly as well. There was no contact up to that point. So, given how close they are, it was very impressive indeed, but it all came apart. Tom Eden is into the pits. That's a retirement for him. Stephen Nuttall and William Smith continue to duke it out for the lead. Nuttall has it at the moment. First time in a while he's led through Stowe Corner. Gordon Sawyer's car has almost lost all its wings. Through they come through Club. Battle is on for 4th. It's Chris Hutchinson against Jake Swan Dixon, who escaped with only minor damage from that tangle. 6th behind them, it is the number 19 of Graham McDonald. Neil Fraser is 7th, and behind him is Chris Aubrey. Further back there's Rob Watts, just ahead of John Jarrett in the 21. There's Chris Aubrey, number 12, so some of the lesser lights from the earlier races now able to feature in the midfield battle. Oh, Graham McDonald sideways there into Village. We don't want to lose any more cars. Penalty notification come up for number 21, Johnny Jarrett, on the timing screen. We'll confirm that in a moment. I would imagine that's for track limits. Meantime, less than 2 minutes to go now, so it'll be last lap this time. Stephen Nuttall versus William Smith. As the leaders head up towards Woodcote to start their final lap. And Nuttall has actually pulled away a little bit this time through. It was Smith ahead last time through. Separated by 0.7 of a second, so has Nuttall pulled out enough of a gap? Gordon Sawyer in what's left of the 91 car, looking on from 3rd. Thankfully, it looks like only bodywork damage for him. Further back in fourth, Jake Swan-Dixon's got back ahead of Chris Hutchinson. This will help Hutchinson, who's had a quiet weekend so far. He's fourth in the points, so needs a better score here. First three well clear of him though. Jake Swan-Dixon back up into fourth. There's the white and blue car leading the train, ahead of Hutchinson, McDonald, Fraser and Aubrey. Well, William Smith is not finished yet. He's closed back up on Stephen Nuttall. We could have a race to the flag yet. But such a sad way for that incredible 7 or 8 car battle to end. There's bits of debris littering the gravel trap at Club there. You can see, I think that's bits of Gordon Sawyer's car. I hope that all drivers involved there are okay, of course. 5-way battle still going on for fourth, but Stephen Nuttall out front, looking to preserve his championship lead. Great to see William Smith back in the places though, a win and a second so far. He'll want another win here if he can snatch it from the 46 of Stephen Nuttall. Henry Heaton, I think, is still going further back in the field, so he did rejoin, but he's quite a long way behind. So Henry Heaton, I think, is still running after that tangle. As the leaders head down the Wellington Straight, and William Smith, this is his last opportunity. He's going for the inside, but Stephen Nuttall moves across to take the line for Brooklyn. Smith closes right up on him. Can he get him through Luffield? I don't think he's going to. It's going to be Stephen Nuttall in car number 46, coming in for win number 3 of his season and to keep his championship lead in the Caterham 7 UK Championship, supported by Avon Tyres. Here he comes across the line. Stephen Nuttall is your winner by 0.42 of a second ahead of William Smith. Gordon Sawyer, the earlier winner in the remains of his car, takes third place, and it's a solid scrub for fourth, covered by less than 0.8 of a second. Fourth was Jake Swan-Dixon in the end ahead of Hutchinson, McDonald, Fraser and Aubrey as quickly as that. Ninth place will be Rob Watts. Johnny Jarrett crosses the line in 10th, but we'll see what the penalty is for him. We haven't had the reason come through yet. I would imagine that's a penalty for exceeding track limits. We'll see whether that's... I don't think it'll lose him a place because he was sufficiently clear of Tom Allen in the 88. So Henry Heaton does get to the finish in 12th place, and we lost Tom Eden, James Murphy, and earlier on Alex Jordan and Ian Sparshott. Well, an incredible race, the race of the weekend for its first half, but it all ended in disaster for some drivers at the club complex. Congratulations, Stephen Nuttall takes his third win of the season and will increase his championship lead as a result, heading into the next rounds at scheduled for Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. If that doesn't go ahead, they'll be at Brands Hatch. We'll bring you the results in a moment of that one then. So on the slowdown lap here, applauding the marshals, thanking them for their services, the drivers. Fair bit of debris to clear up after that one, unfortunately. Okay, here's your result then. Stephen Nuttall, the winner by 0.42 of a second over William Smith, and further back Gordon Sawyer surviving the pile-up for third. Jake Swan-Dixon heading home, a solid scrub of cars covered by less than a second, 5 of them for fourth place. Fifth was Chris Hutchinson, sixth Graham McDonald, Neil Fraser seventh and Chris Aubrey eighth. Further back in ninth was Rob Watts. Johnny Jarrett finished in 10th place, the penalty not dropping him any places. 11th went to Tom Allen. Henry Heaton did manage to survive and finish at the back in 12th place, and we lost Tom Eden and James Murphy into the pits. Alex Jordan and Ian Sparshott were earlier retirements. That concludes the action this weekend for the Caterham 7 UK Championship. We'll head down to Ian Waterhouse fairly shortly to hear from the drivers in the pits. Next up today will be the Caterham Road Sport Championship. Many of these drivers only in their second season of motor racing. They had a great race yesterday as well. We'll bring you the grid for that as soon as we can. Yesterday it was a win for Hugo Bush, number 22, in an incredible battle with Taylor O'Flanagan, Dominic Mansberger and Tom Cockerill, among others. The four of them finishing about 3 seconds apart. That was only because Mansberger and Cockerill ran wide through the gravel at Woodcote on the last lap. Hugo Bush taking his third consecutive victory. He'll try and make it 4 in a row. Next up in the Caterham Mission Motorsports Road Sport Championship, supported by Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsport charity. Well, Tom Cockerill will be looking to extend his championship lead, only a point ahead of Dominic Mansberger coming into this weekend. Well, we can now hand over to Ian Waterhouse, who's ready to talk to the drivers from our Caterham 7 UK Championship down in Parc Ferme.
Hello everybody, welcome down to a very excitable Parc Ferme here. There's Gordon Said back on the podium once again, but not in first place this time, in third, because it's Stephen Nuttall who took the checkered flag, and look at him, he's going to be a very, very happy man indeed. Let's let him get his helmet off first. Bit of a tight gap again, just over 0.4 of a second, wasn't there, from this man, William Smith. Stephen, congratulations, that's how you do it, huh?
Cheers, mate. Yeah, epic race. Hats off to all the guys around me. That was incredible racing.
It was. I mean, over the line, it looked like you and William had built up perhaps a little bit of a gap from Gordon over there, but you know, sometimes the race doesn't quite tell the whole story.
No, I think before that it was nip and tuck for everybody, and everyone giving room and really hard racing, proper stuff to be honest. And then something must have happened because Will and I got a break, and at that point I think we're both old enough and dumb enough to know don't fight each other for a little bit and just give ourselves some breathing room. So
yes.
that's what happened. I think Will might got caught in a bit of coolant after the incident,
right.
So it maybe give us a little gap, and it was just like, right, let's try and get some laps in. But I mean, up to that point, they're nice, and you just got to try and find some fast laps in. But the racing before that was incredible.
Fantastic
brilliant
stuff. What a way to finish the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations, Stephen. Wonderful stuff. Let's just grab Will Smith again. Will, we've spoken to you quite a lot this weekend, haven't we? That's what happens when you're always on the podium. Talk us through that one, because it's quite close in the end.
Very close. Yeah, it was nip and tuck for the first probably 3/4 of the race. Then I'm not sure what happened at Stowe, but there must have been a coming together behind us. Yeah. And I just noticed in the mirror that there was a gap. So Steve and I worked together. And we'll find it out on the last lap. Unfortunately, through maggots and beggars, I made a mistake on the last lap, and it just put me out of touch to have a real go at it. But a first and 2 seconds this weekend, it's been a great weekend.
What a weekend, huh?
Yeah,
what a
superb weekend.
Congratulations, Will Smith there. Not that one, but still Will Smith. Gordon, let's grab a quick word of Gordon as well on the podium yet again. Really, these three have been super duper, haven't they, Gordon? Yet again, another podium. You must be delighted.
I'm just happy to finish that race, to be honest. I didn't think I would. I was airborne. I felt like I was a good bit airborne for a bit down. I think down at Vale, just got. I was in the middle of two cars, and then I think the yellow car came up the inside of me and just sandwiched me. Yeah, and I thought the car must be gone, and then I think I got fastest lap.
So maybe, if anything, maybe it helped.
Yeah, it probably weighs a bit less now.
It's been a great weekend, hasn't it? Big smile on your face. You're going to go away full of confidence.
Best weekend I've had so far. I need to get the consistency back into my racing. Didn't help having that shunt kind of thing, but I don't think it was anything to do with me, to be honest with you. So yeah, happy to get on the podium all the races.
Well done, congratulations. Right, that rounds it out for this class of Caterhams. It's not it for today though. There's still plenty of action left to happen, so I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard to keep you updated with what's happening next.
Thanks, Ian. Well, what's happening next is a little bit of clean-up. And once the marshals have done that, we'll have the Mission Motorsport Caterham Road Sport Championship. Grid based on the result yesterday, so it's number 22, Hugo Bush, who takes pole position alongside number 11, which is Taylor O'Flanagan. Second row, 25, Dominic Mansberger from Germany, alongside 59, the points leader Tom Cockerill. And on row 3, 38, Ryan Lovett, alongside 97, Gwyn Jones. Fourth row, number 93, Adam West, aka Batman, alongside 96 of Peter Motts. Row 5, number 17, Alex Vincent, who fought back well from a spin in yesterday's race, alongside number 4 of Nick Timpson. Row 6, number 2, Andy Lund, and 5, Chris Broom. On row 7, 49, Steve Lanky Lancaster, and number 27, Kevin Turner. Row 8 is Adrian Mariadas in number 81 and number 88, Michael Q. 9th row, number 98, James Hall, and number 9, of James Griffiths. On the 10th row, we have got number 6 of Marcus Eels alongside the number 29 Andrew Bergbaum. The 11th row, 20 Chris Griffith and 70 Mike Hilton. On the 12th row, we've got 26 Peter Lawson and then 23 of Mark Firth. And the final row, 99 Toby Boys and number 12 Ron Mounsey. He was disqualified from yesterday's race for causing a collision, and therefore for that bit of contact he has to start from the back of the grid today after being excluded from yesterday's results. So the Caterham Road Sports, sponsored by the Forces Motorsport charity Mission Motorsports. And a lot of drivers they have helped over the years, a number of ex-servicemen racing for them, achieving rehabilitation as well through the world of motor racing, set up by Major James Cameron and his associates. They've raised a lot of money over the years through their various exploits, competing in endurance racing, also organising the Race of Remembrance on Remembrance Weekend every year up at Anglesey in North Wales. And we can now hand back down to Ian down in the pit area.
Hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. It's almost time for the final Caterham Road Sports race of the weekend here at Silverstone. Yes, I'm a little bit sad. And this man over here, Hugo Bosti, yesterday to take race 1. What can he do today? Let's just go a little bit further down, shall we, and catch up with a couple of the other drivers. We've got Gwyn Jones here. Let's grab a quick word with Gwyn, proudly showing the Welsh Dragon. Gwyn, how are we doing? How are you feeling ahead of this?
Yeah, good, yeah. Hopefully it stays dry, so it should be a good race.
You just never know in this. What are these things like to drive in the wet? Because I imagine it's a bit like an ice rink, is it?
Can be sometimes, But surprisingly, Silverstone yesterday, we qualified in the wet. It's quite grippy out there, actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not too bad.
Fantastic. Best of luck for the race. Won't you enjoy it? Thank you very much. We spoke to Adam West, Batman, yesterday. But let's grab a chat with Peter Mott. Engines raring to go. Peter, you ready for this?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great circuit, of course, for us to be here. So having a lot of fun. Looking forward to it.
What is it like then to drive the Silverstone GP circuit in one of these?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's a really big, long, wide circuit, and these things, they've got the aerodynamics of a brick. So the toes, the long straights, there are 3 of them, are really critical. So it's all about getting behind a car and being able to slipstream past them if you can. So,
I mean, that's the game plan, isn't it? But that's the game plan for everyone.
Well, that's right. Yeah, we're all trying to do the same thing, which is why it's crazy at the end, because of course everyone in that last couple of straights are trying to slipstream past everyone else. So it makes it a lot entertaining, but a bit nerve-wracking as well.
Peter, best of luck. Enjoy. Thanks for talking to us. Let's just move down and just grab a quick word with Nick Timpson before we better get off. Nick, hello. How are you? Are you excited?
I am, yeah, very excited.
I always get a little bit sad actually. Last race of the weekend, obviously for you guys in the road sports. Have you had a good weekend so far?
It's been okay. Not a great quali yesterday. Qualified 16th, but ended up in 10th in the race. But it was a tough race. Hopefully today will be a little bit cleaner. And looking to make a few places.
There's a lot of opportunity at Silverstone, isn't there? You know, you got the straights, and you know the toe is key, of course, as we know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's almost too much opportunity here for overtaking. It's so wide that it's some circuits are narrow. You kind of know where the overtaking zones are, but here, and it's hard to defend as well. So it's definitely a different challenge for us.
Best of luck, Nick. Try and enjoy, right? Cheers. Thank you very much. Right. It's time for the Caterham Road Sports to take to the track for the final time here at Silverstone this weekend. I'm going to hand back to your commentator Dave Goddard to take through the action.
Thanks, Ian. Hugo Bosti yesterday indeed. I'll get you back for that one, Mr. Waterhouse. Cars on their way to the grid then, headed by Hugo Bush in the number 22 car, looking for his 4th straight win in this championship. The championship opened at Donington earlier this year. It was Taylor O'Flanagan and Tom Cockerill who did the winning on that occasion. Then in Scotland at Knockhill, Hugo Bush scored a double. I'm going to call him Hugo Boss at some point in this race. Now Ian said that, so I'll apologise in advance. Dominic Manschberger, number 25, the black and green car. He's been consistent so far with 3 second places and a 3rd. Tom Cockerill with a win, 2 seconds and a 4th place leads the championship. There he is, 4th on the grid, the red and white car, lovely looking car that one. But in pole position it is Hugo Bush alongside Taylor O'Flanagan. Most of these drivers are graduates of the Academy Championship, and they've upgraded their cars to Road Sports spec. The Road Sports Championship cars with some slightly different Avon ZZS tyres and rear anti-roll bar added to the suspension. So only minimal upgrades to increase grip and reduce body roll. They're powered by the same 1600cc Ford Sigma engine, 125 bhp as the Academy cars. Same gearbox, same max RPM, same differential, road suspension except for the anti-roll bar added to the rear. Same minimum weight. So it's just handling that's the difference, really. These drivers, the drivers graduating from the Academy into Works Caterham Racing, and many of them go on, of course, to 270R, to 310R, and some eventually to the Caterham 7 UK Championship with the different cars. Road Sport champion last year was Tom Willis. We've already seen what he and Blair McConaughey could do in the 270R races. You can see some powder gone down there on a bit of oil at Abbey. That must be that car that pulled off earlier on. That must be where that happened. Ian Sparshot, I think it was, dropped some oil there. Watch out for Ron Mounsey from the back, the McDonald's liveried car. Will there be a Big Mac on the way home if he can get through into the points here? So a quick hello to Duncan Douglas as well. Just a message from him. He's one of the PA commentators here at Silverstone this weekend. Cars make their way around to the grid then, just getting some heat into their Avon ZZS tyres. There is Ron Mounsey, number 12. Car that was disqualified yesterday at the back. Getting ready for the second race of the weekend then, for the Mission Motorsports Caterham 7 Road Sports Championship. In pole position, yesterday's winner, Hugo Bush, number 22, alongside number 11 in the yellow car, Taylor O'Flanagan. Second row in black and green, number 25, Dominik Manschberger from Germany, alongside number 59, points leader Tom Cockerill in the red and white car. Third row, we've got number 38, Ryan Lovett, also in black and green, alongside number 97, the flying Welshman, Gwyn Jones. Then on row 4 is 93, Adam West, aka Batman, and 96, Peter Mott, the Bath University professor, in car number 96. Completing the top 10, 17, Alex Vincent, and number 4, Nick Timpson. Watch for Alex Vincent, who is 5th in the points, had to fight back after spinning early on in yesterday's race to take 9th, so he could feature in the lead battle here. This is going to be another slipstreaming classic from the Caterhams. Is maybe some of the lesser powerful cars, but certainly no less spectacular. Now into position then, ready for our penultimate Caterham race of the weekend. Still got the Academy cars coming up a little later on. Just awaiting the all clear from the back of the grid. There is the green flag. Hugo Bush in the grey and red car, Taylor Flanagan in yellow on the front row. This will be a 20-minute race. Revs begin to rise, and off they go. Down towards the first corner at Copse. Who's going to get the whole shot into the first corner? Lancaster in 49 running wide at the back. Looks like it's Taylor O'Flanagan who's got the early lead. See who's leading though as they come up towards Maggots and Beckett's. Number 29 going through there is Andrew Bergbaum, further back in the pack in the orange car. 49 of Steve Lancaster does indeed run wide, and it's Taylor O'Flanagan, but look at Dominik Manschberger up the inside. He's made a great start from the second row and he's into the lead. Bush has run wide, going into Maggots there, but he holds third place. It's Manchberger who leads from O'Flanagan in the Carbon Creative car. Third is Hugo Bush. The rest of them charge through. And before there, Nick Timpson, we heard from him earlier on. Side by side for the lead, and it's O'Flanagan who slipstreams his way into the lead. These are exactly the same as the Caterham 7 UK cars in terms of racing styles. It's how you race a Caterham. As we heard earlier, you have to slipstream each other. Hugo Bush up the outside. He's going to take the lead into Stowe Corner. I think look at Gwyn Jones in the red car on the wide line there as well. He's going to try and cut his way up the inside into the left at the club complex. Mike Hilton, number 70, has had an off further back, trying to rejoin. Who's leading into club? It's Hugo Bush from Taylor O'Flanagan. Third place is Tom Cockerill. He's come through the middle there, and Manchberger's relegated to fourth. Gwyn Jones fifth, and Ryan Lovett in sixth position as they came through. Somebody running wide through there. We'll try and identify that in a moment. But here come the leaders. Line astern into Abbey for the first time. Hugo Bush leads the way. Are overlapping all the way down the pack in this way. Notice a lot of these cars with their number plates still in situ. Some of these drivers do drive their cars on the road to the events. Number 23 there, that's Mark Firth. Trying to remember whose car it was. I think it was Tim Steele who we saw out earlier. I happened upon his Caterham parked outside an Indian restaurant near Donington Park once. Certainly took me rather by surprise. Somebody dropping back there. The number 6 car, that is Marcus Eels, has had a problem early on, as here come the leaders down the Wellington Straight. Hugo Bush on the inside, Taylor O'Flanagan on the outside. Cockerill tucked in behind there. It's Manchberger, Jones, Lovett. Liking the personalised number plate on Ryan Lovett's car there. As 22 continues to set the pace. Hugo Bush. Fairly steady starts this one. No wild slipstreaming just yet. Only into Stowe Corner that first time around. Look how many of them there are. A very big pack of cars indeed. 26 of them out in this race. Here they come. Hugo Bush, Tom Cockerill up the inside. He's taken Manchberger, trying for second place there into Copse Corner. Number 5 going through, that's Chris Broom. Beautifully turned out cars in this field as Tom Cockerill now attacks for the lead. He's got second place away from Taylor O'Flanagan. He won't quite overhaul our race leader. Tom Cockerill, whose motorsport career started in radio control car racing. He was very successful internationally in that. Now choosing to race the real thing. RC car racing these days, very technologically advanced. You're getting onto the level of Formula E in some of the top classes. Side by side for second. Here comes the yellow machine of Taylor O'Flanagan. Gwyn Jones again trying to go down the outside in the 97. The red car with the black nose. It's Hugo Bush somehow holding them all off. Cockerill to the inside. In the middle there is Manchberger. Gwyn Jones could be the big winner out of all this lot. Can he get into the top 3 or even the top 2 here? Bush on the inside, later on the brakes for Club Complex. Holds it on ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. Gwyn Jones is there on the outside, side by side with Manchberger. Cockerill is back to 5th position. He lost out through Stowe. Closing up now Ryan Lovett, and there's another car on the tail of them. I think that might be the Batmobile of Adam West, number 93. Hugo Bush somehow kept his nose in front. O'Flanagan, the Carbon Creative car, he's designed, Taylor O'Flanagan through his business has designed some of the liveries on these cars in this race. Through Village, Dominic Manchberger trying to position himself for the left-hander at the loop onto the Wellington Straights. Still a long way to go in this 20-minute race for the Mission Motorsport Caterham Road Sport Championship. Here they come, down the straight towards Brooklands. Hugo Bush, chased by Taylor O'Flanagan. Tom Cockerill, bit of a lock up there. Is he going to run wide? No, he gets it back to the inside. So Manchberger who runs wide. Cockerill will go through into 3rd place. Manchberger now side by side with Ryan Lovett in the other green car there. Gwyn Jones in behind them, and there's the Batmobile. You can see the symbol on the back, Adam West. Then a gap back to, I think it's 96 of Peter Mott, the Professor, up into 8th place. 0.3 of a second in it for the lead as they cross the line. Taylor O'Flanagan trying to move into the toe. Bush holds him off, then Cockerill. Looks like Ryan Lovett's been shuffled back a place or 2 there. Peter Mott is next, then Alex Vincent. Rounding out the top 10, number 98, which is James Hall. Here come the leaders. Taylor O'Flanagan has taken Hugo Bush into the complex there. One car we've lost, Mike Hilton, number 70, never got going again on the first lap. We saw him in trouble. Gwyn Jones battling with Adam West in the 93. Taylor O'Flanagan gets a wheel onto the curb there. It looks like Hugo Bush is going to try and go around the outside of him into the right-hander at Stowe, but round the outside of both of them, here comes Tom Cockerill in the 59. They're 3 wide on the run into Stowe corner. More battles further back. There's Mark Vincent side by side with Peter Mott, and then it's 4 wide further back. 99 going well. That's Toby Boys. He started from the back row of the grid. He's well up. See where he comes out at the end of this lap. See how many places he's gained. And Cockerill, that move around the outside did work. He's into the lead. Second for the 22 of Bush, then O'Flanagan in third. Here they come on the Hamilton straights. 4th place it is Dominic Manchberger, 5th Gwyn Jones, 6th is Ryan Lovett, and the Batmobile is 7th behind them, number 93 Adam West. Next group headed by Alex Vincent and Peter Mott. Toby Boys is up into 10th place, having started last. On the back row after retiring due to a collision yesterday. 13 minutes still to go. This is great stuff. Plenty more slipstreaming to come. Here they come down the straight. Can Tom Cockerill hang on? Here comes Hugo Bush, charges up the inside. Takes the lead, but he's outbraked himself. He's going to run wide. Cockerill takes the lead back again. Manchberger goes through. O'Flanagan goes through. Yeah, Hugo Bush just too late on the brakes there for Brooklands. You can't afford to run wide there because you will lose places, just as he just did there. Behind him, Gwyn Jones. It's 5 for the lead now. Here they come up and over the line. 3 laps completed. Cockerill half a second just under clear of O'Flanagan in second. Bush has crossed the line in third. No, Manchberger's there in second. His transponder was a bit slow there, so he is there in second place. Apologies there. It's an error with his timing transponder. He's attacking for the lead now as they come up towards the complex. Can Manchberger lead for the first time since the first corner? He certainly can. Tom Cockerill goes through into second place ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow car. One comment we've got just come through. These are slightly less crazy than the last race. Oh, they haven't got warmed up yet. You wait till the last few laps. To the outside goes Cockerill. To the outside of him goes O'Flanagan. Bush on his tail. Now almost 4 wide into Stowe. Who's going to come out with the lead? I think it's going to be O'Flanagan in the yellow machine's latest on the brakes. Yes, he takes the lead. Hugo Bush on the outside of Tom Cockerill. Gwyn Jones is just keeping a watching brief behind them, wondering where to make his move. Down towards Club. It's going to be Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow machine who holds the lead. Cockerill side by side with Hugo Bush. This is allowing Ryan Lovett and Adam Batman West to close up as well. Peter Mott holds the front of the next group. Look at them dodging about even on this short straight up towards Abbey. O'Flanagan, Cockerill, Bush under fire from Dominic Manchberger. He goes back through into third place. Gwyn Jones behind them in the red, number 97, the Welshman. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Toby Boys. He's down in 10th, 2:34.485. He said he was on a charge from the back row of the grid. Don't know if he'll catch this group up at the front of the field, the leading 7. Waiting for them to come down the Wellington Straight as we go up towards half distance in this race for the Mission Motorsports Caterham Road Sport Championship. Side by side down the straights. Taylor O'Flanagan on the inside. Tom Cockerill round the outside as Cockerill outbraked himself there as he runs very, very deep into the corner. Could lose out here. Manchberger comes through into second. Bush is there in fourth, looking for his 4th consecutive win in the championship. Double winner at Knock Hill. Gwyn Jones in 5th. Then it's Lovett and West hanging on in 6th and 7th. It's getting closer at the front. Taylor O'Flanagan chased by Dominic Manchberger. He's going to try and go around the outside into Copse Corner. He's done it. Good move, Dominic Manchberger. Up towards Maggots and then Beckett's. There's Batman at the back of the group. O'Flanagan holds his lead back ahead of Manchberger coming into the complex there. It's only for a short few hundred metres that Manchberger was able to take the lead before Taylor O'Flanagan was back ahead. They're all fighting for the championship lead as well. Cockerill, Manchberger, O'Flanagan separated by just 3 points at the top of the championship coming into this weekend, so I've no idea what the points chart's going to look like at the end of this race. Hugo Bush will be in there as well. The only reason he's a little further down is a no score at Donington in the first race, and as I said, that Bush goes round the outside back into the lead. 4th to 1st in the space of the Hanger Straight there. And Tom Cockerill's gone back to 5th because Gwyn Jones has come through as well. Jones is only 8 points off O'Flanagan in 3rd and 4th in the points. Bush has got the lead then ahead of Manchberger. Jones side by side with O'Flanagan now. Gwyn Jones really getting on board in this race. Then Cockerill, Lovett and West, 7 of them out of club down the Hamilton Straight, and here comes Manchberger trying to retake the lead on the inside, and he does so at Abbey. Up the inside, the black and green machine retakes first place up towards Village. Manchberger now side by side trying to get a run on him is Hugo Bush. 3rd place behind them is still the number 11 of Taylor O'Flanagan. What's going to be happening as they come onto the Wellington Straight? It's a huge group fighting it out further back as well. That's for 8th position. Toby Boys and Peter Mott at the head of it, along with Nick Timpson. Here they come down towards the left-hander at Brooklands, almost 3 wide for the lead. Hugo Bush, around the outside. Retakes lead up on the curb there. Dominic Manchberger, that could lose him a bit of momentum. Taylor O'Flanagan will attack as they go into Luffield. Thinks better of it, there wasn't room on the inside. Cockerill's back up into 4th, he's got ahead of Gwyn Jones. Then Ryan Lovett hanging on to them in the number 38 car. Adam West behind. And Toby Boys from the back of the grid in 99 is up into 8th. He's at the head of the next group. We'll see how close they are as they come through this time. Gwyn Jones has a look on the inside, doesn't make any progress past the 59 car of Tom Cockerill. Here come the leaders. They're 2 by 2 almost into the complex. What's going to come of this then? And Tom Cockerill nearly clips the back of Hugo Bush there. It's Manchberger who's got the lead in the 25. O'Flanagan down in 4th place now. Jones 5th. Still Lovett and West have not made any progress in getting through this pack ahead of them. Here they come, side by side down the straight. Bush and Manchberger almost touching wheels there. Cockerill to the inside. Jones is going to try and go around the outside of everybody. They're 5 wide into Stowe Corner. Then the next group comes through headed by Toby Boys. Who's going to be leading as they come into Boys side by side with 96 of Peter Mott. Here come the leaders. Now who's come out with the lead? Did Jones do it? Well, he's up to 2nd behind Dominic Manchberger. Here they come, Manchberger from Jones, and what's the order behind them? It's Bush 3rd. I think it's O'Flanagan in 4th in there. Then Cockerill side by side with Ryan Lovett, who's at last trying to get a run on the inside there. Well, Gwyn Jones could be the surprise package of this race in 97. He just sat there in 5th place up until that move around the outside. We've got just under 5.5 minutes of this race to go. And Dominic Manchberger somehow hanging on in front of it. First 7 well clear of their rest of the pack here, which is Boys, Mott and Timpson at the front of this next group. Ahead Andy Lund in the number 2. Going round the outside there, I think that's the number 17 of Alex Vincent, who's dropped back a bit. Contrast that with yesterday when he charged through the field. Leaders coming down the Wellington Straight, here they come. To the inside is Hugo Bush. Is he going to make a move here for the lead into Brooklands Corner? Yes, he is, and he takes the lead under braking. Great stuff from Hugo Bush. Down to 2nd goes Dominic Manchberger. So Bush took 2nd from Jones at the top end of the Wellington Straight, and then into Brooklands takes the lead. Now how long can he stay in the lead? This, I think, will be the penultimate lap this time. Or is that the last lap board going out? There's 4 minutes 20 left on the clock according to the timing screen. Saw a board being hung out there. I'm not sure if that's the last lap board or not. We'll wait and see next time around. Still 4 minutes left. There's a bit of debris there, and it's walloped by Taylor O'Flanagan. Somebody lost a wing. O'Flanagan goes through. He's lost his front number plate there. Look. Hope that hasn't damaged his suspension or his tyres, as Hugo Bush leads from Dominic Manchberger. Third place is still O'Flanagan, despite that impact with a fiberglass wing in the middle of the track. That's destroyed one souvenir for the marshals. Gwyn Jones up there in fourth place. It hasn't slowed Taylor O'Flanagan down. Look at this, he moves across, then across again to the inside. Jones going for the outside. They're going to try and go 4 wide again. Cockerill's tucked in there on the inside as well. Manchberger through the middle. That's going to be a tight squeeze. Goodness me. How did they all get through there? And they were so busy watching each other, they haven't noticed Gwyn Jones going round the outside of everybody. And he says, cheerio, you lot, I'm going to try and take the lead. Is Gwyn Jones going to be leading as they come into club? He gets on the brakes. Yes, he's done it. Oh, superb move from Gwyn Jones. He waited for everybody else to squeeze to the inside, going for the same bit of tarmac. And he's got the lead, but for how much longer? Galloping in a pack here around Silverstone. They all run wide. Oh, onto the dirt there. Taylor O'Flanagan. If he'd gone in any deeper there, he could have got stuck. That's going to drop into the back of this group, I think. 4 wide into Abbey. This is never going to work. Where's Tom Cockerill come from there on the inside? He's up to third. It's Bush now back in the lead. And Jones has gone down to fourth after running wide there. Who's going to come through Village with the lead now? Bush ahead of Manchberger, Cockerill, Jones, O'Flanagan. West is now 6th ahead of Lovett, I think. That'll have all changed, no doubt, by the time they get to the end of the Wellington Straights. Waiting just to confirm if they're going to get one more lap out of this, because I thought I saw the last lap board out, but surely there were 2 laps to go, and next time is the last lap. Well, here they come then. Down to Brooklands Corner. Look at Tom Cockerill to the inside here. He's going to be squeezed by Hugo Bush. There's a bit of a touch there, and Cockerill had to back out of it. Manchberger to the inside now on Bush. He's up the inside. Manchberger takes the lead ahead of Bush. Cockerill. It's O'Flanagan 4th, Jones 5th. Then West ahead of Lovett. Here they come up towards the start-finish line. Now the last lap board is out this time. That must have been my error. So we have got 1 lap to go. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. Here they come. Dominic Manchberger has the lead. Can he hold it for an entire lap? I doubt it. Who knows what's going to happen into Stowe Corner. Here they come, up the inside, Hugo Bush. Well, he's already through. Hugo Bush takes it up. Tom Cockerill in 3rd place. What's going to happen into Stowe? They could try and go 7 wide into Stowe this time. I'm sure they would risk it, but look, Bush and Manchberger have pulled out a little bit of an advantage there as they come through Chapel. Manchberger to the outside. O'Flanagan trying to close up. Cockerill as well. Here comes Jones is going to try his patented move down the outside. Oh, and Bush squeezes Cockerill onto the grass. Look out as he rejoins. Yes, they've rejoined okay. O'Flanagan's going to get round the outside as a result of that. Jones goes for broke around the outside as well. Manchberger's still got his nose in front. Got Cockerill, that was a scary moment. He got squeezed towards the grass. I thought he was going to slide back on and T-bone somebody. He's now going to throw it down the outside into the club complex. It's Manchberger who's still got the lead. O'Flanagan alongside him. Cockerill's tucked in on the inside. He'll go for second through the right-hander. Behind them, it's Bush, then Jones, Lovett and West. Any one of these 7 could still win it. Like the closing stages of a horse race more than a car race. They're so close, bunched together. Up towards Abbey. Dominic Manchberger leads. Still yet to win this year. He's had 3 seconds and a third. He desperately wants a win. It'll be his first road sport win, I think, if he does so. Here they come into Village Corner for the last time. O'Flanagan still second. It's Tom Cockerill in 3rd place. What a finish this is going to be. The clock has counted down to 0. They're on their way down towards Brooklands Corner for the last time. I don't know what's going to happen as they will head into the left-hander. Any one of 7 drivers can still win this Michelin Motorsport Caterham Road Sports race. Here they come. Dominic Manchberger has the lead. Trying to go for the inside is Tom Cockerill. Trying to go for the outside is Taylor O'Flanagan. Into Brooklands corner they come for the final time. It's Manchberger who leads it. Cockerill's there in second place. Up the inside, Hugo Bush is not going to get through. O'Flanagan going for the inside. He's leaning on Tom Cockerill, but it's going to be Dominic Manchberger. He's escaped through Luffield. It's going to be Manchberger in the 25 for his first win of the season. He's had 4 podiums so far. He's coming through to take the victory. There is the checker flag. Dominic Manchberger wins at Silverstone. What a stunning race that was. Manchberger the winner by half a second. And the top 7 cars covered by 1.8 seconds. That is sensational. Manchberger the winner ahead of O'Flanagan, Bush, Cockerill, Jones, Lovett and West. And I need a cold shower. Congratulations, Dominic Manchberger. On the podium in every race so far this season, with 3 second places, 2 thirds. I said 4 podiums, actually 5 because he was third yesterday. And finally, Dominic Manchberger is a winner in the Mission Motorsports Caterham 7 Road Sport Championship. Here at Silverstone, he wins by half a second, 0.562 to be precise, ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. Third goes to Hugo Bush, yesterday's winner. Tom Cockerill is fourth. Gwyn Jones fifth, but he tried so hard with those lunges around the outside into the Stowe corner. They all 5 of them led that race at some point. And best of all, a brilliant clean battle with no contact. Possibly a little bit of wheel banging into Brooklands once or twice. Well over that. 6th for Ryan Lovett, Adam West in 7th. The drivers show their appreciation to the marshals. The spectators here at Silverstone will show their appreciation to the drivers as well. What a fantastic race from the Mission Motorsport Caterham Road Sports. We'll confirm the results officially in a second. Dominic Manchberger the winner then by 0.562 of a second ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. Then a solid line of cars behind. It was Hugo Bush third ahead of Tom Cockerill. Gwyn Jones in 5th. Ryan Lovett 6th and Adam West 7th. Then a gap back to Toby Boys, who came through from the back of the grid for 8th. Nick Timpson 9th and Andy Lunn completing the top 10. Peter Mott finished 11th ahead of Alex Vincent. Chris Broome was 13th. And Steve Lancaster and the number 98 of James Hall rounding out the top 15. Behind them, in 16th place, from the back of the grid, was number 12, Ron Mounsey. Bergbaum was next ahead of Michael Koo. Then behind them, Peter Lawson, Adrian Mariadas, Kevin Turner. Griffith and Griffiths were 22nd and 23rd. And then the number 6 of Marcus Eels. And Mark Firth, number 23, completed the finishers. We lost Mike Hilton on the opening lap. What a stunning race that was, one of the best this weekend, and what has been a weekend of stunning racing all round here at Silverstone. There's still more to come. Okay, while I get my breath back, we'll hand over to Ian Waterhouse down in Parc Ferme.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. What a race that was, wasn't it? I think the top 5 was separated by less than a second. Incredible stuff. In the end though, it was Dominic Manchberger who got the job done. In fact, if anything, through the last couple of corners, actually managed to get away a little bit, but here he is. Dominic, congratulations. You must be absolutely thrilled. That was a whopper to watch. I can't even imagine what it was like to be behind the wheel.
Well, it was a hell of a fun this time. But yeah, the important thing for me this time was not to do the same mistake yesterday. When I led the last lap and left Bosworth open on the inside. So it was all I could try to block the inside, and this time it went the way I wanted it.
It certainly looked. I think the top 5 in the end, separated by little more than a second. It was intense stuff, wasn't it?
There was a couple of guys that joined us this time in the group, but I could see it on my lap timer that we were probably slow.
Right, look, congratulations. What a wonderful way to finish the weekend. Well done. That is your race winner there. Let's grab Taylor O'Flanagan's right here as well. Taylor, congratulations. You came in actually pooping a bit of the horn there. Yeah, you're happy with that?
Yeah, buzzing. It is such an amazing feeling racing, like we said yesterday, and brilliant race again. Super tight into the last corner as always. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Do you know what? Just to watch that, it was sensational. I mean, how close do you guys actually get out on the track to each other?
We touch. That's how close. So.
Fantastic. Yeah. What a wonderful way to finish your weekend, eh? Congratulations, Taylor. Let's go grab Hugo as well if we can. Guys, that was another exciting race, wasn't it? What was it like through your visor?
I mean, same as yesterday, just chaos throughout. So first and third for the weekend is good.
There's no time to breathe, is there, in these?
No, absolutely relentless. But pretty much contact free. Yesterday was completely contact free, so yeah, good fun.
Fantastic. Congratulations for Hugo there. Wonderful stuff. Now that actually ends the weekend for the Caterham Road Sport. Not quite for the Caterham yet though. We will be bringing you the Academy race a little bit later. Got a little bit of a gap before then. So I'm going to take you back to Dave Goddard, who will explain what's going to happen next.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. We now have a short break on our schedule before our next race, the Caterham Academy. All novice racers out for this one. A very big grid of well over 40 cars is going to be seen for this one. They normally race in 2 groups, but because we're on the full Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone this weekend, they're all racing in together in a single race over 20 minutes. Championship open exclusively to novices. That's coming up at about 4:30. So we'll see you back on air then, and then a final race of the weekend coming up after that. So a short break from the action now. We'll be back in about half an hour's time for the Caterham Academy. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gents. Welcome back here at the home of British Motorsport at Silverstone. As we get ready for the final Caterham race of the weekend, we welcome our novice racers in the Caterham Academy. The Academy open only to newcomers to motorsport. We have a very large grid of them here this weekend. This is one of the best ways to get into motor racing as a novice. A very big grid, about 45 drivers we have here for this next race. Let's have a look at the grid first of all then. It's very rare we get to all the Academy drivers racing together. They normally race in two groups, a green group and a white group. Today they race as one, and in pole position it's number 33 of Jeff Newman alongside 43 Gareth Lucas. Second row is number 35 Mark Kendall and number 11 Will James. Row 3, 15 James Cook alongside Charlie Lower in the 21. Number 2 Mark Jones alongside 17 Harry George on row 4. The fifth row, number 9 Ian Harris and 97 James Moon. On the 6th row, Oliver Hardick and Richard Ainscuff, or Rocco Ainscuff as he's known, on row 6. Row 7 Robert Demain in number 76 alongside number 8 of Tom Noakes. Row 8, number 66 Freddie Chiddicks and 71 Giles Perry. The 9th row is Chris Fraser, number 10, and Benja Headley in number 99. The 10th row, so it's a big grid, 69 Paul Woodman alongside Mark Janisewski in number 20. 11th row, 5 Phil Clark and 42 Michael Banton. 12th row, 84 Joe Priday and 74 Julian Roebuck. Row 13, 72 of Theo Theato, great name that is, and number 50 Neil Perry. His family, I'm told, were watching from Australia for this one. Row 14, 73 Mark Williams and 27 Simon Patel. Row 15 is 48 Paul Castle, 51 Ray Radford. Row 16, 59 Charlie Vincent and 64 Richard Lawrence. Row 17, 80 Rob Bain and 55 Graham Walker. Row 18, 81 Richard Percy and 19 Chris Roberts. There's still more to come. Row 19, we have got number 70 John Hood alongside 13 Robert Bake. 44 Ian Summers on the 20th row alongside 77 Lyndon Arnold. Row 21 is 18 Ian Bettis and 23 Alan Bateman. The 22nd row, Isla Lowe in 4 and number 22 Louise Deason. And the final row, 67 Anil Pitalia and number 6 David Saxby. Well, now we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse, who's been talking to some of the drivers in the build-up to this race.
Okay, welcome down to the Parc Fermé for the Caterham Academy. Now, as we can see, qualifying has actually finished, so we're going to grab a quick word with one or two of the drivers very quickly. We've got Isla Lowe here. Isla, how are you doing? How's qualifying?
Oh, super. Slippery.
Slippery, I bet it was. I bet it was.
Nerve-wracking, came back in one piece.
That's what we like to hear. What's the plan of action for the race?
I'll probably be at the back of the grid and go past everyone as quickly as possible on the start line.
We'll be watching. I'll let you guys go. Thank you very much. Let's grab a quick word with Mark Jones here. Mark, very quickly before I let you go, how was qualifying for you?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, unfortunately I had no toe the highway round, but
yeah, it makes a big difference here, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I'm happy with 5th. Hopefully I'll get them on the first corner. So
we're going to chat to you. We're going to chat to you after the race on the podium, are we?
Yeah.
That's right. Good man. Best of luck, buddy. Let's keep going. We've got James Cook here as well. James, quick word before you run off. How was qualifying for you out there? Tricky conditions, right?
Very difficult, yeah. Very last minute downpour, so complete change of plan, but managed to get a nice toe off Mark in front of me.
He was complaining that he didn't get a toe off anyone, so it was you taking advantage of it.
I took the benefit, exactly that, yeah. I was towing the guy behind me as well, so yeah, worked out really, really well. Enjoyed it actually, really, really good fun.
Excellent, and of course you've got a race coming up in a bit as well. Are you feeling any nerves? Are you ready for this?
I'm okay now. Qualifying settled me down. I was quite nervous coming into the morning with 50 cars on track at the same time. But we managed to get through that reasonably cleanly, so fingers crossed for the same for the race.
It's a wonderful thing in the Caterham Academy, isn't it? So what's your experience been like this weekend so far? And that's early days yet. But
really, really good so far. I've been here since Friday and a day off yesterday to mill around and chat to some of the other championships as well, so really good atmosphere. And yeah, really, really good fun. The Academy, it's so much fun.
Excellent. Look, best of luck for the race, James.
Thank
we
you
will be watching. Right, the cars are heading off now, but we haven't got long to go, have we, until the first Caterham Academy race. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Okay, good to hear from a couple of the drivers there in this Caterham Academy Championship, sponsored by Love Cars. Look out for their YouTube channel. Run by one of the drivers we've got out here. Who was that? Just trying to find out. That's Paul Woodman, car 69. He runs the Love Cars YouTube channel, has worked with somebody called Tiffany Dell on that this year, the former Top Gear presenter and long-time professional racing driver. So the Caterham Academy Championship then. What do you get for your money when you sign up to the Academy? Well, you get a Caterham Academy race car. You get your Motorsport UK Go Racing starter pack, an ARDS licence course, the Association of Racing Driver Schools, with the instruction to get your race licence, a Motorsport UK competition licence, an ARDS medical, technical and setup seminars, 2 track days, one exclusive to the Caterham Academy series, step-by-step support from Caterham Motorsport, and then you're into the championship. It kicked off this year with a sprint event, so not a race, just against the clock. That was at Kerborough sprint course near Lichfield in Staffordshire. Then the first race of the season was at Mallory Park in Leicestershire, and then a double-header at Knock Hill. Single race this weekend because we've got the 2 groups racing together. The cars are about to come out from the assembly area. I'm told by Scott Woodwis, who is at trackside, there are a few spots of rain in the air. So this could get interesting. So the 2 groups combined for this one. There's 2 equal groups that they're divided into white and green. We've already seen last year's Academy champions in the 2 groups. So we've got a car being recovered at the moment, a BMW from the saloon car race that's just taken place. Mr. Granger there is being pushed in. Thank you, marshals. 2 equal Academy groups. It's the white group and the green group. That doesn't mean anything, it's just how they're divided up, because white and green are Caterham's colours. We've already seen, as I was saying there, last year's Academy champions, Tom Cockerill and Taylor O'Flanagan. We've already seen what they can do in the road sports category. Indeed, most Academy drivers do try and move up into road sports once they graduate, if you like. A few good luck messages coming in. Jeffrey Perry on YouTube says, good luck to Neil Perry. He's in car number 50. Races to raise money for Cancer Research UK. And Jeffrey and his family watching in Australia. It's after 1 AM down there. They've stayed up to watch. Fair play to the Perry family. Another user says, come on, number 51. That's Ray Radford. Nick C says, good luck to Mark Kendall in the Academy race. Aidan supporting Graham Walker in number 55. Yeah, and I think we may have some rain on the way here. This is going to be chaos, I reckon, this next race. They are all novices, but they're all very competent and well-trained drivers. 33 Jeff Newman will start from pole. He comes from the regular green group, and will start alongside 43 Gareth Lucas. He's a white group driver. There's 2 separate points charts for each group. They normally have a combined race at the end of the season. In the point standings, the green group is headed by Freddie Chiddicks, number 66. Where has he qualified? Back on row 8 of the grid. And the white group is headed by Will James, number 11. He's on the 2nd row, so he could be one to watch for overall victory here. Will James leads the white group by 5 points ahead of Harry George, number 17. Charlie Lower is 3rd in that group. There is Jeff Newman. Now, where is he in the green group points? 4th coming into this weekend. Gareth Lucas will start alongside him. He's 4th in the white group points, but they're all a level playing field. This series is open only to novices who sign up for the Caterham Academy scheme. Just contact Caterham Cars if you want to sign up for maybe for next year and have a go yourself. If you've never had a racing licence before, if you've ever wanted to be a racing driver, this is the way to do it. So everybody on a level playing field. The sprint events at Kerborough at the start of the season, Charlie Lower and Ian Harris, number 9, won those. Then at Mallory Park, it was a win for Will James in the white group. He had a win at Knock Hill as well as did Harry George. Mallory Park in the green group was won by Jeff Newman. He had a win at Knock Hill too, as did Freddie Chiddick. So Jeff Newman's already had a couple of wins this year. He could be the favourite here from pole position, the blue and yellow car. In blue and orange, it's Gareth Lucas, alongside him. Mark Kendall is on the 2nd row. So we've already got somebody supporting him on the YouTube chat. Brum Racing asks, is Julian Roebuck related to Nigel Roebuck, the long-time Formula 1 journalist? I'm not sure on that one, Brum Racing. You can see number plates on all of these cars. Again, many of these drivers do drive their cars on the road to the events. As for the spec of these cars, it's fully road legal. Ford Sigma 1600cc engine, 125 bhp, 5-speed gearbox, Avon Academy tyres, road legal suspension, 630 kilograms minimum weight with driver. Maximum RPM limited to 6,800 RPM. This is going to be very close indeed. Don't panic, it says on the front of Gareth Lucas's car. Yeah, that's good advice for a Caterham racer. There's the number 9, which is Ian Harris. A couple of ladies in the field as well. We spoke to Isla Lowe, number 4, earlier on. Louise Deason's out there as well, number 22. So I'm using number plates on these cars. Number 80 there, reminding himself which end of the car's which. That's Rob Bain. Some of them with road legal number plates, you can see. Spirit of 78, it says on one of the cars there. That refers to the Lotus 78, I think, in the Lotus colours. The very last car on the grid says far too old. I think that's on David Saxby's car. You have to have a good sense of humour to race Caterhams, clearly. We've already seen Batman and McDonald's liveried cars this weekend. Who knows what this lot are going to do? How many of them there are. Great to see the Academy all out together. A huge field of Caterhams up to the grid then for the single race this weekend for the Love Cars Caterham Academy Championship. All of these drivers in their first season of motor racing. In pole position, number 33. On the right, the blue and yellow car is Jeff Newman. Gareth Lucas in blue and orange, number 43, alongside him. The second row, number 35, that's of Mark Kendall in the green car with the purple cage. No mistaking his car. Alongside him, number 11, William James in the mint green liveried car. On the third row, number 15, James Cook, alongside number 21, Charlie Lower. I reckon Charlie Lower and Will James could be two of the ones to watch here, given their form in the previous events. The sprint at Kerborough, which opened this series exclusively for racing novices. And then races at Mallory Park and Knock Hill so far this season. It's going to take a moment to get this huge grid of 46 cars formed up here. This will be a 20-minute race for the Love Cars Caterham Academy Championship. All of these drivers never held a race licence before this season. They bought their licence packages and had to take their test along with purchasing these Academy cars, learning to be racing drivers with Caterham cars. Last couple of cars moving into line at the back. Cloudy conditions, possibly a few spots of rain in the air. Let's hope we're not going to have another cloud burst. Fourth row of the grid, number 9, Ian Harris. He's had a good start to his Caterham career. Won the sprint at Kerborough at the start of the season. Just against the clock, though, that was not racing in a massive pack like this. Starting alongside him, James Moon, number 97. Oliver Hardick and Richard Ainscough next on the line up there. Still they're lining them up at the back, this huge field of 46. Okay, the green flag waves at the back. This is going to be a 20-minute race for the Love Cars Caterham Academy. What an event for these guys, what an occasion for these guys and girls getting to race on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in their first season of racing. Let's see what they can do. Here we go. Down towards the first corner. Gareth Lucas on the inside, but it's Jeff Newman who will take the early lead. These cars normally race in two groups. Rare we see them all out together other than a non-championship race at the end of the season. Number 22 getting a decent start. That's Louise Deason. We've got a tangle already. 67 involved and 71. 67 is Anil Pitalia. And number 71, that was Giles Perry. It's already problems there. It's Jeff Newman who has gone into the lead. Second place, number 35 of Mark Kendall. Gareth Lucas in third. And look how many of them there are. They swarm their way almost like a shoal of fish around Beckett's corner. Jeff Newman holding his lead. They're already learning to slipstream each other, look. Proper Caterham style racing. Kendall there in second place. Gareth Lucas in the middle. Who's this moving through on the inside? Number 15, that is, of James Cook. Captain Cook, as we'll call him, I think. Wheel of tyres as they make their way round Stowe Corner. Pretty daunting for a novice, this Grand Prix layout, no doubt, where all their heroes of Formula One have raced over the years. Bit of a lock-up there from Jeff Newman. Could lose the lead here to Mark Kendall. I think he's going to get through on the outside. The green car, yes he is. Number 35 of Mark Kendall takes the early lead. There's been an accident in the midfield there. Two cars off at the club complex. We'll try and identify those in a moment. Kendall and Newman side by side. And a solid scrub of cars behind. We've got one car in the gravel at club. That might bring out the safety car stranded there. So Newman fighting back up the inside, retakes the lead from Kendall. They're both green group drivers. They normally race in a green group and a white group with separate points tables, but all out together. So they'll score points within their group in this race. First white group car on the grid was Gareth Lucas, number 43. Number 13 has had a spin. Unlucky 13 for Robert Bake in the old colours of the Gold Leaf Lotus team. Start to sort themselves out, attacking down the inside there. The number 2 car, that is, of Mark Jones. He goes through past Mark Kendall and into the lead. Where's he come from? Mark Jones in car number 2. I think he was quite a way back on the grid. Yeah, he was 7th on the grid. So he's come through very nicely into the lead there. Second in the points in the green group. So looking for his first win. Best result of second at Knockhill. Something flew off there. I don't know whether that was off Mark Jones's car or whether it was already on the circuit. The 55 car is the one that's off there. That's Graham Walker. I know somebody in our YouTube chat was supporting him. Big cheers going on for Charlie Lower at the moment in our YouTube chat. And where is Charlie Lower? He's in 4th place, number 21, as they cross the line. 1 second covers the first 5. It's Jeff Newman battling it out with Mark Jones. They're trying to go 4 wide. Look at this round the inside there. Who's that? That is Charlie Lower coming through, the black and blue car, side by side with Jeff Newman. Are these really novice racers? This is superb racing. First class Caterham racing. Through Beckett's they come. Mark Jones third, Mark Kemble side by side with number 11. That's Will James in the mint liveried car. Here's a battle towards the back of the field. There's battles everywhere you look. Jeff Newman side by side with Charlie Lower at the front of the field. Third place is Mark Jones in number 2. And who's that diving up the inside with the headlights on? I'm not sure who that was. We'll identify that car in a moment. The kamikaze dive down the inside. That's force number 11, Will James, to go wide. All these cars with novice crosses on, of course, because they're all Muta Motor racing. The JCB recovering that car from the gravel trap there. We think it's the 55 car of Graham Walker that's gone off there. Yellow flags out, so everybody's slowing down. See, they're almost going to a dead stop into club corner there. I thought the safety car had come out, but it hasn't. They're just all stacking up as they slow for the yellows. Jeff Newman leads in the 33. Chased by Charlie Lower in car number 21. Slightly different cage design on one of the cars there as well. That stands out. Mark Januszewski moving his way up the inside there. Mario. Fights and battles everywhere you look. It's Jeff Newman back in the lead. He was third over the line. He's got back ahead of Mark Kendall and Mark Jones. Charlie Lower did challenge for the lead as they went into Maggots and Beckett's. Here's the back of the field. There's Isla Lower, we heard from earlier, number 4. Here are the leaders into Brooklands. Jeff Newman, chased by Charlie Lower. Mark Jones in third. The first two breaking away very slightly. Charlie Lower throwing it sideways through Luffield, just explores the limits of his Caterham. Lucas still there in 4th place in the number 43. Now he drops as low as 8th on the previous lap. He's got Kendall behind him. I think it's Charlie Lower leading the white group, yes, in 2nd place. Jeff Newman is a green group driver. Jones in 3rd, Lucas 4th. Gained 4 places on that lap. Number 9 of Ian Harris is 5th. 6th we've got Kendall. 7th is number 69, which is Paul Woodman. There's the 66 car behind. That's Freddie Chiddicks, who came into this weekend leading the green group point standings. Had a win at Knockhill in Scotland a few weeks ago. Charlie Lower is using the number 21 car through there. Mark Jones in 3rd, who works as a technician for the Caterham Cars Company. 35 Mark Kemble in the green machine. Lived and worked in Asia for 20 years, now back in the UK. Mark Kendall. 43 of Lucas in the blue and orange, almost Gulf liveried car. Training currently for an Ironman triathlon, so maybe motor racing's good training for that. Moves through there on the inside up into 3rd place. Number 2 cars with missing wings. Expect that in a Caterham race of this size and scale. Jeff Newman continues to lead Charlie Lower. Lucas 3rd, side by side for 4th place. Trying to move through there on the inside. I think that's the number 9 of Ian Harris, winner of the sprint at Kerborough. My nearest motorsport venue I live, just a few minutes drive from Kerborough. There is Harris in the middle. Freddie Chiddicks in that group as well. James Cook and the 17 of Harry George. Here come the leaders. Still Newman hanging on in front. He's had a couple of wins this year at Mallory Park and Knockhill. So finished at the back of the order in the 2nd race at Knockhill, though he did get fastest lap, which has dropped him down to 4th in the championship. He could be one of the favourites for the green group title this year. Still they come. There's David Saxby, number 6 from the back of the grid. Works as a shipbroker in London. Dodging about there, Mark Jones on the tail of Lucas. Further back in the order, the number 69 car there. That is Paul Woodman. That's the man behind the Love Cars YouTube channel. The headlights on there on the 69, chased by 35 of Mark Kendall, the green machine. This is great stuff. You wouldn't know these drivers were novices to watch them race here. They're putting on a great show. Newman leads. The gap this time through is 1.3 seconds over Charlie Lower. Lucas in 3rd place. Lots of shout-outs coming in on the YouTube chat. Most of them for Charlie Lower, and he's being challenged here by Gareth Lucas for 2nd. Here comes Mark Jones as well in the number 2. He's lost a front wing. Oh, and running wide, off goes Gareth Lucas over the tarmac runoff area. He's going to rejoin. Yes, rejoins where he left the track. Doesn't gain any advantage. That's good driving, Gareth Lucas. Loses out now to number 9 of Ian Harris coming through Beckett's. Here come the leaders down the Hanger straights, and Lucas trying to recoup that ground. He's blocked there by Ian Harris. Going to force him to run round the outside. So he cuts back to the inside. Who's this coming through on the inside run there? Number 66, Freddie Chiddicks, who said he'd be one to watch, the green group points leader. He's going to move through into 3rd place. This is where all the slipstreaming Caterham drivers we saw earlier on in those incredible races learn their craft. You can see how quickly they learn it. It's great stuff. Number 2, Mark Jones, a little bit sideways through there. Paul Woodman's got the headlights on. Heading up the next group, there's Will James, number 11. Who's he got behind him there? That's Fraser, I think, attacking through the number 10 of Chris Fraser, the Anglo-Australian. Chris Fraser believe it or not, runs a vodka distillery for a living. I'll have mine with lemonade, please. Coming up towards half distance in this Love Cars Caterham Academy race. Green group led by Jeff Newman, the overall leader. Charlie Lower leads the white group. We're into the second half of this race now. All the drivers putting on a great effort, a great show in these Academy cars. Jeff Newman checking out at the front. Here's the fight for second. Gareth Lucas up the inside in the 43. Showing the skills that you need for Caterham racing. Mark Jones sits sideways behind him. Charlie Lower's run wide there. He'll lose second place, I think, to Freddie Chiddicks, who was up behind him. Chiddicks has gained, I think, 4 places at least on this lap. Jeff Newman's getting away as they battle behind him. Newman in the clear. That's a massive lead in Caterham terms. He's leading by 3.5 seconds. From Freddie Chiddicks in second place. Gareth Lucas round the outside, Charlie Lower up the inside. They pincer move Freddie Chiddicks, who just cuts back to the inside. They're going to go 4 wide here. Look at this. Lucas runs wide again. Up the inside, Paul Woodman. 5 or 6 of them going for second now. Jeff Newman's missing all the fun. He's away in front. Well, they're already learning to slipstream. They've been watching the other Caterham Championships clearly today, showing them what to do. Mark Jones has come through into second now, ahead of Chiddicks. Then it's Paul Woodman, he gets a bit sideways. Charlie Lower back on the inside in the 21. Someone once said to me, racing a Caterham is the most fun you can have with your clothes on. It certainly is showing here, isn't it? So as I draw breath, we go 4 wide down into Stowe Corner. Look at Ian Harris up the inside and the number 9. You can see these drivers are loving every second of this. Jeff Newman certainly is. He's away and gone in the lead. Tyre squeal as they went through Stowe there. Paul Woodman's gone through the middle of everybody. Is he going to overshoot? And there's something flown off one of the cars there. What's happened there? The back of that group, there was something hanging off one of the cars. I don't think it was a wing. You can see there at the back of that group. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Anyway, Freddie Chiddicks ahead of the number 2 of Mark Jones. It's the battle for second place. A bit of debris the car's picked up there, I think. Through they come. Paul Woodman, the car with its headlights on. There's number 10 of Fraser, we mentioned him, Chris Fraser, challenging 76 of Robert Demain. 7 minutes of this race to go. There goes Jeff Newman. We'll pick up the battle for second down the Wellington Straight. It's Fred Chiddicks ahead of Mark Jones. 2 green group pace setters up front. Ian Harris under fire from Gareth Lucas. Behind them we've got Paul Woodman, Charlie Lower. Who's that in front of Lower there? Is it Mark Kendall? Yes, it is. Spin there for number 76. That's Robert Demain. Had a spin at Brooklands. That's the car with a slightly different roll cage design we mentioned. Over the line comes the second place fights. 2 of them together now, Chiddicks and Jones, nose to tail. Gareth Lucas is back in front of the white group. The pace setters at the front, they're all green group at the moment. No difference between the 2 groups though on ability or anything like that. They're all novices, it's a level playing field. But as I said earlier, you wouldn't know these were newcomers to racing to watch them. Gareth Lucas, don't panic it says. And he isn't panicking, chasing Ian Harris. Jeff Newman is making this race his own up front in the number 33, looking for win number 3 this season. Ian Harris defending from Gareth Lucas. Behind them, Woodman. Jones making a move on Chiddicks for second place. Lucas now to the inside, but Harris will hold him off. Really throwing these cars around, and I hope they don't drive like this on the way home today if they drive these cars on the road. Hear the tyre squeal from these Avon tyres. Paul Woodman a bit sideways there through club. There's number 27 going through. That's Simon Patel further back in the order. A couple of cars missing wings. That's at Beckett's. I should give every driver a mention for what they're doing here. There just isn't time to talk about everybody. There's a battle further back. Number 74 in there. That's Julian Roebuck. We mentioned him earlier on. Now, where's he running? What are we looking at there? Quite a way down the order. In fact, going backwards, Isla Lowe in number 4. That's at Copse. So Isla Lowe facing the wrong way. In the car that started towards the back. She said she was going to try and overtake everybody off the grid. It hasn't worked out for her, sadly. Here's the fight for second. Freddie Chiddicks. Who's now 5 seconds down. And Mark Jones goes way wide onto the tarmac runoff area. A little bit too eager there from Jones, the Caterham technician. Freddie Chiddicks, a former sailor with Team Great Britain. Probably would have enjoyed the wet conditions this morning in that case in the Caterham 7 UK Championship. But sailing away with the lead is Jeff Newman. A couple of laps to go. Chiddicks second. Ian Harris trying to come through on the inside in the number 9. Still Jones third. They've settled down a bit now in these last couple of laps. A spin for number 3 there. That is Oliver Hardick, a biochemical engineer by trade. He's got it going again towards the back of the field. Harris ahead of Lucas. That's the battle for 4th place. Chased by Paul Woodman. Charlie Lower still there in 7th. He's second in the white group. Third of the white group drivers is number 17, which is Harry George. He's 10th overall. Oh, jolly good racing here from our Caterham Academy drivers. Gareth Lucas has a look on the inside again. Ian Harris closes the door, holds him off. He runs wide on the exit of Stowe Corner. This is Lucas' opportunity. Inside, Mark Jones trying to take second. There isn't room on the inside at club. There's a back marker soon going to be lapped. I think that's the 55 car of Graham Walker. We saw him in the gravel earlier. He's got going again. Paul Woodman with the headlights on, looking determined there to catch up with the battling pair of Lucas and Harris ahead. That's the fight for 4th and 5th. Closing stage is now just over 2 minutes to go, so it will be last lap this time. Fastest lap of the race by Jeff Newman, 2:37.923. As Paul Woodman down the inside takes Ian Harris. Very enjoyable battles all the way down the order. Motorsport should be fun. The Caterham racing an enormous amount of fun. And the headlights a bit bent, I noticed there on Jeff Newman's car. But he's controlled this race almost from the outset. A spin there for, I think that's the number 80 car. That's Rob Bain, I think, that's gone off. So we're on to the last lap now. Oh, and that's a tangle. That's Paul Woodman and Gareth Lucas. Now, Gareth was leading the white group. He's been hit there. That's at Brooklands, I think. So they've tangled coming into Brooklands. So you can't take your eyes off this race for a second. That's given Charlie Lower the lead in the white group, number 21. He won the sprint at Kerborough. This could be his first race win. There's 55 Graham Walker being caught by our leader. There is Jeff Newman. He's heading for victory, barring any major disaster on this last lap. And what an accolade to say that you've won a race in your first season of motorsport on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and won it by a handsome margin, nearly 7 seconds clear of everybody else. Jeff Newman, remember the name, number 33. Battle still on between Chiddicks and Mark Jones for second. Another spin, number 77. That is Lyndon Arnold, ex-kart racer, has gone around. Jeff Newman, heading for victory, 48 years of age, comes from West Yorkshire. What a way to start his motorsport career. Here he comes through club for the last time. Down the Hamilton straight, he's in back marker traffic. There's Isla Low ahead of him. Still the battle for second going on between Chiddicks and Jones. Who's leading the white group? It is still Charlie Lower, Harry George second, and third in white group is number 8 now, Tom Noakes. As overall the green group. There's the lower reaches of the top 10 heading through Abbey. It's all about learning your craft with the Caterham Academy, but some of these drivers have already learned. They're racing superbly. Great standards of driving. Had 1 or 2 scrapes, but that's to be understood with a championship and a grid size such as this. 46 cars out there, there's always going to be 1 or 2 little bumps and bangs. Jeff Newman, 48-year-old Yorkshireman, is heading in to win. Here's a man who's a star in the making, I'm sure, in Caterham's. Here he comes round the final corner. It's going to be a dominant win by an eternity in Caterham terms. Well done to Jeff Newman, coming in for his 3rd win of the season. Congratulations, Jeff Newman. There is the checkered flag. He takes the win. They're still battling further back. This is into Brooklands. The 11 round the outside there, Will James, and the 73 that was of Mark Williams. Win goes to Newman. Chiddick second. And the white group is won by Charlie Lower in 6th overall. Well done, Charlie. But well done to all our Caterham Academy racers there. Starting out on their motorsport careers, they can now all say to everyone, I've raced on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit where all my Formula 1 heroes have raced, and Jeff Newman can say I've won on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and by over 5 seconds, which is a big margin in Caterham terms. As the pack comes home, we'll confirm the full results in a few moments' time, once everybody's in. The white group won by Charlie Lower ahead of Harry George, and it was Will James who took 3rd in the white group, past Tom Noakes on the last lap. The green group, Newman ahead of Chiddicks and Jones as the overall results. Bad luck to the cars that tangled on the last couple of laps there. Gareth Lucas got in that tangle with Paul Woodman. You may be able to hear them all sounding their horns on the slow down lap there. As we say, these cars are all road legal, so they all have to have a horn. Like we said, motorsport should be fun. Jeff Newman gives us a wave. Maybe we'll see him move up to the Road Sports Championship next year or beyond, who knows. A great race that was, the Love Cars Caterham Academy Championship. Well done to them. Right, the results as follows then. Jeff Newman the winner ahead of Freddie Chiddicks by just over 5 seconds. He just beat Mark Jones to the line, Freddie Chiddicks for 2nd place. Ian Harris took 4th in the end ahead of Mark Kendall. Charlie Lower, the winner of the white group, in 6th ahead of the number 10 of Chris Fraser. Behind them was Harry George, number 17. 15 of Captain Cook was in 9th place, and 10th went to Theo Theato. Paul Woodman recovered from his tangle with Lucas to take 11th. 12th was Will James, 13th went to the number 73 of Mark Williams, 14th went to number 8 Tom Noakes, and 15th number 97, that is James Moon. Behind them in 16th was number 5, that's Phil Clark. Robert Demain recovered from a spin to take 17th, and behind them was number 50 of Neil Perry. family watching on from Australia. 78 of Ainscow was next, then 48 Castle, 99 Benja Headley, 42 of Banton. Number 3 was next to Ollie Hardick. 71 of Giles Perry. Then 84 was next home, that is Joe Priday. 74 Roebuck, 27 Simon Patel, 59 Vincent, number 70 Hood, and 51 Ray Radford completed the top 30. And there, sadly, is number 43 Gareth Lucas. He was right up there in the lead group all the way, but his race ends early with damage after a tangle. But like it says on his number plate, don't panic, Caterham will soon have it fixed. Right, let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in the paddock then, hear from some of our drivers in that brilliant Academy race.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Park Ferme, and we've been treated by these Caterhams today, haven't we? We really have. Of course, here is your race winner, Jeff Newman. Of course, remember, we have got to jump out of the way actually before we get run over. We've got the two groups, haven't we? We've actually got the white and green groups. There's Freddie, he's done well. Let's go grab a word with Jeff Newman if we can as well. Here he is. Jeff, congratulations with that. According to the timing sheets, it was almost relatively easy, but it never is it?
Well, you know, it was a bit of a nice Sunday drive, to be honest with you. Just put it on cruise control and bring it home. So
I don't believe you.
It was the car handled great. You know, we didn't know whether to go for a wet setup or a dry setup. Yeah. In the end, I went with Grippy on the front and Scruffed on the back. So
and it seemed to work.
Yeah, and my left headlight seems to have decided to loosen itself. But apart from that, we're all in one piece.
Oh yeah, it's kind of pointing the wrong way now, isn't it? If you need to go that way in the dark, you'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, thanks ever so much to all the amazing marshals. I was out with them at Beckett's yesterday, and those people just want to keep the show on the road, and they've made this weekend a tremendous success. So thanks very much to all the marshals for spending your time and coming out today. It's greatly appreciated.
Fantastic. So great words, Jeff, and congratulations. What a way to end the weekend. I do want to grab a word with Charlie Lower as well, because I believe Charlie was the winner in the white group, I believe. Let's grab a quick word with Charlie. Charlie, congratulations. Talk us through your race. That was exciting, wasn't it?
That was very exciting. Almost had the lead for a little bit, but didn't expect that. That was brilliant.
There's a lot of Caterhams out on track, isn't there? How do you stay focused through all that?
I've never seen so many Caterhams in my life.
I'm going to go to sleep tonight just seeing Caterhams.
Yeah, well, it was crazy. I've got hit in the arse once, I've touched someone out in the front once, and there was a load of spins, and it was an emotional roller coaster for sure.
Fantastic. Well, look, anyway, a wonderful way to finish your weekend. Congratulations, well done. Let's see if we can grab another driver or two. Shall we got Harry George over here? Let's grab a quick word of Harry. Harry, talk us through that. That was exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's very close racing. God, it's unbelievable how many times you change position.
Yeah.
The toe just has such a huge effect.
There's so many Caterhams, I actually can't count that high. I don't know how many there are, about 50 million or something, isn't there?
Yeah, there certainly is loads. But yeah, I mean, quite started full, so happy with the second place.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations, fantastic stuff for Harry George there. Right, that's actually it for the Caterham Academy. What a wonderful time we've had, and that actually rounds out all of the action from the Caterhams as well. I'm going to hand back to Dave Goddard just to talk you through the remainder of the action. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Ian. Thank you to all our Caterham racers today. A wonderful weekend of racing has been. The Caterhams always at their best on a circuit such as this, with so much slipstreaming and overtaking. There were races today where I was close to collapse by the end, so goodness knows what it was like for the drivers. Enormous entertainment. Thank you to the Caterhams. Thank you to all our volunteer marshals, as we said, and well done to the drivers and everyone else here at Silverstone for a wonderful weekend of racing.